Tonight, the future of the NFL draft is officially on the clock, and so are we. Welcome in, everybody, to Fantasy Pros. This is the NFL Draft Live. It is me, Joey P, Joe Pisapia, and we've got an incredible lineup for you this evening, taking you through the NFL Draft, the pre-show, the actual show, probably some post-show too, because we just love football that much. To help me here at the top of the show, we've got the Minnesota Madman, Thor Nystrom. We've got our Director of Content, Matthew Freedman. And, of course, our senior analyst. I say senior because he's old, I think. I see some gray in the beard. It's Derek Brown, D-Bro, the king of bros. And, gentlemen, we've got an incredible show for everybody tonight. This is going to be a great night of football. We've got Russell Brown joining us. We've got Kent Weirach joining us. We've got Andrew Erickson joining us as well. So there's just so much going on here this evening. And to start things off, gentlemen, we got to start with actual NFL news, non-related to the draft, but probably will have an impact on the draft. And it's the extension of Lamar Jackson with the Baltimore Ravens. Derek, let's start with you on this. This is something we've been waiting for. So I guess everything just had to finally get to the 11th hour before we finally got some clarity on the Lamar Jackson situation. We have it now. Lamar is going to be staying in Baltimore. What does this do now, this news, in terms of affecting their draft tonight?
I had Baltimore going with a first-round pick of like a corner or an edge regardless. I don't think that really deviates much from their plan. I think that any kind of rumors of Indy trading their fourth overall, any of that kind of stuff is squashed, obviously, with Lamar staying in Baltimore. But I think really this is probably just going to lean to Baltimore even heavier to replenish their the defensive side of the ball.
Certainly it would seem that way. Although you have to wonder, does the actual addition now of Lamar Jackson long-term mean that he also got some toys to go along with that extension? We shall see. Matthew Freedman, let's get your take on this as well. Lamar Jackson stays put here. Certainly there's a lot of needs for this offense. He has not had a true pass catcher. Will the Ravens go out there tonight and get him potentially a number one wide receiver in this draft? Or is it going to be like Derek Brown said, ho-hum, go get a cornerback, go continue to take defense, which typically is what you see the Ravens do in the first round?
Yeah, I'm skeptical that they actually go out and get him a wide receiver in round one. I would put that around 20%. I think cornerback is likelier. Maybe they do something on day two when they've added wide receivers. That's generally a round in which they've preferred to do it. But I don't think it's going to be like a cavalcade of weaponry for Lamar Jackson coming in. I think they probably go defense.
All right, so that's what the boys think in terms of the Baltimore Ravens situation there. Hopefully Lamar Jackson get back to that MVP status he had just a few years ago. It seems like a long time, but really it wasn't. So hopefully Lamar and the Baltimore Ravens can get back on track, because last year was a rough season in Baltimore, to say the least. Tonight, obviously, a lot going on in terms of the draft, the rumors of things going on. We've seen a lot of line movement as well. Let's start here with at the top, and let's talk about some of these quarterbacks. And our producer, Chris, also shout out to him for running everything today, too. We're going to have Thor Nystrom joining us as well to break down some of these head-to-heads we're going to do. It seems like the clear-cut selection at the top from all the Vegas odds, from all the rumors, from all the media is indeed going to be Bryce Young. It feels like that's the direction things are going. Derek Brown, we've talked quite a bit about CJ Stroud being comparable in many ways to Bryce Young. And now it seems like the market's moving a little bit towards him being the number 2 pick after all, behind Bryce Young. So interesting movement there. It seems like everything's coming full circle. But let's put these two QBs head to head here, because it does feel like Young is the foregone conclusion as number 1, but are they a little closer in skill set than people realize?
I think you can make it a case for either one of these guys, Joe. I mean, with Young, we know that the accuracy is there. He was first in PFF passing grade last season, as well as the plays outside of structure. And with Young, I mean, really the guy takes care of the ball, man. Like, he was 14th lowest turnover worthy play rate last year versus Stroud, who the big arm, big time throw rate was in top 10 form last year. I love both of these guys. I mean, I lean Stroud, but I think you can make a really good case for either one of these to be the QB1 in this draft.
I have to say, going in after watching CJ Stroud last year playing some of those big games against Alabama, watching him, throw the football at the combine. To me, CJ Stroud was right there lockstep in that conversation for one. I understand different teams have their preferences. So Matthew Freedman, in your opinion, why is it that the preference seems to be Bryce Young? Is it the intellectual side, as it seems like that's the narrative that's playing out there? Because the physical side tells us that this is the smaller quarterback. And when he is drafted tonight, he will be the smallest quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, Bryce Young is an outlier. And CJ Stroud, I think he has all the physical tools. He might be the best pure passer, especially just from a clean pocket in this class. I mean, he can deliver the ball to multiple layers of the field right on a dime. The problem, as you say, might be the intellectual side of it, and that, the S2 reportedly wasn't, like up to the threshold that you typically see for successful NFL quarterbacks. And I think that's correlated with the fact that the system that he played in at Ohio State isn't a, quote unquote pro style system. He's not at the line of scrimmage making reads. He's, looking to the sideline to figure out where he should go with the ball. So I think that is part of the reason why we would see him drop. But I gotta say, it feels like Justin Fields type of situation repeating. Fields, fantastic passer, fell out of the top 10. I think we could see something like that for Stroud. I hope not. I think he should be the number 2 pick here. But I could see him falling certainly outside of the top 5.
Yes, I believe it was a fellow named Zach Wilson a couple years ago that went ahead of Justin Fields. How'd that work out, New York? How'd that go for everybody? Let's bring in the real college expert into the show. He covers college football for us here at Fantasy Pros, at Betting Pros. He does a phenomenal job. He's the one, the only Thor Nystrom, as I told you before, the Minnesota Madman. I want to get your take on this, Thor, on these two quarterbacks head-to-head here, because we watched part of the Combine together. We've talked about this, you and I, and it feels as though, again, foregone conclusion with these two QBs. But I want to get your take on this. When we look back at this night in 5, 6, or even 10 years, will Bryce Young be the right selection at the very top of this draft? Will CJ Stroud, or maybe another quarterback, in your opinion, turns to be the guy that really turns out to be the 1-1 when all said and done?
Bryce Young is the guy. And that's the guy that I would bet on. Freedman mentioned the outlier stuff as far as the size goes. That goes without saying. But Bryce Young, he a guy that reads the field better than any quarterback we've seen coming to the league in years and years and years. He's like a pilot who has had 10,000 hours in the cockpit. It's that processing that the NFL is interested in the way that he plays the game, as far as that extending the plays, scrambling around, giving his receivers opportunities to break off routes, different stuff like that, creating confusion in the back end of the defense. CJ Stroud, he's the facilitator, right? Like his accuracy and his placement is top of class, but Bryce Young is the creator of this class. And for that reason, that's why he's going to go number 1.
All right, there you have it, right from the Thor Nystrom mouth itself there. Bryce Young is the guy for him. As well, looks like he's going to be the guy for the Carolina Panthers. I see minus 5,000 on the board already for him. So you have to have a lot of extra cash laying around. I know Thor probably does, but I don't know about the rest of us having that kind of cash. Let's bring back Derek Brown, and let's bring back Matthew Freedman here to talk about the next grouping of quarterbacks, because it does seem like there is a platform of those two. And then we're moving to the next group, which is Will Levis, who on some people's boards is the 4th or 5th best quarterback. On some people's boards, he's the 2nd best quarterback. There's been rumors abound in the last few days. This is why you stay off of things like Reddit, that all of a sudden Will Levis is going to go number 2. Now it doesn't feel like that's the case anymore. Matthew Freedman, let's start with you with this head-to-head comparison between him and Anthony Richardson, because Anthony Richardson on the other end of the spectrum is the project. He is the prodigy. He is the guy that hasn't played that much. But my goodness, when you look at the physical gifts this young man has, it's undeniable. If he gets into the right system with the right coaching and the right surroundings, this is a guy that could break not just fantasy football, but football period, because of the size, the speed, the athleticism, the arm strength, all of those things. Just needs more seasoning playing the quarterback position. So when it comes to prospecting, because that's what we're doing here between Will Levis and Anthony Richardson, how do you parse these two prospects when you're looking at them head to head?
In reality and in fantasy, I easily prefer Richardson. I mean, as you mentioned, he's got all of the physical tools, and it's not just the arm strength. And I think he's a better passer, despite the inaccuracy that we saw from him at time, the completion percentage rate, which was monstrously low for college. Despite that, I think he can actually still be a pretty accurate passer, and he's got that Jalen Hurts ability where, as he's progressing in the NFL, he will be able, with his legs, to give himself a little more leeway than he would have if he were just a pocket bound statue. So he's got the upside, and I think because of his running ability, he has a pretty high floor. Now, Levis, there's nothing wrong with him. Like he's a totally fine, like vanilla run of the mill quarterback prospect. I don't think in reality he's someone who would belong in the top 5. He feels like the kind of quarterback who should go like from pick 12 to pick 22, something like that. But it seems like he's going to get pushed up the board. For him, landing spot, I think, is the most important thing. I think he needs to be in a place where the offensive coordinator can scheme things for him and help him progress. He should be kind of like, quote unquote, relatively pro ready quickly, but like there's the step that needs to be taken from just being like an acceptable quarterback to being someone who actually moves his offense forward. So Richardson is the guy. Levis is okay, but I honestly don't know why anyone would want Will Levis, really.
I do my best not to agree with you as often as I can, Freedman, but I got to agree with you here on this. I want to get Derek Brown's take on these two quarterbacks as well, because Will Levis not that long ago left Penn State because he couldn't win that job. And he goes to Kentucky. And I understand he, did deal with some injury issues there too, but he didn't exactly elevate all the players around him necessarily either. Some questions about reading progressions, a few other questions as well. And he's got a bigger personality, which is not a bad thing, but sometimes that can certainly rub people the wrong way. And then you have on the other end, this God's gift athlete, but it's very green. And I think that's the thing here when you're looking at Richardson is how much of an investment do you want to make on a kid who's a project, who is probably not going to be a year one starter, whereas perhaps you can get Levis to that point, as Freedman alludes to, with the right surroundings. So give me your take on Richardson. Give me your take on Will Levis, and then we'll see if we can get Thor's input on these guys as well.
I think people could put these two quarterbacks in the same kind of bucket in the sense of looking at both of them as projects, high upside, intangibles. I don't put them in the same bucket at all. You have one guy that's built like he was built in a lab. He's built like a mutant. He runs like an alien. His athleticism is off the freaking charts, versus somebody like Will Levis where everybody's like, oh, the rushing will translate. I'm like, he runs in a straight line. He's got no wiggle. What are you talking about? The rushing's going to translate. And all of this stuff with Will Levis is a projection. It's a projection. Can he go through reads? Can he become an accurate quarterback? And if I have to see, and Joe, even if we would just take away the skills, if I have to watch the video of Will Levis eating a banana whole another freaking time, I swear to God, upsetting. I'm going to vomit on this show live. It's terrible.
The mayo in the coffee is upsetting. The eating the entire banana. I don't know what that does to your insides.
Born without taste buds. He's born without taste buds. Has to be.
Yeah, it's pretty upsetting. I'm not going to lie. Let's bring in Thor Nystrom. I want to get Thor's take on Anthony Richardson specifically too, because he is this great unknown. And I think this is a spot where I'm sure Thor will agree that you're looking at anywhere from a guy who could go maybe 2 or 3 or 4 overall, and then might not go eventually till we get to the 20s in this first round. I mean, there's a small chance he couldn't go altogether. I want to read this off to you, Thor. Anthony Richardson, height, taller than George Kittle. He weighs more than Hassan Reddick. He has bigger hand size than DeAndre Hopkins. He's got a vertical higher than Devontae Adams testing and a broad jump longer than Odell Beckham. What do you do with all of those skills if you're an NFL GM, and how aggressive are you on Anthony Richardson?
Yeah, and he leaps buildings in a single bound too. With Richardson, you're looking at maybe the rawest quarterback we've seen come into the NFL that's going to be presumably a top half of the first round pick in the last decade. The only guy that you could put up there with him is Trey Lance, right? Like, we had 13 career starts to go off of Richardson. I don't even think he got to 400 attempts in his entire college career. And then the circumstances weren't great for Anthony Richardson. Besides, the last 4 years, he has had 3 different head coaches, 4 different offensive coordinators, and 4 different quarterback coaches. And last year, if you were watching the Florida Gators at all, the receiving core wasn't very good. And of course, that whole team was learning an entirely new system under Billy Napier after Dan Mullen had gotten fired. But you mentioned you have the unprecedented physical skill set. That was confirmed by the 10 RAS score that he got the perfect 10. You have that. You have the cannon for an arm as well. And then if you look a little bit deeper beyond the surface level stats, that's where you start to get a little bit more bullish on Richardson. everybody knows that if you just go by completion percentage, he's dang near the bottom in terms of the quarterbacks who've gone in the first round the last 10 years. But if you switch that to on target percentage, he shoots up those rankings. There was a lot of balls clanging off the hands of his receiving core there at Florida and different stuff like that. The differentiator between Will Levis and Richardson, in my opinion, it's not just the physical skill set and the physical advantage that Richardson has, which sets a higher ceiling. It's also that I think sort of sneakily, Anthony Richardson has a higher floor too. Obviously you have the utility of the mobility, but the other thing is he has pocket presence that Will Levis does not have. That's my concern about Levis. Richardson has it.
That's an intangible that really matters at the end of the day, for sure. Some interesting notes going on in terms of movement right now. And again, tonight's stream here of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Betting Pros. So if you haven't already, make sure you head over to our Betting Pros channel on YouTube and subscribe. Click that little bell till it goes ding, and check out Betting Pros for all of our incredible content. We've had great stuff leading up to the NFL Draft. We've got all the tentpole events coming up for everything from golf to the Kentucky Derby. And of course, during NFL season, we're going to be locked and loaded there. But some movement here. Stroud has now moved to negative at the number 2 spot. So for all the nonsense in the last few weeks we've had to listen to, this is why I like us here. This is why, in the words of T.O., I love us some us. Because we have been the lighthouse, I feel like, here, of saying, let's not overreact. Let's continue to, be steadfast in what our eyes tell us. It's very interesting, too. Will Levis has moved as well. Anderson's moved to plus 250. Will Levis now plus 1,000 here. And you have CJ Stroud minus 300 over on DK for that second overall pick. So things have certainly moved. Stroud minus 125 for the number 3 pick. So looks like CJ Stroud's probably going to be the second QB off the board. Now, everything can go into a tizzy depending on what goes on here with, we know what Houston might do at the second pick or even trade back for more picks. Who knows who wants to make that movement? We haven't gotten any trades yet, but we assume that we are going to get some movement here tonight. Before we get out of here altogether, Derek Brown, Matthew Freedman, I want to touch on one more quarterback who is unlikely to end up in the first round, but there's been a lot of recent buzz for Hendon Hooker from Tennessee. Now, we got to talk about it because there's some people that have him on their board as the 3rd or 4th best quarterback. The ACL injury, obviously the big stand-up issue, the age at 25 years old. At the same time, Derek Brown, when you're looking at Hendon Hooker, do you see him being a QB that could come at a discount, or do you think that somebody is going to reach for him in round 1 because they see him as being a potential replacement for somebody and going at a little bit of a discount because of that injury?
I've not bought into any of the smoke about Hendon Hooker going in the first round. I'm still not there, and the betting markets now agree with me, Joe. If you look over on DK, Hendon Hooker's over 31.5 is now minus 145. I do not think he's going to go in the first round. I've put him in the second round, and that's fine if teams want to sit there and take a shot on Hendon Hooker in the second round. Not a shot I would take with Hooker because, look, the rushing is fine. I don't know how much of that translates to the NFL. I think he's an adequate rusher. I don't think he's a game changer. But I know something Thor is probably going to talk about as well. Asking Hendon Hooker to get past his first read, go through progressions, and operate a real NFL-style offense is still a projection. And considering this guy's going to walk out of his rookie deal, over 30? Probably not a great thing for Hendon Hooker.
I know Thor's take on Hendon Hooker. Dare I ask it again? So we'll kind of leave him in the darkness here. Freedman, I want to get your take because this is a mobile quarterback who does have a pretty good resume. I know the age is a little bit in some people's minds of an issue, but with all these quarterbacks that went through that COVID era too, the extra eligibility, all that's a little muddy. Eventually we're going to get out of that realm. But for you, in your opinion, do you think that somebody is going to make that reach for Hendon Hooker, or is he a day 2 QB prospect?
Yeah, I think he's a day 2 QB prospect. Now, I mean, in all fairness, anytime you can get a former 3.5-star recruit, 25-year-old passer with a bum knee and a guy who played in a pseudo gimmick college offense, anytime you can get that guy in round 1, you got to think about it. But ultimately, decision makers will probably take him in round 2. It's a tough room.
It's a tough room at this job. I got to tell you, this is what our meetings are like behind the scenes, everybody. This is, the sarcasm runs deep and it runs true here at Fantasy Pros. And That's why I love my colleagues so damn much. All right, enough with the quarterbacks, even though that is the position that, well, is the most important thing in the NFL. We've spent a good long while on it. We are now at 7:24 Eastern time. We are getting closer and closer to the draft kicking off, but we're still probably a good hour away from a pick actually being made. And let me remind everybody, if you're worried about a delay going on, it's a very simple thing. If you're watching and you have, the fancy setups, just pause the draft. And then whenever we announce the first pick, just go ahead and go along with us. And then we'll be all live together, holding hands, watching the draft and analyzing it and getting you some money as well, hopefully. Let's talk about the wide receiver class here, because that's another one too. That's a big deal. Before we let Derek Brown go in a little bit and then bring in Andrew Erickson, I want to get some thoughts here from you, Derek, when we're looking at the wide receiver class. Jackson Smith-Njigba, Zay Flowers, Quentin Johnson, Jordan Addison, all these guys have potential first-round grades. However, that doesn't mean they're going to go in the first round. JSN seems to be the consensus on most people's boards as number one. Is he the number one in your opinion as well?
JSN's my number one, Joe. I think that you're looking at, for the first round, we're looking at probably 3 wide receivers going in the first round. Jackson Smith-Njigba, Jordan Addison, and Zay Flowers. And it's still sitting out there on DK right now. You can bet the total wide receivers drafted in the first round. I like the under 3.5 for the 3 guys I just talked about, because I think Quentin Johnston falls into the second round. And considering that's at plus 180, I'm willing to go with that route. And I think a lot of the things with Quentin Johnson, it comes down to the man wasn't even invited to the NFL draft. So you're going to draft him and he's locked into the first round. We kind of might want him there in Kansas City, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I also was not invited to the draft, which I took as an insult, but that's okay. I mean, I'm used to that around these parts. Matthew Freedman, JSN is the number one on your board as well. And if so, why? And if not, who is?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's pretty clearly the number one. It is a lackluster wide receiver class this year, and that's sort of the theme for a lot of the different positions in this class. But JSN, he was highly productive in college. He's at least got like the ultimate skill set that you want for someone to be a dominant slot receiver. Maybe he can play outside, maybe he can't, but even if he can't, he can dominate in the slot. Compare him to the other guys in this class. Addison, he was productive in his second season, but, he's a smaller guy who's not really athletic. Quentin Johnston doesn't have a complete route tree and he struggles to catch the ball. Zay Flowers, he's intriguing, but he's small and he's a 3-star recruit who is, on the older side. It's not a great wide receiver class. At least JSN, what he's good at, he's extremely good at.
Okay, let's move on to the next grouping, 2 of wide receivers. So after that, Freedman, what is your ranking of these wide receivers in terms of just the raw ability you think that they're going to make an impact in fantasy, in reality, in the NFL?
I mean, the guy who stands out to me the most after that group is probably Cedric Tillman. And it's not as if I have him ranked immediately after them. He's a little bit further down the board, but he's in that tier. Ultimately, it just kind of comes down to where a lot of these guys are drafted. But Tillman is one of the few big-bodied guys in this class who has pretty decent athleticism and has production. Like, there aren't that many guys in this class who have that. And I'll just go ahead and say it. Like, I prefer the bigger wide receivers. I know the smaller wide receivers, the game is now changing to where they can be more productive than I think they could have been 10, 20 years ago. But I still like the bigger guys. I'm not going to say like Cedric Tillman has Mike Evans type of capability, but you see with someone like that who has the ability to dominate at the catch point. And Tillman is pretty athletic too for a guy of his size. So Tillman is the one who stands out to me the most after that tier of 4 guys at the top.
Derek Brown, real quick, let's get your take too on these guys. How do you rank them going after JSN? If he is the clear number one for you, what's the rest of this grouping look like?
It's Zay Flowers is my wide receiver 2. Then you have Jordan Addison and Quentin Johnson. Zay Flowers has been my consistent wide receiver 2. I love his game. I think if you would have seen Zay Flowers, like Jordan Addison, go to a different college, maybe he transfers to the SEC, has something that's not resembling a dog water quarterback, then Zay Flowers probably pops off the page with the numbers because the talent's there. You look at College Dominator, all these different things. He pops in those metrics because that's what he can control, is earning a lot of targets. He can't throw the ball to himself. So, some of the other stuff's muted because of the bad quarterback play.
All right, there you have it. That there's an adage of if you don't have something nice, don't say anything at all. Somehow none of us learned that here. That was never something was taught to us by any of our grandparents or parents clearly on the show. And that's why you watch us, because we're telling you straight how it is. Let's go to Thor Nystrom. Let's talk to the Minnesota Madman, get his thoughts on this wide receiver class. Because Thor, it's a wide receiver class that I feel like, I don't want to say lackluster, but lacking compared to what we've been spoiled with the last few years. JSN has played in an offense that was, pretty prolific in the sense of having guys around him 2 years ago, like Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave, who are alphas in the NFL now, and then playing with a guy named Marvin Harrison Jr. last year. So is JSN a byproduct of the surroundings, or is he the real deal in your opinion in terms of being a true number one when he gets to the next level?
It's both. Yeah. I mean, like the more intermediate space that you give JSN, the more he's going to eat, right? Because nobody can stay with him side to side, and he keeps you off the beat of his scent when he's on the route path. So you don't know when he's going to break that thing off. And even if you did, you weren't going to be able to jump him and take that separation away from him. The more that the safeties have to play back and the defense is incentivized to play back because you have dangerous outside receivers, the more damage he's going to do. It's both. He's going to be a stud slot in the NFL immediately, and he's going to be even better if he's playing next to a guy that where the defense has to respect him deep.
Thor Nystrom. Also, let's go back to for a moment here when we go to Freedman. I want to ask you, Freedman, when it comes to Quentin Johnson, who's another wide receiver that seems to be very polarizing here. Some people really love Quentin Johnson. Some people who think that he is more of a day two guy in some people's opinions. Where do you want him to land in this draft, where you think that would be the best case scenario for him to be successful at the NFL level?
I like the idea of him landing with Buffalo at number 27. They have talked about, quote unquote, making a splash in this draft. I don't know what that means. Maybe that means that they trade for DeAndre Hopkins or something like that. But let's say they go with the skill position player on day one. They could use very much a wide receiver because Gabriel Davis didn't develop last year the way that the team wanted. He can play, I think, as a little bit of a big-bodied slot. He can play downfield a little bit. They've got obviously a great offensive system there. I think he could, be a very strong complement to Stephon Diggs in Buffalo, and maybe eventually, I wouldn't say like overtake Stephon Diggs, but as Diggs phases out, we could see Quentin Johnson become the number one receiver in that offense after having a couple of seasons as a pretty strong number two there. So the Bills, that feels like a great landing spot.
Now, Quentin Johnson right now on the big board on FanDuel at 23.5, the over -162, the under +120. And again, if you want to stay up to date with all of these numbers moving all over the place, please go download for free the Betting Pros app. The Betting Pros app is what's going to keep you locked in here at all times to what's going on in the betting markets over on whatever site that you decide you want to put wagers in. BP is a way for you to track all your wagers. It's an incredible system for you to join groups. We've got betting groups going on there as well. So lots of opportunities here to go ahead and not only track your bets, track everything that's going on, get the updates, get everything you need with the Betting Pros app. It's incredibly easy to use, incredibly useful in the download community. So go get there right now. If it's Android, if it's iOS, it doesn't matter. The Betting Pros app is there for you to help you bet smarter, not harder. All right, gentlemen, we're going to go ahead here and make another move right now. We're going to transition to our good friends Andrew Erickson and Russell Brown are going to join us here, and we're going to chat with them and get their takes on these wide receivers. And of course, Matthew Freedman and Derek Brown will be back again joining us in a little bit. So a lot of rumors also flying right now. It looks like possibly teams moving up as high as 3 for Jalen Carter. So that would be an interesting thing here. Jalen Carter is somebody that's certainly moved all over the place in terms of value, starting at the top of the board and then moving backwards because of obvious reasons that we've seen, and then going back again. So Chris, whenever you're ready to make that change, we will, and we'll continue to keep everybody updated if there is a draft move or there is any sort of trade to happen at some point in time. Freedman, before we have you go real quick, can you give me a quick lowdown on your bets, and then we will make that transition out of there.
A quick lowdown on my bets. I mean, I placed 100 bets. So
is that all?
Kind of
feels like a low number, Freeman. Come on.
But yeah, I mean, Will Levis 35-1 to go number 2, just set that ticket on fire immediately. When I saw the markets start to move against or in favor of CJ Stroud, I did bet at FanDuel at plus 400. So at least I have something there. 4-1 CJ Stroud to go number 2 overall. But yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to get my mock draft back in a workable place, with CJ Stroud now at number 2. So that really is what I'm focusing on here. And, that has ramifications for Tyree Wilson. There were thoughts that he could maybe go number 3, but now if Will Anderson is sliding down available at number 3, then man, who knows? Tyree Wilson could fall out of the top 5, and I had a ticket on him at 7-1 to go in the top 5. So maybe we should just set that on fire too. So this CJ Stroud news going to number 2, man, we will see. I think that will have some massive ripple consequences for the betting market and then also for the mock draft contest.
Well, Freedman, we'll let you go for a little bit so you can go place another 100 bets. I know you only have so much time here before the draft actually kicks off. And also that number continues to move. Stroud minus 1,600 now to go number 2. Anderson now plus 700. Will Levis plus 1,500. And this is why we say be with us at Betting Pros, because there was a video of our top 10 bets. And guess what the number 1 bet was? I believe it was around plus 275 or plus 350. We got it locked in. CJ Stroud to go number 2 despite all the noise. This is why you hang out with us. So go check out that Betting Pros YouTube channel. Subscribe today. And look at this. We've got our good pal Andrew Erickson here, looking fresh and clean. He's got a collared shirt on. Thor, next year, we're going to get you to dress up. I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to get you some nice stuff because it's draft night. Everybody's got the swag. You put me to shame, Joey. Well, we can't all be this fancy as me. I try to class up the joint. I do my best. That's what I do. Let's get some takes on the wide receivers here from your point of view, Andrew Erickson, because you've always got a unique perspective. What's your perspective on this wide receiver class? Do you have one that stands out from the others, in your opinion, that you think is going to make a splash when they get to the NFL?
I think it's an overall underwhelming wide receiver class, to be totally honest. I'm not so sure that it really matches what we've seen in past years with some of these really top tier wide receivers coming in and hitting the ground running instantly. So for me, my number 1 receiver is still Jackson Smith-Njigba. He's kind of the consensus number 1. You look at the betting boards, he's the favorite to be the first wide receiver drafted, and then followed by Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison. Now, a lot of these guys, when you talk to NFL teams, kind of the rhetoric about him is that JSN's like the only consensus like number 1 draft grade when it comes to the receivers. And a lot of them kind of offer different flavors. You have JSN, who's good after the catch, but not really a speed guy. Addison is a bit smaller. Zay Flowers, what is his calling card? He's really more well-rounded in my opinion, but a good route runner. So for me, I'm really interested to kind of see where they all kind of end up landing. And even if we see ones with, first round draft capital, I don't think it's going to be the same as first round wide receivers that we've seen necessarily in the past. I know I've been heavy on the under in terms of wide receivers drafted in the first round at 3.5. Like that's what I feel most comfortable with seeing. And my 3 receivers I think would go in round 1 are JSN, Zay Flowers, and Jordan Addison. And after that, I don't expect any other wide receivers to get drafted on day 1. And that's all the NFL invited to the draft itself. So a little underwhelming, but definitely some guys, if they land with the right quarterbacks, maybe we hit the ground running and get some fantasy production.
Yeah, I made the latest draft that I did where the only wide receiver I had going was actually JSN, which I know is going to be boring for some people and they won't like it night 1. But it just kind of feels like this market's kind of trending in that direction. Everyone's very high on the pass-catching tight ends that are in this draft too, but it feels like this is more of a day 2 thing in terms of a lot of the wide receivers. Now, look, that could be completely wrong. We could see all of them go. It's becoming a wide receiver league, but it feels like this isn't necessarily a group to reach for. I want to get Russell Brown in the conversation too. Russell's done a lot of draft work for us over at FantasyPros.com. You can go check out all the writings and all the write-ups he's done on the mock drafts. It's been a long season of mock drafting. I'm so happy we're done with it. I can't wait for the actual draft. Russell, I want to get your take on this wide receiver group as well, because Russell, when you're talking about whether it be JSN at the top, whether it be Quentin Johnston, some people are in love with Zay Flowers despite the size. How do you break down this grouping of wide receivers in your opinion in terms of how you like them, in terms of where they can be successful at the NFL level?
Well, my favorite wide receiver in this draft is Jordan Addison. I really believe he is the best receiver in the draft just because of his route running ability. You watch him with his whip routes, stick routes, some slant patterns, the short and intermediate area stuff that he can do at 5'11" and 173 pounds, I think is really solid. And there's a chance that he is the first receiver off the board. But the way I mocked it is Kansas City moving up and making a trade with Seattle and taking Zay Flowers at pick 20. And I think ultimately we're going to see 2, maybe 3 receivers here in the first round. Joe, I know you mentioned that you would, probably see maybe 1 receiver here in the first round. And I don't think it's a great receiver draft. But ultimately, I think the 3 that we're going to see are Zay Flowers, JSN, and potentially Jordan Addison. So, I mean, I think with Zay Flowers, you're looking at a 5'10", 183-pound receiver. He's got great vertical threat ability, vicious footwork within his routes, and I think a fit with Kansas City. I mean, maybe we've already seen, spoiler alert, a week ago when he was catching passes from Patrick Mahomes. So I don't know. I see Kansas City being aggressive. They got a ton of capital. They don't need all of it, and I think that if they want a guy, they're going to move up and get him.
Yeah, I'm holding my breath for maybe the second or third round for Cedric Tillman. That's the guy for me, Russell Brown. I think there's your return on investment guy. There's a guy who looks like an NFL guy to me. And of course, we appreciate everybody who is watching with us right now live. We're so happy you're here joining us for the NFL draft. And again, we want you to stay with us for the entire draft, dude, not just for this pre-show that we're doing. We want you to be live with us. Again, we are the second screen experience because we're breaking down these players the way you want to use them for your investments and wagering, for your fantasy livelihoods. This is what we do. This is how we watch the game. So watch it along with us. Plus, if you're just watching the draft alone, it's a great way to just hang out with your buddies and talk football because we're your buddies and we're hanging out here talking football with you. Also, we want to give away some stuff too. So if you like free stuff, and I know that you do, let's talk about a Treylon Burks jersey we're going to be giving away here. So we want you out there looking at the Tennessee Titans Treylon Burks jersey. He was selected 11th overall last year. So subscribe to Fantasy Pros YouTube channel. That's pretty easy. Comment in the live chat. That's pretty easy. And use that hashtag TEN11. That's 1011. That's pretty easy to remember because those numbers almost go in a row. Hashtag TEN11. Because when you do, you could win an autographed Treylon Burks Tennessee Titans jersey, courtesy of bettingpros.com. Download the Betting Pros app now. Stay up to date with all of your wagers, all the line movements, all of your bet tracking, and bet smarter, not harder with Betting Pros. And don't forget to hang out our YouTube channel there too. So go get a Treylon Burks jersey. Again, free stuff just for hanging out and talking football and listening to football with us. Get involved in the chat too. We love seeing you in there. All right, let's get back to the tight ends because it feels like this is all anybody wants to talk about. Thor, the tight end class here is prolific. Words that I don't say very often in my coverage years of the NFL draft. Typically, we're all saying, well, maybe this tight end that they draft in 2 or 3 years can be useful. That's what we're used to in years past, but it seems like that mold is breaking. We had Kyle Pitts come on and be a contributor, have almost 1,000-yard season right in that first year. We had Pat Freiermuth come on there and look really good at moments for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So this is another class where you have Michael Mayer, you have Dalton Kincaid, you have Sam Laporta. Let's start at the top here. Who is the number 1 tight end in your opinion and why in this 2023 class?
It's Dalton Kincaid because he's one of the best receiving players at that position that we've seen come into the NFL in multiple years. I guess you would go back to Kyle Pitts, although just in terms of pure receiving skill, I put Kincaid above him. Now, he's not in as big of a package. He's not as athletic as Kyle Pitts is, but in terms of creating separation along the route tree, he's a very advanced route runner for how new to the sport he is. Like Dalton Kincaid didn't start playing football until like his junior year of high school. He played basketball before then, and then he had to go to the FCS because his recruiting process started late. San Diego. He did not get a scholarship there. And then obviously he blew up his second year. That's when Utah got interested in him or whatever. But he can go downfield and get it, Dalton Kincaid. And wherever you put the ball, even if it's towards the sideline, even if it's contested, he has the body control, first of all, to get his feet in. But he's coming down with that ball. as long as you put it within that catch radius, his hands are so reliable. And you got to think back a couple years, several years, until you come up with a tight end who's as reliable at the catch point as he is. He creates more separation than Michael Mayer. He can go downfield in a way that Michael Mayer can't. He got better hands than Michael Mayer. He just doesn't block. You got to play Kincaid in the slot.
Okay. 6'3", 246, 70 catches last year at 890 yards for Utah. Erickson, let's get your take on the tight end class too. I want to hear what you have to say. Is Dalton Kincaid your number 1, 2, or do you want to make a case for the all-purpose version of Michael Mayer from Notre Dame, who might be the better blocker, but also a pretty capable pass catcher in his own right?
Well, I know the NFL might prefer a tight end that can do it all and offer ability as a blocker and as a receiver. But I have to agree with Thor on the fact that Dalton Kincaid is definitely the better receiving profile and probably the one that we want to gravitate more towards in terms of fantasy football. Like if he can be the next Travis Kelce, okay, we've seen Travis Kelce just ring back to back to back. I don't know how many times he's gone back to back when it comes to fantasy tight end one seasons, tight end one overall. So Kincaid kind of has that in his repertoire of ability that he can do. Whereas Michael Mayer, I always kind of compare him to a Jason Witten type of player where no, Jason Witten was never necessarily game breaking you for fantasy football, but every single year he was putting up production consistently year in and year out. So even if Michael Mayer ends up being drafted ahead of Dalton Kincaid, I think that's just because of the value he can add to a real NFL franchise. Whereas Dalton Kincaid, I think, can offer a little bit more to fantasy managers.
All right, let's bring back Russell Brown. I want to hear what he has to say about this tight end class. Russell, obviously Kincaid is a phenomenal pass catcher. Mayer brings that total package. There's a lot of people buzzing about Sam Laporta. I know Musgrave is another guy on people's boards too. And then when we're continuing to look, Darnell Washington might still be pushing that sled from the combine. He was just an incredible beast of a man in terms of strength and power and speed. So break down the class for me. What's your take on this grouping? What's the order they should go off the board? And who at the end of the day is really going to be useful at the NFL level at the position?
Well, certainly, I think at the top of the draft, when you look at both Michael Mayer and Dalton Kincaid, there's so much to like with both of those players. Michael Mayer is my top ranked tight end. I think he's somebody that's just been so consistent over the course of his career. He's very fluid in and out of stick routes. He's a guy that can make yards after the catch because he's got some of that run after the catch ability. And I think as an inline blocker in the slot, he can do a variety of things. But Dalton Kincaid is for sure the most sure-handed pass catcher in this draft. I mean, only one career drop according to Pro Football Focus, and he's one of those guys that kind of fits that modern day NFL tight end with that vertical threat ability. He can play in the slot. Thor brought up some great points about how he's still relatively new to the game of football, but he's done a phenomenal job just getting better and better. I think the biggest concern with him is just the back injury. What's he going to be off of the back injury? But as we go deeper, there's been some buzz about Sam Laporta potentially sneaking into this first round out of Iowa. You watch him play. I mean, this guy can move after the catch. He's got that inline ability as well. And I think he's an intriguing fit for teams potentially like Dallas if Kincaid and Mayer are both off of the board. But the deeper you go, Darnell Washington, freak athlete, 6'7", 270 pounds. He's going to be a force up the seam as an H-back, as a blocker. He's going to be phenomenal in that perspective. And he's somebody that I think with that catch radius and that size and that strength and athletic ability, he's a difference maker. But one player that does not get talked about enough, in my opinion, is South Dakota State tight ends Tucker Kraft. I think he is somebody that had he not dealt with the high ankle sprain, we'd be talking about him as potentially lock in the top 50 of this draft, maybe even a sleeper into the first round. He reminds me at times of Dallas Goedert, and I think as somebody that watching him on tape, he's so willing to block. And I love guys that block. If you guys are going to learn anything about me, I love trench play. I love guys. I love the aggressiveness. I love the willingness. I need guys that are going to block for me. And I think he's one of those guys that will do it, but he's also a guy that can also run after the catch. And I think with those stick routes, those slant patterns, those dig routes, he's going to be a difference maker over the middle of the field. And it wouldn't surprise me if we saw him tomorrow night somewhere earlier than expected just because of the talent.
There you go. You win in the trenches. Russell Brown is 100% correct. Let's kick things back here to Thor Nystrom. Thor, I know we're going to let you go in a little bit here. Before we do, I want to make sure that we get some of your more important bets and final predictions that we have. So let's bring this up right now. We're going to talk about some of your final predictions that you have for this evening. Because there's one thing we love is predictions. Then we're going to get to Bijan Robinson talk because everybody knows I've been waiting as long as I possibly can to talk about Bijan Robinson. I've been a very good boy, but everybody knows it's my favorite subject to talk about. So, Thor, let's get to some of your big predictions that you have for this evening and what's going to go down.
Well, it's crazy because since we started, we went live 49 minutes ago. When we got on, CJ Stroud was plus money to be the second pick. He's now minus 1,600. It was pulled off the board for a little bit for that second slot. So it's kind of crazy. Like, this stuff is happening in real time. And we knew we were in for a wild ride. Joe, you were talking about it before. Will Anderson, it looks like he might be the guy at 3. Jalen Carter, it probably in conversation for that as well, if Arizona ends up staying in that slot. Paris Johnson Jr., who there was some steam with Arizona in the third slot, he's plus 600 in the third slot right now. So some of that stuff is cool. It looks like Will Levis is going to go to the Colts, at least if the betting market has anything to say about it. Minus 550 now for the fourth slot. I've heard throughout this process that Jim Irsay loves Will Levis. I think there's some other people in the building that like that too. It wouldn't be my pick, but that's what it looks like is going to happen in the fourth slot.
All right. So if you want to see more about that, go to fantasypros.com. Check out Thor's article before the draft goes while the predictions are still hot and good, because as Thor said, things are moving and shaking right now. It's a live time. It's time now to talk about running backs, which is really what we love to talk about here. But we don't anticipate many running backs going in the first round. The NFL has evolved over the years in terms of how they value that position. Andrew Erickson, I want to start with you here when we're talking about Bijan Robinson, who is a lock to go in the first round. Maybe we'll get Jahmyr Gibbs. It's possible. I think it's unlikely, but we shall see how the night unfolds. But Bijan Robinson, to me, is that generational talent. Back in January, when I was trying to find comps for him, I was looking around for literally days trying to compare size and ability and what this guy brought to the field. And what I came up with was Edgerrin James. I had a big tweet about it. And it was funny because right a couple weeks after that, the combine happened and all the things were about Edgerrin James and Bijan Robinson. I thought that was interesting. Erickson, just going to say, Erickson, when we're looking at Bijan Robinson, are we all right to be as excited as we are about what this guy can bring to fantasy? Because this is the total package: size, speed, hands, sees the field, has the awareness. He does all of the little things. He does all of the big things. Like, this guy is on a different level, and it's not very often you get one of these players. The problem is we don't know where he's going to go. He could go as early as 8. He could go as late, I think, as 20. So how do you look at the board tonight in terms of your hope of where Bijan Robinson lands when all is said and done and the dust clears?
I'm hoping that he just goes to the Falcons at number 8. I think that Arthur Smith, just keep it simple, man. You want to run the football? Okay, like, let's just run the football with the best running back that you can get. Like, let's just keep it simple. And that way we don't go into the season expecting Kyle Pitts to get X amount of targets, Drake London get his targets. No. If the offense, Bijan Robinson, keep it simple. There's no misleading here. And I think that's the best place for him. I also think that the Eagles are an interesting spot. I know that they are very particular about how they use their draft picks. And I don't know if they're going to, Howie Roseman just is in love with the idea of taking running back at number 10. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of these teams picking in the top 10, if we see a trade, a team trading down and then selecting Bijan Robinson, maybe at 12 or 13. If you see the Falcons trade out of 8, maybe back to with the Texans or Titans or something along those lines, or with the Eagles, and then taking Bijan Robinson to kind of sell it to the fan base a little bit more like, hey, we took a running back, but we got picks back too. So it's a win-win for the organization, the fans, and Arthur Smith gets his guy.
Maybe you are right. And, the difference is, I think now with the Eagles, they're right on the precipice. I think it's one thing where you don't want to do certain things. You want to be smart always and be disciplined. And we know how he likes to make his deals as well and move all over the board, but they're really close to winning a Super Bowl. And the thought of Bijan Robinson on that offense with Hurts and A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith is a terrifying one. Thor, when it comes to Bijan Robinson and landing spots for you, Erickson mentioned Atlanta, a good one. Philadelphia, a good one. If it's not one of those early, could Baltimore be a potential landing spot for him? There's been some late buzz on Baltimore. There's been some buzz even on the Dallas Cowboys, if he should make it to there, or maybe the Cowboys moving up to get him and keeping him in the heart of Texas. Your thoughts on Bijan Robinson's potential landing spot and potential in the NFL?
Selfishly, I would love him to go to Baltimore. I've been talking about this since the start of the process. I want to see Bijan play out his career next to Lamar Jackson. I just think that would be the funnest thing in the world behind that road grading offensive line. they put together. That would be the funnest one for me personally. But yeah, I mean, some teams in that range, if he ends up falling through, I don't really buy the Detroit stuff. I mean, Detroit already has the resources sunk into the running back position. For me, Tampa Bay at 19 is a really sneaky team for him. They obviously need a running back, need a lot more than a running back, but they would have to consider him if he gets there. And then you go deeper than that. You mentioned the stop of Baltimore at 22. The Chargers right before them at 21. The Eckler thing, we'll see how that thing plays out. The floor for Bijan, the absolute floor, would be Dallas at 26. That's where the train would stop. I think it's going to end way before then, but that's his band of outcomes, like Erickson was sort of alluding to. You go from 8 with Atlanta to 26 with Dallas.
Russell, let's get your take on this too. I want to hear what you have to say about Bijan Robinson here, because it does feel like he is the running back to go. Well, we could talk about some more of the other running back prospects in a moment here, but Bijan is number one. He is without a doubt that guy. With the current climate of the NFL, we see teams that just frankly don't go up the board when it comes to running back. I think the last guy was probably Saquon that we could say was that guy, and some Saquon injuries have really tarnished the opportunity for other organizations to be aggressive at that position. So is Bijan the guy that's going to break the mold, or do we see him float longer than he should and end up on a team that might be better suited to make good use of him right away?
Yeah, I would be a little surprised if he didn't go in the top 10, to be completely honest. I think he's that talented of a back. And when I look at it, personally, I don't care about positional value. I want guys that are going to help me win now. And when you look at teams across the NFL today, how many are we seeing where the GM and the head coach are a part of the organization for 10 to 15 years? They're not a part of those 2 to 3 contract extensions that you're giving to a player. I need a guy that's going to help me win now. And when I look at Atlanta, I just think that's an ideal landing spot for him. I love Tyler Algier. I loved him when he was coming out of BYU, that downhill runner. And he had a quiet 1,000-yard season as a rookie, but I don't think that's sustainable moving forward. I think Bijan is a difference maker. I think he's one of those guys that can sustain the backfield as a pass catcher and as a runner because of his change of direction ability, his contact balance. And this is about building things around Desmond Ridder. You got to build him up and make him a better player. I think Bijan is a home run for them at 8. Now, if he does slide by any means, I would be, and I respectfully disagree with Thor. If he ends up getting to 18, I would be a little bit surprised if Detroit didn't pull the trigger there, just simply because I feel like DeAndre Swift is on the out. With Deuce Staley gone, I don't think there's much to be desired there. I think Deuce was the guy that was kind of keeping him afloat there. He hasn't been healthy during his tenure with the Lions. And furthermore, Brad Holmes has not dismissed the fact of drafting a running back high. He still stands by the Rams drafting Todd Gurley 10th overall in 2015. So with Bijan, if there is that slide, I think Detroit at 18 is probably where it ends. But ultimately, I think he goes somewhere between, the top 10 tonight, whether it's at 8 with Atlanta, maybe Philly at 10, and I wouldn't even put it past the possibility of pairing him up with Justin Fields with Chicago at the 9th pick.
Great stuff there from Russell Brown. Russell's going to join us later on in the evening again, and I love a good, respectful disagreement with Thor Nystrom. Anytime we can get that, damn it, it's a good evening. So thanks, Russell, for all of your input and insights. Some good stuff there. Also, some good stuff is we've got an amazing competition going on here at Fantasy Pros, where we're going to make somebody a millionaire. That's right, FFPC. We've partnered with FFPC to bring you the Fantasy Pros Championship, a $350 entry season-long fantasy football contest with $6 million in total prizes, including $1 million to the first place winner. Drafts are open today, right now, so you could sign up at fantasypros.com/championship. Again, that's fantasypros.com/championship and use that promo code FantasyPros. That's an easy one to remember, boys and girls. And you get $25 off your entry. And if you enter the contest before June 1st and draft your team before June 15th, you get an extra $35 off. So go use the promo code FantasyPros. Sign up today at fantasypros.com/championship and be the big winner of our big competition here at Fantasy Pros. $1 million for playing fantasy football. That sounds pretty good to me. And maybe you have that $1 million, you could have put more on Bryce Young there at minus 8 million or whatever the heck it is now. So who knows what that number is as we continue to parse through all of the things moving in the big boards in the NFL. We're going to keep you up to date with all of that. Again, if you have the Betting Pros app, that's an even quicker way to stay up to date with everything as we continue to move on with our coverage. We're going to bring back Matthew Freedman along with Andrew Erickson and Thor Nystrom here in just a moment. as we're getting them into just continuing to look through the news. The Eagles and the Cardinals settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of Jonathan Gannon. So the terms are the Eagles traded the pick number 94 and the 2024 fifth round pick to the Cardinals for pick number 66 in this draft per Adam Schefter. Thanks for Russell Brown, who is working so hard. He's talking to me and he's sending me news and information at the same time. That guy gets a raise. Somebody give that guy a raise. Let's go back to the man who can give out raises, my boss, Matthew Freedman, editor and chief here, our big guy of content, our head honcho, as it were, Andrew Erickson here as well. Let's talk about the other running backs real quick, too. Let's talk about Jahmyr Gibbs. Let's talk about Zach Charbonnet and some of the other running backs who can make an impact here in this draft. We know how good Bijan is. Freedman, when you're looking at the rest of this running back class, it's probably going to be more of a day 2, day 3 sort of situation for them. But when you're looking at fantasy, just because they're day 2 picks doesn't mean they're not potential big-time fantasy investments in redraft leagues and in Dynasty as well. So how do you see the rest of this board after Bijan in terms of the running backs that you want to pursue that you think can have good NFL careers?
So I think it's Jahmyr Gibbs and Zach Charbonnet. And then after that, it feels like a pretty significant drop-off. And all the guys after them, they have potential. All of them have things that make them interesting, but they all have significant flaws too. So people talk about the depth of this running back class. It honestly does not feel that deep to me. And my fear is that once we get through day 2 and we see the landing spots for these running backs, man, rookie drafts are going to start to look barren pretty quickly. So I think it's Gibbs, it's Charbonnet. With Gibbs, people have compared him to Alvin Kamara. I don't think that comparison really holds. I think he's more of a CJ Spiller, Javad Best type of player. Oof. Both of those guys went in the first round, by the way. I think Gibbs has the potential to go in the first round. And then Charbonnet, he's a big dude who can catch the ball. That's pretty good. That's what all fantasy managers want. So both of those guys have serious NFL potential. After that, I'm fairly skeptical.
It is 8:00 on the East Coast, and the NFL draft is about to kick off officially. Of course, we won't get a pick for, I would imagine, a good 15, 20 minutes still. So, Andrew Erickson, we've got a lot more time here, as it looks like at least 50,000 people have packed in Kansas City. It is a live crowd. It's spectacular. What an incredible event this is. They started bringing it on the road a few years ago, and it's become just a fantastic interactive event here with the crowds, with the fan bases in every city. And every year they seem to outdo themselves. Tough love there from Matthew Freedman about this running back class after Bijan Robinson. Andrew Erickson, do you share the same sentiments here, that there is a significant drop-off after Gibbs and Charbonnet? And do you think anybody can stand out? Is it somebody like a Roschon Johnson on the same team as Bijan Robinson, who might be flying under the radar, but have all the skill sets of what you look for in a 3-down back at the NFL level?
Yeah, I do like Roschon Johnson a lot, running back from the University of Texas, because hey, if he had gone to any other school in the country, we could be talking about him and all the great numbers and all the passes that he caught that Charbonnet ended up catching. I think that he's just being undervalued because of the fact that we didn't get to see him play a lot. But when you're looking him on an efficiency standpoint, a per snap basis, and pass protection, he can do it all. And he's big. That's one of the biggest things with a lot of these prospects, including wide receivers and running backs. We just get guys that are very, very small. And I hate to be sizeist, but at the same time, size matters. It's football. So, and we see players, historically speaking, you're looking at who finishes the top 24 running back. They weigh 200 pounds. Any running back that does not weigh at least 200 pounds usually does not finish as a fantasy RB2. And the ones that don't possess other qualities. Oh, they can run a 4.32. There are other qualities about them that help them stand out. So Roschon checks off the boxes of a bigger back who can catch passes, was efficient, and he doesn't have wear and tear on his tires. He's coming out fresh, and teams know what he can do and deliver. So we're not surprised we all see him get selected with decent draft capital on day 2. And he's going to finally be in a backfield where he's like, wait, I'm not behind Bijan Robinson now? I have a chance? Sign me up.
Well, let's hope he doesn't get drafted into a team where he's behind some already great running back, because that would be the worst case scenario. But we shall see. I mean, Tennessee's got to be looking eventually for an heir apparent to Derrick Henry, because that train's probably coming into the station pretty soon. Let's go over to Thor Nystrom, too. I want to get his take on the rest of this running back class. We already talked to him about Bijan Robinson. Thor, when it comes to the other running backs in this class. Freedman was pretty tough there on Jahmyr Gibbs. A lot of people like Gibbs, think that he is an Alvin Kamara-esque kind of guy. We went from Alvin Kamara to CJ Spiller, and I almost lost my lunch there. That was a horrible moment. I don't want to relive it. So take me out of this. Give me a positive on Jahmyr Gibbs or any other running back, even a Zach Charbonnet, who I think is kind of flying under the radar that might have some fantasy relevance sooner than later.
Yeah, Gibbs is so skilled, but yeah, I mean, what they're saying about the sub-threshold size is true. You're just going to have to mitigate the touches he gets per game. But, Charbonnet, I have him ranked just slightly ahead of Gibbs on my overall board. I have Charbonnet at 43 overall, Gibbs at 45. I agreed with Freedman's take that there's a drop-off after that. I got Tajay Spears 66 on my board, but there are some whispers about like the medicals with him. He has 2 knee injuries in his past, and so each team's individual medical team is going to have to sign off on that thing. But then after that, yeah, I mean, Devon Achane, another crazy sub-threshold guy. He did weigh in at 188, but 11 pounds less than even Jahmyr Gibbs. Joey, you know who my favorite and D-Bro's favorite running back sleeper in this class is, Evan Hall. He's from Northwestern. He's going to be criminally underdrafted, but a guy that fantasy owners, especially guys in PPR formats, you're going to want to monitor that kid, and you're going to want to prioritize him in your drafts because he's one of the most skilled receiving backs in this entire class. And he might even be on the top. In terms of being able to put him in the slot, being able to put him on the boundary, doesn't drop passes, and he's really good with the yak, the movement and everything. Plus at 209, he's got some muscle there. He can run through the arm tackles too. So he'd be a guy that I would be keying in on day 3.
What I loved about Evan Hull was at the combine when he took every single pass that he caught or every single handoff that he had and ran it all the way in for a touchdown. Never seen anybody do that. Too. Did he do it to every single one? That's something. I don't know why. It just stood out to me as a positive thing. Some people didn't like it. I thought it was pretty amazing. Let's make some predictions because that's fun. And we're at that 11th hour now. We're getting very close to hopefully a pick being made. It's 8:05. Carolina officially on the clock, obviously, but we all know that's not going to have a pick anytime soon. And again, just a reminder, if you're joining us here live at Fantasy Pros, there will be a little delay, so it's real easy. Just when we make that first pick, just pause and then just unpause, and you're going to be right there with us for all the picks after that. See, I have fixed all of your life's issues just like that. You're welcome, America. Let's make some predictions here. Let's go to you, Matthew Freedman, because you're always good for some looking into the future and figuring out what's going on here. And then we'll get to some of Erickson's best bets as well. Will Tyree Wilson and this foot injury slide him down the draft board, in your opinion? Do you think all of this buzz is true and all of this concern where what could have been a guy going 2 or 3 overall could even potentially fall in the top 10?
I don't think out of the top 10, I would say number 10 feels like the floor, but you never know. I mean, I would say more than the foot injury feels like some combination of quarterbacks being pushed up the board. Now, because with CJ Stroud, like minus 6,000 at FanDuel to go number 2, that feels like a certainty. So with CJ Stroud going number 2, and then I would say a quarterback going number 4, it feels like you might even have a team trading up to get a quarterback at number 3, or maybe a team going to number 3 to get Will Anderson. However it works out, it feels like because of those circumstances, we will see Tyree Wilson fall down the board a little bit, but 8 to 10 now feels like the wheelhouse of where he should probably go.
It also looks like we're probably going to get our first pick. It seems as though the inevitability has finally become reality that we are going to see Bryce Young picked number 1 overall. We have Roger Goodell making his way up to the podium. We have, I believe, Eric Stonestreet joining him, Mr. Chief himself, former actor from Modern Family, and a big fan of that show. It was a very good show for many years, so it's nice to have the fans up there making some picks here. Look, we're getting really close here. Before we get to the obvious Bryce Young selection here, I want to run through some of Andrew Erickson's favorite bets here as well. Andrew, take us through your betting board, what you have, and what you've been very into this draft season for as making some cash.
Yeah, so I was on the Tyree Wilson as the first defensive player off the board. Now, I bet this a couple of weeks ago at some great odds at 11 to 1. And obviously the medical red flags are not helping my case. I'm just hoping the team's picking at the top. Checked him out. He's good to go. That's probably not likely the case at this point. So, Yeah, I mean, we don't obviously have access to the medical information, but I like the value at the point in the bet. And I mean, if Stroud's going 2, then we'll see what happens at number 3. Hopefully it's Tyree Wilson, but it's not looking so great so far.
Well, that's okay. It's okay. We can certainly get there's plenty of time to make that up, my friend. That's what's going on here. Yes, and we've got again, the pomp and circumstance of the NFL draft is incredibly entertaining. At the same time, I'd like some football picks. I'm just saying, I'd like a couple football picks to actually happen. Let's get to some more predictions too. Thor, I want to get your take on this one really quick here. Who's going to be the best fantasy player in your opinion not drafted tonight? So who's going to fall out of round 1, Thor, that you think, obviously it's not going to be Bijan. It's probably not going to be JSN. Who's going to be that fantasy asset that's going to pop for people? Because again, nobody watches more college football than you. That is going to probably not go tonight, but is going to possibly wreck the NFL in the next couple years.
Easy answer. It's Zach Charbonnet. Zach Charbonnet going to get heavy usage from day one. Wherever he gets drafted, he's going to be the number 1 running back and a bell cow running back. I loved what Freedman brought up before about he can catch the ball. He handled usage with that at UCLA. Last year, 30-plus catches, whatever. And he is a real handful in the open field once he has that ball in terms of the yak. The defenders don't want to see him at the second and third levels because he's really hard to tackle just one-on-one. Zach Charbonnet has the movement too, like in the tight quarters. He's a really crafty running back, and he always forces the off-angle attempts as opposed to the flush ones. He's running through the arm tackle attempts, whatnot, and he's speedier than people think. Right? Like, I mean, low 4.5 type speed. And when he gets chugging, he's a locomotive down the field.
All right. As we continue to look here, we have the champions who are hosting the draft here in Kansas City. Obviously, we have Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce coming out with the trophy. Talk about a great coincidence, right? To win the Super Bowl and then come back and host the NFL draft in a few months later. That's pretty amazing for the city of Kansas City. They are very excited there. Let's look at the big board here in terms of what's going on from the wagering perspective, because obviously that is going to give us some clear ideas of where things are moving. Right now, some of the markets are locked. Looking at the number 5 overall pick, you're getting minus 700 on Jalen Carter. Matthew Freedman, does that feel right to you at the 5 pick that Jalen Carter will indeed be that pick off the board?
I mean, minus 700 is saying it's, like 80% certainty. That feels a little too certain, considering that we don't know for sure what's going to happen at number 3. I would imagine Will Levis minus 1,200 at DraftKings goes number 4. But I mean, Jalen Carter, not a lock to go number 5. I would say if some reason Will Anderson falls to number 5, then I think they might go with Anderson instead of Jalen Carter. Of course, you could have a team trading up for Jalen Carter too. But I think Will Anderson and Jalen Carter are the two who are most in the line to be taken at number 5.
9 minutes left right now for the pick to be in. So we're awaiting that first selection, which should be Bryce Young. And then everything could get very crazy. Let's talk about some of the team needs here too, because obviously we know what Carolina's needs are. Houston has a lot of needs, Andrew Erickson. And that is the thing that everybody keeps coming back to is, well, they've got 2 picks, but they have a lot of needs. Do they go for the quarterback now? Do they trade back? And if they did trade out of this spot just for more picks to satisfy some more of those needs for new head coach D'Amico Ryans, that could cause this entire draft to go into a lot of chaos. So let's talk about Houston, their needs, which are aplenty, and how would you go about addressing them here with the 2 picks that they have, starting with number 2, should they stay in that spot?
I mean, if they stay at 2, the smart decision is to draft a quarterback. I don't think that. I mean, I wasn't exactly on board with them necessarily doing that, just based on the rhetoric that was coming out. They don't love Stroud. Now it seems like that was totally just false the entire time. They leaked the S2 score. I don't know. But it seems like Stroud's going to end up being a Houston Texan, which, I mean, that makes sense to me. Why would they not draft a quarterback? Their team needs a quarterback. When you look at the team needs, just look at it. Look at the roster. Houston, okay, Davis Mills, Case Keenum. Like, they're not going to start those guys. So it makes sense that they're taking a quarterback. They're not risking. Maybe they had the galaxy brain thought that, all right, well, maybe if we take an edge defender and then we go to 12 and then we try to jump back in, then we can try to get one of the quarterbacks we want. And then the owner stepped in and was like, guys, what are we doing here? Just draft a quarterback at 2, and then we'll figure out, we'll get the best player available at 12. If there's an edge defender, we'll trade it for them. But we cannot miss on the quarterback position. And I think they're making the right decision if they ultimately go with Stroud or keep the pick and pick CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that as well. Live market continues to update. Will Levis now minus 1,400. That would be the Colts staying put. So it seems as though the Cardinals don't have to move out of 3 or aren't moving out of 3 right now. Perhaps they're just happy to take Will Anderson. I know I'd be happy to take Will Anderson because, the Cardinals could use a pick that they just don't get wrong. It's not even so much getting it right. Just don't get it wrong. I don't think there's any way you get Will Anderson wrong. Freedman, let's talk about the Carolina Panthers, who are just now under 7 minutes away from making their pick. Carolina Panthers seem to be going in that direction here. They've made a lot of changes this offseason. DJ Chark they brought in. They brought in Adam Thielen. They have some different wide receivers. Levis Chenault has been brought in. Even Miles Sanders for the Carolina Panthers. How does Bryce Young fit in potentially as we're awaiting this pick here for Carolina? We assume it's going to be Bryce Young. How does he fit in right away? And is that a supporting cast that would support him being a useful fantasy asset, let's say in Superflex in year 1 of his career?
I mean, I'm kind of skeptical. Like, he's talented. It has nothing to do with him. It has nothing to do with the coaching staff around him. I think he's got a great coaching staff around him. Maybe one of the best coaching staffs that a rookie quarterback could have. And Miles Sanders, he's got a pretty good running back to help support in the rushing attack. But after that, who's his number 1 wide receiver? Is it Adam Thielen? Is it DJ Chark? Is it
I think
Terrence
it's Chark.
Marshall?
It's going to be Jalen Hyatt.
Or Terrace Marshall again. Yeah.
The ghost of Levis Chenault?
The ghost of I think the answer there is probably Chark. You saw him flash again in Detroit a few times there. I think that's what they're hoping for. And maybe it's more of a combination of, hey, let's get this kid some capable guys. It's better than what a lot of other rookie QBs have started out with we've seen in recent years. Would you agree?
I disagree. The wide receiver unit is really bad there. And like DJ Chark, we haven't seen much from him in the past few seasons. Like Terrace Marshall, there's the hope that he progresses in his 3rd season. But this, like Adam Thielen, this guy's 43 now. I mean, I'm obviously exaggerating, but like you can see how this spins out very quickly into a really bad wide receiver situation. A really good offensive line, good coaching staff. They should be able to make the most of what they have there, but what they have at wide receiver is not anything close to what you would want to support a rookie quarterback.
Well, let me rephrase because perhaps I phrased it improperly. Trevor Lawrence didn't walk into a good situation with his pass catchers. I think this is better what Trevor Lawrence walked into. Certainly better than Zach Wilson walked into. Now Zach Wilson is walking out for a burger and a milkshake somewhere because his job is gone. What about starting to think Mac Jones potentially walking into a situation that wasn't all great in New England? So we have how about Justin Fields walking into a situation in Chicago? I think it's a better situation for Bryce Young than any of those 4 that I just mentioned. Do you still disagree with that?
Yes, I disagree with almost all
There's
of
no
that.
pleasing you, Matthew Freedman. No pleasing you at all.
Yeah, this is a horrible wide receiver group. At least, Zach Wilson had Corey Davis. He had Elijah Moore. Like there were good wide receivers.
Hold on a second. Corey Davis has never had in his life a season like Adam Thielen's had. I know Adam Thielen is getting older.
Thielen is old.
But holy crap. Let's keep it real.
Thielen is old. Elijah Moore was great for the end of his rookie season. It was just that Zach Wilson was terrible. I'm just saying these wide receivers, let's revisit this conversation later. These wide receivers come week 6 of the NFL season, we're going to be looking at this and rubbing our faces and being like, it's not Bryce Young's fault. They just need to put some weapons around him.
I'm not saying it's great. I'm saying it's better than what Trevor Lawrence had and what Justin Fields had and what Mac Jones had. And I will die on that hill. It's better than that. Did you see the crap that these guys had to throw to or try to in the last 2 years? It's been terrible there. It's obviously it's improved greatly year over year for Jacksonville and Trevor Lawrence, but that first year, I guess Levis Chenault is what you get every year in the NFL when you're a rookie, right? You're a rookie QB. Let's get Levis Chenault in there and see if we can get him going. All right. That's a fun argument. I enjoyed that thoroughly here. See, now we're back to disagreeing, which is where we need to be. Let's go over to Thor Nystrom here. Thor, let's get someone else's take here on Bryce Young in the landing spot, please, for the love of God. Talk to me about Carolina. The eventual pick is in. It seems it is going to be Bryce Young. The foregone conclusion is going to be a reality, and it is official now. He is indeed going to be the quarterback of the Carolina Panthers. In your opinion, I'm not saying it's all roses, but is this a situation where he can get into an easy transition into the NFL with what's around him? I'm not saying it's going to be great, but can it be useful, at least early going?
Yeah, I mean, they did as much as they could, right? Like that roster didn't have a lot of talent. They went out there and gave it the old college try. You know, they have the veteran for him and Thielen. They got the shark guy and they got Miles Sanders, whatnot. And the offensive line has a little bit of ability as well. And they're going to obviously run him out on day one. He's going to be the starter. I mean, from right this second going forward there. And yeah, you have enough around him that you can at least facilitate a a psychologically damaging rookie season. I would say the stuff coming out of Carolina about how that team believes they can contend right away, I don't buy that stuff whatsoever, but it's not like such an awful situation that he's going to be emotionally scarred going forward.
Unlikely voice of reason, everyone. Thor Nystrom. I never thought that would happen. Bryce Young officially the pick right now. So the young QB from Alabama. Let's get another take in here. Let's get Andrew Erickson's take before we move on to the next one here. Andrew, you've had a lot of time to hear the arguments that have gone back and forth about the landing spot of Bryce Young, but now it's official. So now that it's official, I understand it's not the ideal situation, but is it a situation that's serviceable, at least for this young quarterback to come in here? And as the Carolina Panthers QB, would you have him as a top 20 quarterback? Because a top 20 quarterback in the NFL would make him super flex worthy.
No, I probably would not have him in that range. Just looking at where's the upside with him from a fantasy perspective. Is he going to run a lot? We've been over this. He's undersized. Like, he's not going to probably run that much. I know he's very elusive, but he's their franchise quarterback. They're not going to be running QB draw with him at the goal line. That's not going to happen. If anything, I like Miles Sanders as a benefit to having Bryce Young under center. Bryce Young targeted the running back a ton at Alabama. And what's Miles Sanders' biggest concern with him in fantasy? They never throw him the ball. Oh, well, now he's on an offense that they paid him to be a 3-down back, so he's going to catch more passes like his rookie season than I think we've ever seen. So I think this is low-key, major stock up for Miles Sanders.
Freedman, my take on Bryce Young was 2 years ago, if you didn't give him a clean pocket, he struggled. Last year, I thought he improved quite a bit in that regard in terms of his ability to not only maneuver in the pocket, but also be more proficient under pressure. So I want to give him a lot of credit there. I've seen people, make comparisons to him, saying, well, Drew Brees was a small quarterback too. I kind of take a little offense to that. I know Drew Brees kind of struggled a little bit early in his career in terms of, health and, again, undersized and all that, but he did take him, eventually landed with Sean Payton before he saw everything go his way. Is Bryce Young in the right position here, at least with the coaching staff, that you feel confident that as he continues to evolve at the NFL level, that he is going to have a very good or Pro Bowl-esque sort of career at the position? Or are we looking at a quarterback whose size eventually is going to catch up with him, kind of like it has with Kyler Murray already in just a few years?
Joe, I mean, to be honest, I don't know. And that is the question surrounding him. We've never seen a player like this. It's not just the height. We've seen guys who are diminutive in stature play quarterback, but never guys who are basically built like a 7th grade outfielder. That is the type of body that he has. And now he's going to be playing in the NFL. Like, he is slight of build. That is the thing that might come back to get him. But he is, as you said, like, much better at maneuvering the pocket. Like, I wouldn't say like he's in like the magician category of someone like Patrick Mahomes, but he is pretty good at navigating a pocket and escaping a pocket and then still being able to deliver a pass on target down the field. So he has the characteristics of a professional quarterback who could be a Pro Bowl caliber player. It's just a question whether he can stay healthy. And it's the same question, that we asked of Kyler Murray. And Kyler, even though he's much stouter, he hasn't been able to stay healthy. So I wouldn't say like I'm pessimistic, but I'm just entering into the Bryce Young era knowing that he has to answer these questions affirmatively every single game that he plays.
I think that's a very fair assessment. Also, a great discussion here we're having. If you want to get into that discussion with us tomorrow on day 2, head over to our Discord, fantasypros.com/chat. Again, it's free to join, but if you're a premium member, you get access to tomorrow night's event. Thor Nystrom, Derek Brown, Scott Bogman, Pat Fitzmaurice. Who knows who could show up? It's going to be an incredible evening there. But again, it's also free to just join, and you can get involved with all of us over at fantasypros.com/chat on our Discord channel. It's a great place to meet people, to get into leagues, to bounce off trade ideas, to access us and AMAs, and so much more off-season and in-season as well. And also, don't forget, we've got another giveaway going on. Also, a Jalen Waddle jersey we're giving away. So if you think that you want to get your hands on this jersey, subscribe to Fantasy Pros YouTube channel, comment in the live chat using the hashtag wide receiver 2. That's WR2. You got that? Because when you do, you could win an autographed Jalen Waddle Miami Dolphins jersey, courtesy of bettingpros.com. So again, subscribe to Fantasy Pros YouTube, comment below in the live stream, hashtag WR2, wide receiver 2, because when you do, you get a chance to win this Jalen Waddle jersey. Number 17, the man, the wide receiver 2, who was also a wide receiver 1 in fantasy last year. So just because you're wide receiver 2 does not mean you can't be a wide receiver 1 in fantasy. We broke that mold last year. Devonta Smith did it. Jalen Waddle did it. We're going to have more guys do it this year, I guarantee. Let's continue to look ahead. So the pick is in for the Houston Texans, boys. Very exciting times to be alive. I know pretty soon we're going to transition with some new talent coming in, but it feels like CJ Stroud is going to be the pick. That's what Vegas is telling us. That's what everybody seems to be accounting for. Our Breer, it looks like, is reporting CJ Stroud to Houston, which makes me a richer boy and a very happy boy, because this is, I think, the perfect example of avoiding the noise. Andrew Erickson, every year this happens. And I know we have months and months of the draft, and we get bored, and we bore ourselves into discussions and bore ourselves with news that might not be so relevant. At the end of the day, the eye test is pretty clear. CJ Stroud is a number 1 type draft prospect at the quarterback position, always was, and always light years ahead of where Will Levis was. As we continue to look in, I'm waiting for the official selection so I can get off my high horse for a moment and let Andrew Erickson go ahead and tell me why we're back to CJ Stroud. So it is indeed CJ Stroud. He is the pick. Congratulations, CJ Stroud. You're headed to Houston. At least you're in the NFL, kid. At least there's nowhere to go but up. Let's talk about it. Erickson, CJ Stroud officially the pick. He had a terrific career at Ohio State. Thor did mention some of the differences at Ohio State offense as opposed to some of the NFL offenses. So I'll go back to him in a minute. But talk about it. Talk about the selection and the beginning of the turnaround for Houston.
It's the right pick to make. Like, they had flirted with using an edge defender, as I talked about a little bit earlier, but ultimately, look, you need a franchise quarterback. How are we going to put butts in seats at the stadium where no one goes to watch Houston Texans games? Okay, now we have someone that we can try to get the crowd base excited. They're trying to wipe away the Deshaun Watson. It's over. Like, we have to move on. We need a franchise quarterback. So ultimately, they made the right decision. I don't know if they really were ever considering taking a defender here. And if it was all just noise, I don't know. But they made the right decision at the end of the day, and that's all that matters. CJ Stroud can step in. Hopefully, by the time tonight's up, he's going to add more weapons to that offense, because right now he's in a similar situation to Bryce Young in Carolina, where he's throwing to Nico Collins, John Mechie, Robert Woods. Not exactly a murderer's row of wide receivers that
That's
you're,
true.
I'm excited for fantasy for CJ Stroud. So let's get his boy at JSN over in Houston at pick 12.
All right. So Thor Nystrom, I want to bring you into this conversation here because we heard so much noise, Thor, about, well, it's the same agent as Deshaun Watson, and that's a bad thing. And we heard about the test score, and we heard, and I'm of the mind that leaked test score, personally, maybe it came from Carolina. And maybe that was how they said, well, this is how we're going to prove to everybody we're taking the right guy at this process. And we moved all the draft capital, and Bryce Young is clearly the dude. I know that's a little outside the box, but then again, we're at a 2 box here, so there's not more space for us to go. CJ Stroud to me was always the pick. CJ Stroud was my number 1 pick over at Betting Pros in our top 10 wagers for the NFL draft. You got it at plus 350. You got it even more potentially at some other books in the last few days after the Will Levis crazy nonsense. What's the lesson for us to learn here at the end of the day? Because this always seemed to be the foregone conclusion. CJ Stroud could have even been number one. And yet all this noise in the last 2 weeks changed everything around, and we ended up in the same place we started anyway.
Yeah, good for you. Those guys got me in Houston, and in part because I seen them make wonky decisions every single draft. Right,
That's
last
fair.
year it was Derek Stingley over Sauce Gardner, so I actually wasn't surprised by at least the idea that was forwarded that they were going to take the edge defender over the quarterback. They obviously made the correct decision here with Stroud. But the takeaway lesson for folks at home is the NFL draft betting market and the props, it's the most reactionary market you will ever see. Like today, especially with this draft where we didn't have a lot of information. And one of the new guys in the Texans war room, D'Amico Ryans, had learned how to smoke screen from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch in San Francisco. It's just like every single piece of news that you've seen today, it was drastically altering those odds. But good for you for seeing through that thing. I seen through the Trey Lance one the Mac Jones one a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be Trey Lance, but they got me tonight. I thought it was going to be Will Anderson here, but they make the correct decision in the end.
Well, look, again, I'm not saying it's I think at the end of the day, I think we all have to trust our eyes and trust what we see on the field and what we see at the combine. At the end of the day, talent wins out, and that's what this is. The draft is about talent, right? First and foremost. And I understand the other things do matter, but if you don't have the talent, it's hard to use that draft capital. Now he's going to be likely a day one starter here. CJ Stroud, very emotional here moment. The beauty of the NFL draft, Thor, to me is always you get to see, in tonight's case, just 31, not 32, but 31 young men realize their life's dream. And that's such a special thing. And to see it happen 31 times is even more special. What does CJ Stroud have ahead of him? Obviously, it's going to be some low times in Houston as they rebuild. But what's waiting on the other side of the tunnel for him potentially in the NFL?
Well, CJ Stroud's first win as a Houston Texans quarterback could be calling up the GM right now and say, get me Jackson Smith and Jigba. The dream is still alive. Yeah, I mean, Houston's sitting in the correct spot for him. They're ahead of the couple teams that have been connected to Jackson Smith and Jigba most. If there's one guy that knows how to use Jackson Smith and Jigba in his game, it's CJ Stroud. And, before we were talking about the best accuracy in the class and the best placement in the class in CJ Stroud, obviously Jackson Smith and Jigba, he gets that separation every single route like we were talking about because of that joystick agility. He's going to put it on his hands. The first year, I mean, like if they don't use that 12th pick on a wide receiver, now you're starting to wonder, like, I mean, you brought up the projected 3 starting wide receivers for the Texans right now. It is grisly there. So they need big time help. And I'm hoping the 12th pick that they're going to go out and get it.
Thor Nystrom, the Minnesota Madman. Tomorrow you can catch him on our Discord, fantasypros.com/chat. Go premium, fantasypros.com/premium. Get all the amazing draft tools, the in-season management tools, and access to premium channels on Discord like night 2 of the draft, because you and Derek and the rest of our team are going to be breaking all that down, and there's nobody better to talk about that with. I know you've got some fun other things planned tonight. Go out there, enjoy your Minnesota Vikings pick. I know you will. And I'll be thinking about you during it, and I hope it's not one that you dislike, although that will be some good theater. It will. I want you to be happy at the end of the day. And it looks like we've got our first trade, so let us transition back here to Matthew Freedman, bring him back into the conversation, bring Derek Brown back into the conversation as well, because it seems like Houston has now moved up to 3. And this is interesting because this is exactly what Daniel Jeremiah had in his mock draft last night, which was them moving up in order to get the number 3 pick as well and take Will Anderson and CJ Stroud back to back, which if indeed this is it, Derek Brown, this is how you turn an organization around. You get your franchise quarterback, you go ahead and you get the best defensive player, and now you have the pieces to compete at the NFL level to start to build back something in Texas. What are your thoughts on this move here Houston's made?
I mean, they're playing chess, man. Daniel Jeremiah had this in his mock, and I know when I read it, I was like, oh, I don't know if that's going to happen, baby.
He's
but
the best in the business, folks.
Now
There's certain people you pay attention to mock draft season. I think Daniel's one of them.
Now to see it come to fruition, man. This is talking about you just got cornerstone pieces on the offensive and defensive side of the ball. I mean, as much as we were all clowning the Texans last year and in the process leading up to this, like, what are they doing? Are they going to take Will Levis? Like, oh, good Lord. This is, I mean, come on. You got to tip your hat to this, man. This is savvy moves.
I hope that the person who went on Reddit to say that thing about Will Levis did it just to go ahead and bet CJ Stroud. Like, I hope that's like, I'm not saying it wasn't me, but I'm not saying it was me. Just saying. Matthew Freedman is barely amused by my antics as per usual. All right, let's talk about this move here for the Houston Texans. Freedman, it seemed like Arizona should always have moved out of this pick here. We'll get the particulars in a second. So what are your thoughts here with them? You would imagine going here with Will Anderson. Do you believe that's going to be the pick here?
Yeah, I mean, a week ago, I would have said maybe Tyree Wilson because there was some speculation that Houston preferred the theoretical upside that Wilson has relative to the heightened floor that you might get out of Will Anderson. But I think Anderson should be the pick. You know, he was productive. He still fits what they want to do defensively. And it's not as if like he has a low ceiling. I think maybe he just doesn't have an all pro ceiling, but that's a total projection with Tyree Wilson. So yeah, I think Will Anderson makes a ton of sense here.
Will Anderson is indeed the pick. He is hugging his family, the youngest and only boy in his family. He has 5 sisters. I saw that profile about him. What an incredible profile about this family, and a beautiful moment for this young man. Absolutely. The Cardinals get the Houston number 12, pick number 33 in the first 2024 third, first in the 2024, and a third round pick in the 2024, and the Texans get 3 and 105 overall in this year's draft. So Kent, thank you, Kent Wyrock, giving us that information here. Let's bring in Kent. Kent has been a contributor here to FantasyPros.com for the last few weeks and months here leading up to the NFL draft, has given us some great content. Kent, thank you so much for making sure that you got all of those draft picks settled here as the Houston Texans make a splash. We had early movement. This is fun. I am energized for this draft. What do you think about what Houston has done here, getting arguably the best quarterback and arguably the best defensive player on the board here with back-to-back picks to open things up?
Well, look, I mean, first things first is all due respect to Jeremiah. He's one of the best in the biz, like you guys were saying, but it's nice having action early in this draft and, 2 blue chip players right off the bat. I was going to bat for CJ Stroud for quite a while. I had him at number 2 for the longest time, my mock drafts. And so I did end up keeping him there in my final one on Fantasy Pros contest. But
good for you, Ken.
Yeah, I kept it strong. But it certainly was tough as we got closer there and the odds started to shift in the favor of Will Anderson. But yeah, like I was saying, blue chip defender, jumping up to 3. The trade was maybe a bit rich, but you get a couple of guys that are going to be a cornerstone of your, franchise for quite a while. So I think it could end up being worth it.
Well, let's talk about how rich it was. So the Cardinals got the 12th pick in exchange for the 3. So Texas came away with the 3 and the 105. The Cardinals get 12, 33. Then you get the first next year and a third in 2024. Now, I know that sounds like a lot, but at the same time, if you're the Texans, you need the immediate change. And if you're the Cardinals, you need a lot of help too. This is another team that, if you look at this roster, in some ways you could say it's even worse than the Houston Texans in some regards. I mean, they had the quarterback, but I don't know if they have a whole lot else. And it seems like Hopkins could be on his way out as well soon.
It's arguably the worst roster in the league right now, and certainly in terms of the next couple of years and the way they're going. I consider this a pretty good haul for the Cardinals. I mean, 2 first-round picks and then 33s, borderline top 40 player is always considered kind of a sweet spot for where you're getting the good talent in drafts year in and year out. So I think it's great for the Cardinals. They got to turn things around. They got Kyler on a contract, for at least a few more years, I think, until they start thinking about the next direction. But this certainly beefs up their capital for the future, and I think it's a good trade.
All right, so there you have it. The Houston Texans making an early move here. So now we have to look to the 4th pick, which by all accounts, we could be thinking about indeed Will Levis. So Kent, do you think that this is where the Colts get their QB, or do you think they go in another direction, maybe an Anthony Richardson or someone else?
Yeah, no, I think they're locked in on QB. They have a pretty solid roster overall. They have a decent slot of receivers there. So I think Will Levis is going to be the pick. He's a borderline project where you got to work him in a little bit, fix some stuff, but he is coming from, obviously the terrible situation that you guys were talking about earlier. So you got to give him a little bit of leeway, but he can come in and take over the game probably day one for the Colts. So I'm pretty excited about it.
All right, let's check in and back with Matthew Freedman and Derek Brown here and talk to them about the potential upcoming needs of the Indianapolis Colts. We know they need the quarterback. That is something they desperately need, but this is another roster that needs a lot of other things as well. They do still have Jonathan Taylor. Offensive line did not play as well last year as one would have hoped, but as we continue to look here at the Indianapolis Colts, the needs of this team, Derek Brown, in your opinion here, the pick is in. This is a foregone conclusion as well that Will Levis will be not only the Colts quarterback, but also probably the week one starter of this team.
Yeah, I think if you're picking him this high, he's going to be the week one starter. I'm not going to push Gardner Minshew over that. So, I mean, yeah, I think it's going to be Will Levis show for better or worse. Not exactly what I like, but, I get why the Colts want to go this direction. Can't say I agree.
Matthew Freedman, let's get some of your thoughts on Will Levis here in this situation with the Indianapolis Colts. They do have a high-end running back here in Jonathan Taylor to help support him with that run game. How important is that to the development of Will Levis as a quarterback prospect?
Yeah, I imagine it will be really important, in part because he does run that pro-style offense, and a pro-style offense does tend to rely a little more on the running game, both just in terms of actually moving the offense, but then also setting up the passing game through play action, and then also, looks like maybe they took Richardson. That is interesting. I like that.
Beautiful.
Oh, look, is that true? Is this confirmed yet? If so, that is monumental. And you know what I say if that's so? Good for you, Indianapolis. Good for you. Yeah. I'd rather shoot, this is that thing, right? Do you want to swing for the home run or do you want to try to hit a double in the gap? And Richardson seems like the home run swing. You have Gardner Minshew, if indeed it is Anthony Richardson. So do you think that, Gardner Minshew would be enough if indeed that pick was that?
Yeah, I mean, but I don't think that they take Anthony Richardson, number 4, and then automatically have Gardner Minshew be the starter for week one. Like, it'll be a battle, and I think Anthony Richardson could win that battle.
And the pick is in. The pick is Anthony Richardson. So an incredible swing here. So just to keep everything straight here as we continue our accounting here on Fantasy Pros, Will Levis was not the number 2 pick. Will Levis was not the number 4 pick. It seems like the NFL does still understand that at the end of the day, it's the extraordinary talent that you try to get on your roster and then figure it out later. So we've talked earlier in the pre-show about the potential of Anthony Richardson, right? I mean, this is an exciting pick here in dynasty leagues because he now leapfrogged Will Levis. What's this going to do to his dynasty value, in your opinion, Derek Brown, when you're looking at Anthony Richardson? Let's say you're in a dynasty startup here. Where does he go in a rookie draft? Where does he go? Because sometimes draft capital ends up shooting up whenever you have a guy who bumps way higher than you anticipate him going in the draft.
I mean, I've had Anthony Richardson as my QB2 through the entire process. You can make a case for him as early, I think, as the 102, because I still think Bijan is locked in at the 101. Now, if you're in Superflex drafts, you want to take A-Rich at the 101. I get that, but I love this pick for the Colts. I love shooting for the moon here. I think it's a fantastic fit with Shane Steichen in this offense. And the other part about this is this offense has the parts or pieces. Like Jonathan Taylor, you can lean on him for the beginning of the season, hell, even the whole entire rookie year, and really kind of like let Anthony Richardson get his feet underneath him. I love this. I think this is a hand and glove fit. Like, you could talk me into A-Rich being that first overall pick in Superflex.
You mentioned that Shane Steichen being the new head coach over there, he was the offensive coordinator of the Eagles last year. Sometimes Freedman, we see that and we go, well, of course they're going to go for the Russian quarterback because he worked with Jalen Hurts. And that doesn't always equate. But how important is that the fact that this offensive coordinator, now head coach, had success there with Jalen Hurts and that project? And can Anthony Richardson reach similar heights, if not exceed them?
Well, I don't know about exceeding them because, I mean, those are pretty high heights that we saw out of Jalen Hurts. But here's the thing. I would have been enthusiastic about Anthony Richardson almost regardless of where he went. You know, like he for me is the number one quarterback in this class, regardless of where he lands. And then you add to that the fact that it's actually, in my opinion, a good circumstance because of the coaching staff. And there are some weapons there around him to support. So, yeah, Anthony Richardson, there is a case to be made in Superflex for him to be the 101 in rookie drafts. I'm not saying it's locked in, but I'm saying there's a case to be made there.
All right, let's bring back Kent Wyeruck before we get to the first of many selections for the Seattle Seahawks as they are on the clock with less than about 4 minutes left. Anthony Richardson, Kent, is 6'4" and a quarter, 244, runs a 40-yard dash in 4.43, has a vertical of 40 and a half, a broad jump of, 10 feet, 9 inches. An athletic freak by all accounts, but a work in progress. So in your opinion, what have the Colts gotten themselves into, and can they get the most out of Anthony Richardson in terms of other teams on the board that could have taken him?
Well, first things first, I'll tell you, I don't want to get in his way if he's ever running my way. So
You and me both, my friend.
I guarantee you most of the NFL doesn't either. He's just a freight train of a quarterback. And the stuff that he's good at in regards to the passing game is stuff like pocket presence and being aware of kind of the defenders around him. So it's a good base to set up from. And I think a lot of people believe that he has very fixable traits in regards to maybe some of the accuracy questions. So I should also add, I'm quite happy. Earlier today, there was a 10-1 bet on DK for third overall Anthony Richardson, and I did throw that on my prop bet card, and that one hit. So that's a real nice one to get early in the draft and start building up that bankroll going forward.
All right, let's continue to look on here. The Seattle Seahawks are up next. Kent, in your opinion, where do they go with this first of, again, several picks in this first round that they have?
Yeah, so it's nice that they have two first-round picks, and it gives them a lot of flexibility in terms of what they want to approach for kind of filling their needs and what positions they want to go after. Jalen Carter seems like the obvious choice here. In terms of talent, there's the off-field stuff. You can have those questions, but we're not going to go too on much about that. He's a blue-chip player. Again, he's one of the best interior defenders. It's a premium position. He's an outstanding pass rusher. So you're getting yourself a quality play here if you take him here at 5.
Boys, going back to Matthew Freedman and Derek Brown, Seattle Seahawks certainly could use some help in the front. Defensive tackle could be something they're looking for. Edge could be something they're looking for here. They've been rumored for Jalen Carter for quite a bit. Freedman, if you are a betting man, and I believe last time I checked, you had 174 bets made already tonight. What do you think they do here at the end of the day?
Well, I'll take the under on the number of bets that I've made there. Not quite that many, but yes,
the night is young, my friend.
That's true. Jalen Carter, I think he's the favorite, and he should be the favorite to go here to the Seahawks at number 5. Just in terms of raw talent, I think he's the top player in this class. We saw that for 2 years as the anchor to one of the best defenses we've ever seen in college football. He does things at his size that a human being probably should not be capable of doing. The questions are, off the field concerns. And then does he love football, right? Like, is he motivated enough to practice hard every day, to be in the weight room every day, right? So they're professional concerns, but in terms of just raw talent, he's the guy. And if there's one club that you would think they could bring this guy in and fit him into the culture, it would be Seattle. And then after them, maybe before them, I'd say the Eagles. I think it's one of those two teams that would probably go with this guy. And if I'm the Seahawks, I'm doing it.
Yeah, it seems like where the smart money is right now. And again, we've been talking about the wagering. We've been talking about the Betting Pros app. Make sure if you haven't already, you download that Betting Pros app so you can stay on top of all these moving lines. We've talked about that. CJ Stroud, number 1 bet there, hitting, and that's an incredible thing. And that's why you tune into us, because we stay true to a lot of our evaluations here at Betting Pros, and we continue to make money here. You can see me plus 275 there. I'm also hoping that the Dallas Cowboys come away with Bijan Robinson. We'll see if I'm right about that. Draft's already getting a little wacky here as well. But again, to track all your bets, to make all your bets, to find the best line and where it lives, that's what Betting Pros is about. So you can see for those of you who don't know, you can see all of the different betting houses in one spot, find the best odds, and go ahead and make your wager there. And if betting isn't even legal, you could just go make picks and track and have fun just wagering without wagering too. Betting Pros is an incredible app. It's free. Go download it now. You can go premium and get more bells and whistles. We've also got incredible coverage going on this year, and our YouTube channel at Betting Pros continues to grow as well. So subscribe to there. Also, bettingpros.com, where we want you to bet smarter, not harder. All right, let's get things going here because the pick is in. Derek Brown, do you believe what Matthew Freedman said is true in the sense that Seattle is a place where if Jalen Carter is somebody with some issues or some red flags, that is a place that can absorb them? I mean, we've heard this before, right? Guys like Tyrann Mathieu, some other guys had some questions. Some of them end up becoming model citizens in locker rooms. Others, problem children. What do you think Carter is, and do you think Carter is the pick?
I think Carter's probably the pick here. Seattle, you had Richard Sherman and Quandre Diggs on Richard Sherman's podcast talking about supporting Carter if he lands there. If they go off the board, I mean, I still think it's probably going to be on the defensive side of the ball. I'll probably lean Carter or they trade back, but either way, I think they're going to be locked into taking somebody on the defense.
Well, it seems like it is somebody on the defense, but not Jalen Carter, which is going to throw this draft into a bit of a tizzy because I know that the Detroit Lions were hot on a corner, and now their hand is going to be pressed because if indeed it is Devon Witherspoon, I'm still waiting if it's Devon Witherspoon or Devon Witherspoon. I'm going to call him Mr. Witherspoon until further account. The corner from Illinois, Mr. Witherspoon, is the guy to now go off the board. So, look, in terms of corner prospect, we're going to pivot here and talk about it. Derek, this is one of the best ones on the board, if not the best one, the consensus best one in a lot of people's opinions. A little surprising here, but safer in a lot of ways. And this is a secondary that had a ton of problems covering last year. And if you look at what they have to play against there, some tough teams you're going to have to guard against. You need corner help. So Witherspoon in the fold now in Seattle. They've gone safe with their first pick. They've taken him right from underneath Detroit. So what's the ripple effect? Does Detroit now go with Carter? Do they go with a Christian Gonzalez? What do you think the fallout is here from this pick of Witherspoon at 5?
I think you could see Detroit do one of a few different things. They could go BPA. I think the likely spot if they stay here, because I think it's either trade down or possibly go edge. I mean, because if you look at their secondary, they got Emmanuel Mosley, they signed Cameron Sutton, they got CJ Gardner-Johnson. Their secondary is not ailing, so they easily could move back, or I think they probably address the edge position. But this is a fantastic pick by taking Devon Witherspoon to Seattle. You're going to pair him with Tariq Woolen as the long-term anchors on the outside for that cornerback room. I mean, it's fantastic. I would love to, and we're putting in our draft grades live right now. I haven't given anybody below a 98 so far, Joe, because I'm loving all these moves by these teams. This is a fantastic chess move by Seattle.
Well, I think what we're seeing here, Derek, and correct me if I'm wrong, is teams betting on talent. I mean, it's not so much, the Wonderlic tests or the this and the that. They're talking about the players that performed on the field, the players that tested well at the combine. And at the end of the day, I mean, look, you see the comp right now to Denzel Ward. I mean, it's a really some pretty high rankings here for Witherspoon and what the thought process is on him and what he can contribute. Freedman, I know we were just talking so much about Jalen Carter being the guy here. Do you think that this is a better move here for the Seahawks in terms of safer investment with such a high pick?
No, I hate this. I hate this pick.
Oh, God, I love you so much. You're my favorite person. Let's go. Why do you hate it, Freedman?
Okay, I think you have Jalen Carter,
this one,
who is clearly the top talent in this class, versus Devon Witherspoon, who is there's circumstances, but literally a 0-star recruit who is small, who is not an elite athlete, who's old. Why take him at number 5? But his ceiling relative to Jalen Carter's ceiling, he might as well be in the basement. It's not that this is a terrible pick, but it is an unimaginative pick.
if you would like to see Matthew Freedman tomorrow, he will be on his porch telling you to get off of his lawn and yelling at the clouds somewhere between 2 and 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Let's bring in Kent Wyrick now because I need a calmer essence around Kent. Let's talk about this one here for you. Obviously a bit of a surprise. Do you dislike this pick of Devon Witherspoon as much as Matthew Freedman, and is that possible?
No, I don't think it's possible. Nothing dislikes things more than Matthew Freedman, but
That's fair.
no, it's an interesting pick. I wouldn't describe cornerback as one of their top needs, and so they're kind of go with more of a best pick available. Again, Freedman doesn't think that's what this is either, but he's a good player. He's rated very highly on aggregate, big boards, and he's one of the elite secondary defenders in this draft, and that's another premium position, obviously. So these teams are going to be contributing a lot of draft capital to make sure they're securing their secondary. And Devon Witherspoon does that quite well. So, it's a fine pick. I think they could have done better. I think they could have traded down potentially, but they do have some other picks that they're dealing with in this draft. So I don't know. It's okay. I won't say it's bad, but it's okay.
Well, Arizona says, hold my beer. I'm moving back up to 6 right now. So we have another trade here. So Arizona is moving up to the 6th spot. If you were to venture a guess, Kent, what do you think Arizona is moving back here up the draft board to take?
Oh, so the two options that come to my mind are going to be Tyree Wilson, the edge defender, and then potentially Paris Johnson Jr., the big left tackle. So, kind of the biggest connection this draft cycle, at least recently, has been either Will Anderson or Paris Johnson Jr. So it'd be a bit of a pivot to go to Tyree Wilson. So I think I'm going to lean a little bit more into the Paris Johnson Jr. selection here.
All right, let's take a look at the Cardinals team needs here and go back to Freedman and Derek Brown and break it all down. So it could be Gonzalez, it could be Tyree Wilson, it could be Jalen Carter. It feels like if Carter didn't go at 5, Jalen Carter is going to fall down this board. I'm just saying he's going to fall down a little bit further than people might realize, because if Seattle is not the place to embrace him and whatever the questions are, there's some other locker rooms that aren't able to do that either. So Freedman, let's look at Arizona's needs. I can't believe we fit them all in one graphic. Shout out to Ethan for even getting this far, because there's a ton of them on the Arizona list of needs. Matthew Freedman, with less than 2 minutes left here, what would you put on the Arizona Cardinals here?
I mean, I don't know. They, as you say, they need everything. So Christian Gonzalez makes some sense as a cornerback. Like, they are totally destitute at cornerback. At least they have some players at the other positions. And there were some sharp mockers who earlier in the process did have Christian Gonzalez as, kind of like an aspirational, like, hey, maybe he gets as high as number 3 type of player. So maybe Christian Gonzalez, Paris Johnson, that feels a little bit high, but all of these guys are kind of like in the wheelhouse, like Paris Johnson, Tyree Wilson, Christian Gonzalez. It could be any of them.
Well, Johnson would be a smart investment, considering you got to protect the enormous investment you made in Kyler Murray. It feels like the Detroit Lions wanted Witherspoon. They didn't get Witherspoon, and they said, screw it, I'm out. And they just decided to walk away altogether. So I guess their grade on Gonzalez was not good enough, because most people would argue, well, if you don't get Witherspoon, you get Gonzalez. A lot of people had mocked Gonzalez just, months ago to Detroit. The pick is in. We shall see if indeed it is the offensive tackle, Paris Johnson from Ohio State. Everybody in the Arizona Cardinal room is very excited about this. There's lots of high fives, lots of things going on. We shall see what the pick is in a moment. Derek Brown, in your opinion, is the safe pick here? Paris Johnson, take the tackle, protect the quarterback, and start to build up there.
I think the safe pick would be Paris Johnson Jr. If I'm the Cardinals, I would want to go with the corner room, because I think Christian Gonzalez would be a fantastic fit for Shane Steichen's zone-heavy defense. Now, I can't fault, and I want to bring this up real fast, but I can't fault the Detroit Lions for moving back. Did you see the haul they got? Like, you're telling me that the Arizona Cardinals came up?
Well, let's break that down. So talk about the haul, what it is, because Detroit got the 34th pick and the 12th pick in this deal. And good on them. Look, maybe they see the board as deeper than other people do, and they believe that there's lots to be gained here and a little bit more bulk. But That's pretty good. So they're moving back there. Indeed, the pick is Paris Johnson, the tackle from Ohio State. That is locked in. That is loaded. So the big man headed to Arizona to protect whatever eventually comes back. That is the quarterback of Kyler Murray. I like this pick. I think this is smart by the Cardinals too. You got some draft capital, right? You got some extra picks in there, and then you saw an opportunity. You move back up to take the guy that you wanted. So Paris Johnson Jr. is that guy. Matthew Freedman. So this was one of the two things we've talked about. This is what it is. Do you think that the Cardinals made a good move so far, moving out and then back up to get Paris Johnson?
Yeah, I mean, there were rumors that they might take him at number 3.
Right.
So trading down, getting some future draft capital, and then trading back up, and ultimately getting some value there and getting your guy. Yeah, pretty good move. And, I mean, they have a lot of needs. I think they addressed a need here intelligently while getting capital. And we just have to see how this new front office does for the rest of this process. But this was a good, encouraging first move.
Big man Paris Johnson rocking the double-breasted suit too, bringing sexy back. Let's go, Paris Johnson. You're looking good there in the all-light color. Very cool. Hugging Roger Goodell again. Beautiful moments. This is such a fun time. Let's go over to Kent and get his take on this movement here. The trade that went down that now sent Paris Johnson over to the Arizona Cardinals. The Lions moving out. So already it's been a wacky pick so far. Kent, just if I'm keeping score correctly in my brain, there's 2 of the 5 picks that we've had, or 6 picks that we've had, have been from the actual position that they should have been, right? Or 3 of them. So we're at 50%. We'll see how the rest of the night goes in terms of movement. What's your take here on Paris Johnson being the pick? How did Arizona do here with this selection? And what does it mean for the future protection of Kyler Murray, an offensive line here that has struggled, obviously, in the last few years?
Sure. Well, I mean, I love the pick, and I think that Monty Ossenfort's doing his best Sonny Weaver Jr. impression here with these down trades and up trades and moving all around and shaking. This is a lot of trades for the top 10 in recent history, so very interesting. I'm sure a lot of mock drafts are busted already, but you know what? That's fine. It makes for good content. So, yeah, Paris Johnson Jr. is a great left tackle. He allowed just 3 sacks on over 950 pass blocking snaps for Ohio State. Kyler Murray's been stumping for him, allegedly. So, that's always a good sign that you're going to go out and get the guy that your quarterback wants to help protect you. So I'm a big fan. Paris Johnson Jr. was the top offensive lineman in this draft, in my opinion. You have the option with Skoronski, but then there's the questions about his size and arm length and stuff like that. And if he kicks inside to where guard is a little bit less premium. So I love the pick. It's pretty great for the Cardinals.
Great breakdown as always, Kent. Kent will be joining us again in a little while. If you think that you know who the next pick for the Tennessee Titans is going to be, well, we want to hear from you in our chat, so drop it below. And when you do, subscribe to Fantasy Pros, because when you subscribe to our YouTube channel and comment in the live chat using the hashtag TEN11, that's 1011, when you do, you could win an autographed Treylon Burks Tennessee Titans jersey, courtesy of bettingpros.com. Betting Pros, the app is free. The information is vital for you to continue to make good on all of your wages and bet smarter, not harder. Treylon Burks jersey can be yours. Again, all you have to do, tell us who you think Tennessee is going to take. Make a comment. Use the hashtag 1011, again, TEN11, and then go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And when you do, don't forget to click that little bell till it goes ding. Also, we know you're watching because you love fantasy football, so we want you to win $1 million because we've partnered with the FFPC to bring you Fantasy Pros Championship, $350 entry, season-long fantasy football contest with $6 million in total prizes, including a $1 million first place prize. Drafts are open today. You can sign up at fantasypros.com/championship. Again, that's fantasypros.com/championship, and use that promo code FantasyPros for $25 off your entry. Enter the contest before June 1st and draft your team before the 15th of June for an additional early bird credit of $35. Matthew Freedman loves the early bird credit too. Right after he's done yelling at the clouds and telling you to get off his lawn, he goes for the early bird Friday special, usually the prime rib. That's what he likes to get. Again, fantasypros.com/championship. Go win $1 million for playing fantasy football. We're up next finally to the Raiders, the elusive Raiders. Matthew Freedman, we've gone so many times about what the Raiders could do. Well, they can't take Anthony Richardson. They could take Will Levis if they wanted to take a quarterback. But do you have a prediction of what you think they're going to do here at 7 now? Now, although I love putting you on mute in our meetings, here on the broadcast, it's probably better if you put your microphone on.
That's called a Freedman. Love to see it live.
You get one of them.
Called a Freedman.
You used it up. Now you can talk again.
I was too busy thinking about the prime rib I was going to be eating tomorrow
It's
at
delicious.
3:00 in the afternoon.
Freedman, we know it's really just a free coffee. That's what you're really thinking about.
Look, and Murder, She Wrote reruns are on at 7. You got to get home in plenty of time.
Do you want me to talk about the Raiders? I mean,
yeah, I do. But the pick is in, so talk fast.
Christian Gonzalez feels like that would make some sense, but not Will Levis.
Not Will Levis. Christian Gonzalez, the prediction. Derek Brown, do you have a prediction here for this next selection?
Okay, the Will Levis would be the most Raiders things to do. That's probably going to be my guess here. I don't think they're smart enough to take Christian Gonzalez.
They do need corner help. I mean, it seems like it. I guess it depends on who you think is running the ship nowadays, because Josh McDaniels, it's not like they can't move on from Josh McDaniels, but it doesn't feel like he's got a lot of confidence. I feel like if Josh McDaniels had his way and was coming off a great season, then maybe Will Levis would be the pick. You look at the needs here for the Las Vegas Raiders we have up on the screen. Again, there's several, QB being one of them, cornerback being the other. It feels like one of those two. Christian Gonzalez would feel like the better investment. And here becomes the intriguing question. If it is Christian Gonzalez, Derek Brown, how much farther is Will Levis possibly going to go? Will he go to maybe 11, maybe to the Tennessee Titans?
I mean, it's possible. You're looking at like that's probably his ceiling, unless somebody is just so enamored with Will Levis that they're going to trade up, which I don't see that happening. So I think Levis probably falls down the board. But yeah, the most Raiders thing to do would be to take Levis here. Or to take some other high-risk, head-scratching pick. I mean, I know Josh McDaniels would love to redraft Tim Tebow if he could, so that's not on the board, but maybe Hendon Hooker would be an absolute Raiders Josh McDaniels type of pick.
Well, it seems as though, per Albert Breer, that the Raiders are taking Tyree Wilson. Now, Matthew Freedman, if indeed that is the selection, we're talking about arguably the best defensive player out there, incredible pass rusher, incredible issue, though, with the foot, where you have to worry, are you taking damaged goods already? Is this an issue that's going to haunt him this year in his rookie year? Is it an issue that's going to come up time and time again throughout his career? What is your take on the possibility of this indeed being Tyree Wilson as we wait for the official selection?
So, I mean, very few people mocked Tyree Wilson to the Raiders, in part because they have Chandler Jones, they have Max Crosby. That's the big thing. And then also, it just seems like they have so many other needs. But Tyree Wilson, I would say, looking at it, is probably the best player available on the board. And Chandler Jones did underperform last year. So in theory, this could be addressing a position of need. In terms of the injury and the risk of re-injury for Tyree Wilson for the rest of his career, I don't know, Joe. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on TV. But I will say that there were reports that a number of teams did clear him medically. And so I'm assuming that if they are drafting him here, it is because they did give him a clean bill of health.
All right, let's see what Russell Brown has to say about this pick, because indeed it is the Texas Tech edge rusher Tyree Wilson who is off the board. Russell, I know you're doing pretty well here from all accounts in terms of your mock draft. First of all, how do you feel about everything that's gone down? Because you haven't talked to you in a little bit. And then how do you feel about the Tyree Wilson selection?
Yeah, I'm a little upset with myself right now. I had Tyree Wilson last night around 10 o'clock in my final mock draft. And right before submitting it, I go, you know what? Let's play it safe. Let's go Paris Johnson. We'll make a switch. We go Paris Johnson 7th. We'll take Tyree with Chicago at 9. I swapped those two picks. I'd be sitting pretty good right now if that wasn't the case. But overall, I like this pick. I think he's a versatile defender, great length, that 7'2" wingspan. You just see the length though at 6'6", 275 pounds, and you can see him going in there and playing as a 4-eye, a 5 technique. He can do a variety of things with that length. He's got to get a little bit faster off the football, but I love the bend. I love the motor. And I think ultimately there's some potential there. Now, I'm going to go ahead and say it just for the Raiders fans out there. I'm kind of getting those flashbacks to Farrell when he was on the stage for Clemson and he didn't really pan out. But we'll kind of see what happens. I think it's a good pick. He's relatively should be a relatively safe pick, and it's one of those where you take the best player available, and that's what the Raiders need to do. They got to just take the best player available.
17 sacks for Tyree Wilson last year with Max Crosby on the other side there. How much does this help Crosby and also Wilson's development in that sense? Sometimes when you're an early, young pass rusher and there's no one on the other end there, you can get those double teams. Is this going to free him up to have possibly more early success for the Raiders?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to allow, him to play a little bit more free and one-on-one with those outside shades as he's playing on the outside shoulder of a tackle. He'll have that half-man responsibility. And even if a tight end does come over, that should free up Tyree Wilson. And we've seen what he's been able to do. I mean, when he was fully healthy this past season at Texas Tech prior to the injury, he was one of the more dominant defenders in college football. So, over the last 2 seasons, he's led his team in sacks and tackles for loss, 50 quarterback pressures in 2022, and that led the Big 12. And he's just one of those players that he's got the talent, he's got the upside, he just has to stay healthy. And as Matt said, a lot of teams checked him off as healthy. He passed physical, so I think it's a great fit ultimately. And I was a little bit worried that maybe they would take a Will Levis here and pull the Trey Lance card to Jimmy Garoppolo once again, but fortunately they did not do that.
Albert Breer, who so far has been pretty on the money tonight, is reporting that Bijan Robinson, the next pick potentially for the Atlanta Falcons. Now, obviously, the fist pump from Russell Brown before he got off camera there. Derek Brown, from one Brown to another. What can Bijan do for the Atlanta Falcons?
I mean, Atlanta is just slowly building an all-star team, like a team of mutants. Like, this is the Monstars without a quarterback right now. So you airdrop a
That's
quarterback.
the problem, right? Like, you have Kyle Pitts, you have Drake London, you have Bijan Robinson potentially. That is an incredible trio. But is
collapse for Caleb? Collapse for Caleb in 2024, baby. Like, you're looking at this offense. I mean, you got Kyle Pitts, Drake London, and now Bijan Robinson. That's a pretty good triumvirate. As much as we don't want to be like, okay, let's take a running back in the top 10. This is a really good situation to airdrop a quarterback into.
He's not a running back. He's not even human. He's a cyborg sent from the future to destroy the NFL. He's Bijan Robinson. Matthew Freedman, we talked earlier about Tyler Algier being capable. I feel like this is the difference is, it's a hot day outside and you're a kid and, somebody gives you the cup of ice cream that's the vanilla and the chocolate, right? And it's fine. Like, it's good. It's hot out. You're happy. But then they give you Bijan Robinson, and that's like, you got to go to Dairy Queen and you got to do the Blizzard with all the fixins, and then you got the whipped cream on top, and then you got the supersized version of it. That's what you're getting here. I know we, compared it to Jahmyr Gibbs, those are the 1 and 2 running backs on most people's board, but it's Bijan Robinson and then a very far comparison away. The one thing the Falcons did so well last year was the offensive line was very good in run blocking, and Algier was pretty strong. What happens when you put a monster like Bijan behind that line? What is the upside in year 1 for him?
Yeah, I mean, poor Tyler Algier. It's not as if he did anything wrong, but like, this is the fate that awaits 5th round running backs. At some point, you're going to be replaced by a dude who is much more physically capable than you are. And man, I mean, this is going to be something really special to see. In this offense, if they had a more imaginative play caller, this offense could really be something special, because it's not as if Desmond Ridder is an awesome player, but he's a really good runner. And you've got Cordarrelle Patterson, who's kind of this all around like dual threat type of player. You have Jonnu Smith, who is just like an all athlete type of guy. And those two guys are alongside your superstars, who are 3 awesome players. Like, this offense could be amazing. They just need more imagination with the play calling. And I'm hoping that the addition of this like all pro caliber running back signals maybe we start to move a little more in that direction.
Derek, I've been a supporter of Desmond Ridder when he was in college. Bogman will tell you a couple years ago, we were doing the college football show together. And I said, I really like this kid from Cincinnati. I think he's got a lot of guts. And what do you know? Like, eventually they got into the college playoffs, and obviously they got their doors blown off. We know what happened there. And I know it wasn't sunshine and roses last year for Desmond Ridder early going, but is it getting to a point, and it's a dangerous question because we've seen too big to fail all the time, but with all these assets, if Desmond Ridder is just capable, is that enough to really revitalize this Atlanta Falcons offense?
I love you, Joe, but I do not like Desmond Ridder.
Okay.
If this offense is really good, it's going to be not because of Desmond Ridder. It's going to be despite Desmond Ridder.
Okay, fair
So
enough.
I think this offense is going to be, I'm not going to say explosive, but I think you have so much talent here that the floor has been absolutely raised at least 3 to 4 notches here. So I think really this is a situation where you're looking at the Falcons are saying, okay, we build up all this around, and then next year we airdrop a quarterback into this. So even if Ridder plays competently, again, Freedman just talked about, okay, this is what happens to 5th round running backs. Well, Desmond Ridder is going to feel the pain of what happens to 3rd or 4th round quarterbacks next year. So that's really where I think Atlanta's going to go next year.
Also some details, Russell Brown giving us some details. Detroit in that trade with Arizona, Detroit receives the 12th, the 34th, and the 168th overall. Arizona receives the 6th and the 81st overall picks in this year's draft. Also, per Tom Pelissero, the Eagles are on the clock now at 9, so they have moved up 1 spot. The pick is in. It is Bijan Robinson to the Atlanta Falcons. So I guess the good news is, if you believe the Arthur Smith situation where he's just going to run the hell out of the football like they did in Tennessee, well, here you go. I don't know who the quarterback is you're going to airdrop in. Probably not going to happen this year. But Derek Brown, do you have any potential guys next year, maybe non-drafted quarterbacks or, moves that could be made out there on the free agent market or other places where you could see Atlanta being a place where somebody would want to go?
I mean, let's just talk about it. If we want to get into the tea leaves and play the possibilities here, Joe, what if Tennessee takes Will Levis and then they ship out Ryan Tannehill to Atlanta? What kind of offense will we be looking at then?
Interesting thought process. I don't know how Freedman would feel about that. Is Tannehill where
Freedman
you
will hate it. Freedman hates everything. It's fine.
I don't know. You never know. He surprises you sometimes with some things. Freedman, what do you think about that potential if indeed Tannehill gets jettisoned? Like if it's not this year, it's going to be next year. Do you think that that's the kind of quarterback you're going to see a year from now in Atlanta?
I mean, I wish I were muted so I didn't have to discuss the
You and me both,
possibility
brother.
of Ryan Tannehill going to Atlanta. But no, I mean, he's probably an upgrade on and like the thought experiment, it works because you could see Levis falling to number 11. Like it's not outside the realm of possibility. He's like right there. And if that happens, yeah, Tannehill, he could go to a coach that he's very familiar with. I think Tannehill probably would be an improvement in some way for that offense, but like he doesn't have the running ability that Desmond Ridder has. And I think the running ability would actually be something that helps propel that offense a little bit more than like, I don't know, how old is Tannehill now? Like 37, 38? Like the rugged old arm of Ryan Tannehill. Like that doesn't feel like a great situation either. It feels like a version of, hey, Matt Ryan's going to the Colts. Like maybe that works out, but I'm not all that enthusiastic about anything to do with Ryan Tannehill.
Aging that man, he's only 34.
Eh.
The only thing I got out of that was
You kids and your mobile quarterbacks and your sensible genes.
Mobile phones.
Russell Brown has some more breaking information for us, so let's go over to him real quick here. And let's talk about this deal per Mike Garafolo. The Eagles moving up here, Russell, to the 2024 4th rounder to move up 1 spot. That's what they gave up here to move up. They tried to trade with Atlanta. Atlanta said no. Nolan Smith, to me, is the guy would be the pick here. Do you believe that's what they're moving up for?
No, I don't. I believe this is the Jalen Carter move. Albert Breer has came out and confirmed that just about 30 seconds ago. And Nolan Smith would have made a lot of sense. It would have went with my mock draft and probably hundreds of others. But I think ultimately they wanted a Georgia defender, and they wanted one in particular with Jalen Carter. It makes a lot of sense. Carter is one of the best, if not the best players in this draft. And really the only reason why he's sliding down the boards are the obvious reasons that we know, because of the off the field issues, from the speeding tickets back in September to obviously the stuff that we saw back in January. January, which is all very unfortunate. But he is going to be a player that's going to be teamed up with former Georgia teammates and Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis. Those were the guys that were apparently that kept him in line there at Georgia. So I think it's a great fit. You look at pairing him with Jordan Davis, Fletcher Cox. I think it's a great move by the Philadelphia Eagles, and to give up draft capital, a fourth rounder for next year, and then just to have this happen, I think it's a great move by them. And ultimately, I do wonder if they get a little bit more active tonight with that 30th pick.
I want to get your take on Bijan Robinson landing in Atlanta too, Russell, because I know you were fist pumping when last we saw you. So why the reaction there, and what are your expectations for him year one? Because he's going to be a hot fantasy commodity. I know I'm already going to have him probably as a top 5 or 6 player. And I know that sounds like oh my God, how could you be doing that? I've watched Bijan Robinson play. That's how I could do it. What do you think about this landing spot, and what's the ceiling?
Yeah, I think he's a player that can easily be one of the best, if not the best backs in the NFL. I really do believe that. And in my mock draft on Fantasy Pros, my mock draft 2.0, I had him going to Atlanta. I believe I was one of the first to put that out there. And I just, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I thought it was a great fit. And I think it's something about just building around Desmond Ridder. I love Tyler Algier. I've been in that fan club for forever, but I thought it was something where you needed to upgrade that backfield to have a little bit more of a dynamic piece. And I think that dynamic piece is right here with Bijan. And it's about building, like I said, around Desmond Ridder. And I might have even talked about it in the pre-show. So I think it's one of those where you get a player that can be one of the best, if not the best players in this draft from an offensive side of things. And with the production, it's a home run. And I really don't care. Like I said earlier, I don't care about positional value. They need to start winning football games there in Atlanta. And I think Bijan helps them do that.
All right, let's break down Jalen Carter. We're waiting for this pick to become official, but Breer so far has been batting 1,000. Jalen Carter seems to be another one of those guys that if you're talking about, Derek, the locker rooms that can sustain a player of question mark, Seattle was one with the coach. It seems like the Eagles was the other one, and it looks like the Eagles made their move to make sure that Jalen Carter didn't slip anymore. What does this mean for that Eagles defense in 2023?
Thank you, Philadelphia, for helping to try to save my mock draft. I had the Philadelphia Eagles trading up to get Jalen Carter, and this is a fantastic fit. Fantastic fit. I mean, if you're talking about the Eagles continuing to do Eagle things, it's taking the best player possibly in this draft that would have gone 101 if not for the off-field stuff at 9th. I mean, like inside the top 10, like it's insane. This is the reason why Philadelphia is well run, stays one of the best teams in the NFL because of moves like this. So I think this is really one of your best case scenarios for Jalen Carter. He's going to a solidified situation, good coaching staff, good front office, and the support system around him is literally what we just saw at Georgia. And he was crushing people in the trenches there. This is fantastic. Fantastic move.
All right, let's take a look at the upcoming needs for the Chicago Bears, who are going to be on the clock next, because we've talked a lot about Jalen Carter already. We've given that breakdown, and the Eagles obviously needed help up front. They got the help up front. They were aggressive. We know how he loves to make his moves. He made his move. It's done. It's over. Let's look ahead a little bit, because the Bears, Paris Johnson was that guy that everybody seemed like they wanted to go and get. Freedman, the other offensive tackles on the board, Broderick Jones from Georgia, Darnell Wright from Tennessee, Anton Harrison from Oklahoma. Who do you see fitting in potentially for the Bears with this next pick? Because tackle seems to be, again, one of their needs that they're trying to address early in this draft, or perhaps they go in a completely different direction.
Yeah, Darnell Wright feels like the guy here. He was heavily linked to the Bears, even though, there was the specter of Paris Johnson out there. There were still people who said, even if Paris Johnson is there, it might be Darnell Wright, because he's a pure right tackle who does have the ability to flex over to the left side if needed. And he was totally dominant in college, like absolutely shut down Will Anderson in their matchup. And so to be able to get a force like that on the right side, who can come in day one and start and give some protection to your franchise quarterback, to get that at 10, that's pretty good value. I am imagining that's where they're going.
Derek Brown, do you think Darnell Wright is the right move here?
I think Darnell Wright's going to be the move. I mean, and looking at how their offensive line shifted out last year, I still don't think Ryan Poles gets enough credit for the fantastic pick of Braxton Jones and what he did in his rookie season. I think that he showed that he could play the left side. You're going to take Wright, you stick him at right tackle, and I think he's going to be he's going to be an earth mover, man. So there's been a lot of buzz with Chicago connected to Wright, and I think it's a good pick.
Watching Jalen Carter here, by the way, on the stage with Roger Goodell, he's very emotional. Obviously, been probably an emotional few months for him. Certainly, things have worked out his way at the end of the day. So hopefully, he continues to fix some of those issues and hopefully can get on the right track there. And if so, the Eagles got themselves a hell of a player. Obviously, Russell Brown, we could bring you in to talk about your thoughts on this potential next pick for the Chicago Bears. Before we do, though, I just want to throw this out there because it's getting close to that Tennessee pick. So I want everybody to get an opportunity to get in on that. So we want to hear from you all. If you want to win a Treylon Burks jersey and you think you know who the Titans are going to select at the 11th overall pick, subscribe to Fantasy Pros YouTube channel and comment in the live chat using the hashtag 1011. That's TEN11. Because when you do, you could win an autographed Treylon Burks Tennessee Titans jersey, courtesy of bettingpros.com. Look at that handsome jersey. Everybody would look good in that. So go ahead, throw your hat in the ring. The 11th pick, again, use the hashtag TEN11 and be a subscriber and comment below. Russell Brown, let's bring you in here. Talk about the potential of this next pick indeed being Darnell Wright from Tennessee. Paris Johnson was the one they wanted. That was probably far-fetched if Chicago wasn't willing to make a move. Paris Johnson's off the board. Is Darnell Wright the correct pivot now for the Bears?
I think so. I mean, I do believe Peter Skoronski is a little bit more technically sound, but when you look at the dominance that Darnell Wright played with this past season, he's got a massive frame at 6'5", 333 pounds. Getting to talk to him at the Senior Bowl. I mean, look, I like to joke around about my hands. I got White Castle sliders over here. It's my common joke, but this guy's got massive hands over there, and he's so phenomenal with his snatch trap technique that he has, and he's going to be a player that I think can lock down that right tackle spot for them as maybe Tevin Jenkins moves inside to guard. And I ultimately think that will be the pick here. I don't think it's been announced on the screen yet, but I do think this is a player that has a ton of potential, a ton of upside. He definitely improved from 2021 on to 2022. And as you watch him in pass protection, the foot speed's going to get tested from time to time, but ultimately with the technique, with that snatch trap technique and the ability to finish, he's going to be dominant on that right side for Chicago.
All right, let's talk about Chicago here some more, Russell, because, obviously we saw the emergence of Justin Fields, incredible talent there, obviously with the legs, and he has a big arm. We all know that. Now, this offseason, they acquired DJ Moore. Last year, they gave up way too much, in my opinion, for Chase Claypool. Darnell Mooney's still around. Cole Kmet certainly has some upside. Is this offense starting to turn in the right direction with this addition and maybe one more good selection here for the Chicago Bears in round 2?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I would be very curious with Zach Charbonnet out of UCLA. I'm very much a big fan of him. I think if Bijan wasn't in this draft, maybe we'd be talking about him a little bit more as maybe RB1. Just one of those guys that can run north and south, very explosive jump cut, and just a great pass catcher as well out of the backfield. But realistically, they do have Khalil Herbert, and that's a guy that I like quite a bit for them as well. So maybe they don't go after that position so high in round 2. Maybe they do consider a pass catcher. I don't know if maybe like a Jalen Hyatt would be there, maybe some of that speed deep down the field, that vertical threat ability. Maybe they look at that in the second round, but I think it's the right plan of attack. Build Justin Fields up just like Atlanta is doing with Desmond Ridder, with Bijan Robinson, and potentially other picks as well. So I think this is what this draft should be about here for the Chicago Bears. Make Justin Fields a threat, not just with his legs, but with his arm, and just build around him and protect him in every way, whether it's from the offensive line or with players out of the backfield.
Russell Brown, great stuff as always, my friend. Thanks for joining us again in this evening, and we'll see you again in the 10 o'clock hour, I believe. So keep up that good work, and thanks for sending me all this information on the sidelines, too. You're like the sideline reporter here for us. Darnell Wright is the official selection here from Tennessee. All SEC first team last year. Not too shabby there. Good selection for the Bears. Derek Brown, let's talk more about those Bears, too. I want to get your take on what you think this offense is going to be next year. Clearly, A tackle is a great addition here in Darnell Wright. Do you think the Bears can take a step forward? Because it feels like with Aaron Rodgers now out of Green Bay, that the North is sort of up for grabs a little bit more.
I absolutely think the Bears can take a step forward. You're looking at the evolution of Justin Fields. I mean, this is a guy with his multi-use talent. Like, he could get you 2 to 3 extra wins just based off of his talent alone. Now you're surrounding him with actual pass catchers, not Equinemius St. Brown, not all these other scrubs they were running out last year. Now he's got a legitimate, like, actual starting wide receivers with DJ Moore, Chase Claypool, and Darnell Mooney, plus Cole Kmet. Yeah, this team could surprise some people. If they get an improvement, and really last year, Chicago, you got nowhere to go but up on the defensive side of the ball. If the defense improves and the offense can show out, I'm not going to tell you they're going to be a playoff team, but with the Vikings really going to have to lean on their offense, but their defense is a big question mark. We don't know what the Packers are going to be able to do this year. Their offense looks in shambles outside of Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon. The Bears could be the second place team in this division. I don't think it's crazy to say.
The pick is in for the Tennessee Titans. Let's take a look at what their needs are and where they might be going. Now, this feels like the Will Levis pick. Maybe, perhaps. They took Malik Willis last year. That did not exactly work out the way I think they hoped. Obviously, they got into a pinch last year at quarterback, and rather than start Willis, they found somebody literally off the street and gave him a chance to start in the NFL. So that doesn't bode well. Tannehill's still around. Freedman, do you think that Mike Vrabel and company here do look for the quarterback of the future, take 2, or do they do something else to address the many needs of the Tennessee Titans, a team that is bereft of talent, but makes up for it all the time with good coaching?
I think almost anything they do would be justifiable. Assuming that they're taking a player in this draft range. And also, like, the Titans are a little bit like Belichickian in how they make decisions. Like, it's almost impossible to predict what it is that they are going to do in any draft. But going with Will Levis makes sense. If they don't do that, this feels like it's the beginning of the Jackson Smith and Jigba like draft range. Like, they need help at wide receiver.
Yeah.
Treylon Burks, maybe he develops into the guy, but there's no guarantee. And after him, I mean, they are bereft of talent in the pass catching unit. So Jackson Smith and Jigba, if they don't go with a quarterback here, that would be an interesting selection, but you could also see them going with an offensive tackle.
Derek Brown, a lot of needs here. If you were the GM of the Tennessee Titans, would you go with Levis or would you go with JSN? Or again, offensive tackles are still available on the board too. Guys like Skoronski, if you want to talk about Belichickian type players, Skoronski, who could play tackle but might move inside to guard. Belichick loves those guys who can move all the way around. Is Vrabel kind of that same mindset?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I would not go Will Levis. I think that he is a bust waiting to happen. So there's no way I would be, put it this way, a brand new GM in Tennessee, you're going to invest in a quarterback like that. If he doesn't work out, good luck. Like, you're probably out of the city of Tennessee, like, or out of the state. They're going to sit here and usher you out in 2 to 3 years if he's a bust. So honestly, I'd probably be taking the tackle here. And I think that they got their pick of the litter. Like, there's a bunch of tackles still left on the board, a bunch of talent. So I think that it's probably, for me, it's either Christian Gonzalez taking a corner because that pass defense was still not great, or you go the tackle position here.
Okay, there you have it. After this pick, if it is indeed Skoronski, like I'm kind of alluding to it might be, Detroit doesn't feel like a Levis spot necessarily. I know, like you have Goff, you kind of all in there. It's not going to be Green Bay. I don't think the New England Patriots will take Will Levis. The Jets certainly aren't taking a quarterback. Washington, I don't believe. Pittsburgh, then Detroit again, perhaps with that second pick. The slide for Levis will continue, Derek Brown. Where do you think, at the end of the day, it ends? Does it end at Tampa?
I mean, you don't believe it's going to be the Patriots, Joe, but
I
they
don't believe
Levis.
It's going to be the Patriots.
I know, but I'm going to push back on that. The Patriots brought Levis in for a late visit. There's a lot of rumblings that they do not like Mac Jones. If they're not invested in Mac Jones, I think Will Levis's best hope right now is the New England Patriots. And if it's not them, yeah, he's going to slide all the way down the board. He could, I mean, really, if it's not the Patriots, you're hoping, if you're Will Levis and his agent, that it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. If not, I don't think it's crazy for Will Levis to fall possibly outside of the first round.
We shall see as we get closer and closer. By the way, we do have a winner, it would appear, for the Treylon Burks jersey. JP27 Houday, congratulations, you've won. In just a moment, I'll tell you how to get in touch with us for that. So, Chris, do me a favor, just drop that information for me to be sure how to get in touch with us for the winner. Again, JP27 Houday. You won that Treylon Burks jersey. So congratulations to you. We're just giving away free stuff. We got a Waddle jersey to give away pretty soon also. So the Will Levis slide, Matthew Freedman, when we spin the wheel, where does it land for Will Levis?
Impossible to predict, but the Patriots are interesting. You know, like there were reports, let me rephrase it. There were whispers that they actually did have a deal lined up with the Texans to potentially move up to number 2 to give them Mac Jones, and they would get the number 2 pick and take Will Levis. Now, who knows if that was something that's real? But I mean, the fact is they don't seem to be satisfied with Mac Jones, and Will Levis is someone playing in a pro style system who potentially could appeal to Bill Belichick and the offensive staff there. And then if it's not the Patriots, number 19 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that does make a lot of sense. But, you know, with quarterback valuation, it is so particular to like scheme and to like the idiosyncrasies that staffs have and what they want in their quarterbacks. And, you know, if he's falling down the board, Derek is right. Like he could fall out of round 1. Like people weren't expecting that to happen to Drew Lock a few years ago, and it happened. Like it happens not uncommonly for quarterbacks that we think are going to go in round 1 for them to fall out.
All right, the pick is in. It is indeed Peter Skoronski. So our Belichickian Mike Vrabel connection of when in doubt, take the lineman who's versatile. You take the lineman who's versatile. When you have a lot of needs, you just continue to build from the ground up. That's how you build good football teams. And look, they need a lot of help. So, and the other thing that's happening here too is now we're starting to get into that range where a lot of people thought that Green Bay would be the JSN landing spot. We haven't had a wide receiver selected yet. We'll see if he doesn't go to Green Bay, how far that market's going to push too. I want to get Kent Wyrook back here and talk a little bit to him. Also, JP27 Houday, hit us up at mailbag@fantasypros.com with proof of your subscription to Fantasy Pros YouTube channel and your mailing address, and we will send you that jersey as soon as possible. So JP27 Houday, hit us up, mailbag@fantasypros.com, shoot us an email with your proof of subscription to Fantasy Pros YouTube, and we'll get the ball rolling on that. Thanks, buddy. Kent, welcome back to the show, my friend. Peter Skoronski is the pick from Northwestern. He is a tackle by trade. Some people think he will move to guard. Do you think that is the case?
Yeah, I'm pretty supportive of him at least getting an opportunity at tackle. Arm certainly does play some kind of factor, but he's the type of player where you've already seen him succeed against lengthier edge defenders, and he's done quite well for Northwestern. So, you know, this is the type of offensive line where I think they have some of their accounting department starting for them right now. So Skoronski's versatility is going to really come into play here. So if they need to kick him into guard and they find someone else to play tackle, that's fine too. But I say give them the opportunity to earn whatever spot works best for the line.
All right. Let's get your take on the Will Levis market, because now we're getting into some dangerous spots. Will Levis looking very pensive right now. Somebody get that man a banana with a peel, please, right away. He looks very, very pensive, very upset. Shades of Aaron Rodgers. Do you think New England is a viable spot for him? And do you think he is an improvement on what they have in Mac Jones?
Right now, no. I'd say if you're talking about day one, Mac Jones would be my preferred quarterback there. Levis maybe has that opportunity to develop into a better guy, but it's still kind of up in the air if that's even possible. So I'd take Mac Jones right now. I think there's a better kind of plan that they could figure out maybe next year. There is another good set of quarterbacks coming through the system. So I would personally say they should pass and go for something a little bit different, but it's possible. I tell you what, I'm getting a little afraid the Vikings might start sniffing for trades up in the middle of the first round.
See, now the Vikings are interesting because Kirk Cousins, Matthew Freedman's world, Kirk Cousins is 87 years old, but he is getting to be an older player here. A shocking selection here from the Detroit Lions. We got to talk about Jahmyr Gibbs goes here. So the illusions of the protection of Deuce Staley being gone, done with DeAndre Swift. Jahmyr Gibbs lands in Detroit. Is this the death knell of potentially Matthew Freedman, DeAndre Swift?
Yeah, absolutely. I would imagine that at some point
The dramatic pause made it all worth it. I just want you to know.
So do you want me to pull back the curtains? So I was researching and doing other stuff. I flipped back to this tab and it was all black for a second. So I was having to wait for the screen to pop up. Anyway, yeah, it feels like you do not make this move if you do not plan at some point to trade DeAndre Swift, to release him. This feels weird. Like, I like Gibbs. When I said earlier that he was CJ Spiller or Javad Best, like, you have to put that into context. That's not what they turned into as professionals. Although, like, honestly, as pros, I thought they were actually pretty good, pretty efficient. But as prospects, what they were. They were both electric playmakers in college. You have in Gibbs someone who is I think an underappreciated runner for his size, but just known as a playmaker, especially as a receiver. So yeah, like, I can understand, hey, does having this guy make your offense a little bit better? Sure. In theory, it does. But this just feels like a somewhat smaller version of DeAndre Swift, maybe more explosive, but I don't really see why you add him if you already have DeAndre Swift.
I think because DeAndre Swift can't stay on the field and you want that dynamic in your offense. That's the argument I would make Derek Brown on this one. D-Bro, real quick for me, tell me about your take on Jahmyr Gibbs going to the Detroit Lions here with this pick. Becomes a crowded backfield. To me, Jahmyr Gibbs was incredible watching him in the combine. He was so smooth in the pass catching. I mean, everything just seemed to just flow from this guy. What is the fantasy stock of Jahmyr Gibbs now that he's a Detroit Lion?
You're looking at RB3 territory. I mean, I think it's going to be a frustrating weekly headache of, okay, who's going to get this or that? I mean, look at what we did last year, Joe, with Jamal Williams and DeAndre Swift. Jamal Williams had a fantastic year, but a lot of that was because DeAndre Swift couldn't stay on the field, and the coaching staff was like, we don't want you on the field. So this year, you're going to be playing the same game on a weekly basis. Is it Gibbs? Is it David Montgomery? But David Montgomery is actually better in the passing game than Jamal Williams is. So you're going to have both these guys cutting into the production. This is a head-scratching pick to begin with. I understand the fit and what they want, this type of versatility and this role in their offense, but why don't you just trade back again? Why are you taking Jahmyr Gibbs at freaking 12? Like, even if he's high on your board, tell me they couldn't have got Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, the Packers probably don't take him. The Patriots probably don't take him. The Jets, the Commanders, the Steelers, like all these different, they could have taken him at 18, Joe. Like, I don't understand that part of this. And for fantasy, it's probably going to be a lot of people pulling their hair out, except for you and me, which, we don't have any to pull.
Yes, that went a long time ago. Am I crazy? Nolan Smith's still on the board too. I mean, there's some quality players.
You're taking him over O-line. You're taking him over Christian Gonzalez if you wanted to add
Christian
him
Gonzalez is still out there too. Like, they just traded Jeffrey.
What are we doing here?
I don't hate the pick. I hate the pick spot.
Yes.
Taking him because I don't think he's going to Pittsburgh. I don't think Washington,
No.
Certainly not the Jets,
Stupid.
Certainly not New England. I don't think any of those teams would have taken him. Green Bay, I don't think would have taken him either. So this seems like a misstep from the Detroit
This
GM
feels like
standpoint
this
for
is
me.
a terrible pick at this spot. I'm just going to throw that in there. Like, this is an absolutely terrible pick for where they're at.
I'm going to let you marinate on that, and we're going to bring back Andrew Erickson into the fold, who just in time coming up for the for the New England Patriots pick. And I can tell you right now, if it's Will Levis, Andrew Erickson and I were going to leave Matthew Freedman here to do the rest of the show by himself.
Well, I'm gonna eat a banana live on the stream.
Oh,
if
do
they
you
drop
have a
11.
banana ready to eat live?
I can
with the
go
peel?
get one.
I would like you to do that at some point if we can make that work. That would make me incredibly happy. All right, let's talk about it here. Let's get your take on Jahmyr Gibbs of the Detroit Lions. Again, don't hate the pick, Erickson. I think it's unnecessary to do it where they did when they have a few picks coming up in a few spots where I don't think anybody else was going to take Jahmyr Gibbs.
I mean, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, the Patriots were kind of rumored to be in the selection of Jahmyr Gibbs. I know I was thinking Gibbs was going to be a first round pick.
They have Ramondre Stevenson. He is a great catching, all-purpose 3-down back.
Coaches are obsessed with speed. We see this all the time. Obsessed with speed, and then they profile a guy like Gibbs. Oh, he's not a running back. He's a weapon. He's a weapon. so they can justify it as means to taking him in the top 15. You know, they have some other picks, but look, I mean, I'm thrilled at the pick though, because I had Jahmyr Gibbs being drafted by the Lions at 60-1 odds. Tweeted it out earlier today, and it hit. I talked about it with D-Bro before we got on the show. He said, Jahmyr Gibbs is not going to go in the first round.
Well, his Jahmyr Gibbs, so stop calling him Jahmyr Gibbs. If you're going to make money off him, at least put some respect on his name.
Potato.
Let me tell you, I do remember that conversation before we started up today, and good for you. And again, a perfect segue to Betting Pros. If you haven't already, please go out there, download the app. It doesn't matter, Android, iOS, just download it. It's for free. Stay on top of all the line movement, not only for events like this, but for daily baseball, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs. We've got so many things going on right now. And even if you're not an expert on the sport, it doesn't matter. There's some of Erickson's bets. Obviously, that 60-1 not on there, so we have to take his word for it. But at the same time, Betting Pros is the best place to go track your bets, stay on top of the lines, stay on top of the picks that are falling in right now, including the Packers, who did not take a wide receiver, as I said they would not. Instead, they took an edge rusher, Lukas Van Ness from Iowa. This feels like a Packer to me. Matthew Freedman, Lukas Van Ness feels like a Packer, doesn't he? Like you could put him in the green and yellow and he doesn't miss a beat. What are your thoughts on this selection here of Lukas Van Ness, the edge rusher to the Green Bay Packers?
Yeah, he looks like a Packer. He's got a Packer name, he went to a Midwest school. Like this dude wakes up and he eats corn for breakfast. This is the type of guy that the Packers would just love to draft. And, I'm looking at the board and how it's falling. And one, this draft is just totally inebriated right now. And it's going to get only drunker as the night goes on. And then the second thing is that I think that some of the mocks that we did a couple of weeks ago will actually end up being more accurate than the mocks that all of us submitted today. Like Lukas Van Ness, he was in a lot of mocks going to the Packers 2 weeks ago and very few mocks going to the Packers now. And that's the case for a number of players going to the different teams here. So I guess, Joe, to the point that you've mentioned a couple of times here, like everything that happens 2 weeks before the draft, just close your ears just look at what it is that you thought.
Earmuffs, everybody. Trust your eyes, trust your instinct. It's like, when Yoda's trying to teach Luke and he's like, it's too much. I just can't do it. It's lazy about it. Don't. Just put the blinders on. Trust what you know. And I'm with you. I thought Lukas Van Ness was a perfect fit. This made a lot of sense. I want to bring in Russell Brown here because it looks like there's a trade going on. The Pittsburgh Steelers moving up, God knows for what. But let's bring Russell Brown in here because he is a Lions fan. So let's talk to you about your feelings on this move of this incredible misstep of going one pick too early here. You have 2 picks. What the hell are you doing taking Jahmyr Gibbs with one of these 2 picks?
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe that's why they ended up taking them, because they've got 5 picks in the top 55. I just, guys, I don't understand. I've been listening to you guys the whole time, and I agree. This is a bad pick. I normally don't disagree with, or I don't normally agree with positional value and the running back stuff in the first round. Like if you got a good football player, take them. But you had an opportunity to take Bijan Robinson and you moved back to get pick 34.
That's even more insulting. I didn't even think about that angle. But you're right, Russell. Now I'm more depressed. Way to go.
Right. Like you could have took him at 6. I don't care about pick 34. I mean, if they take Christian Gonzalez at 18, I'll feel a little bit better. If they end up with Deonte Banks, something like that, I'll feel better. But the long
Do you think the New England Patriots are going to pass on Christian Gonzalez if it makes it to them? I mean, I think that could be what Pittsburgh just moved up for, to be honest with you, because they certainly could use some corner help too. But I mean, it's so perplexing. But look, he's there now. So in terms of fantasy stock, what do you think Jahmyr Gibbs is going to offer people? Look, not just this year, because obviously it could be money in year 1. But if we're looking in a dynasty situation, year 2, year 3, this offense is one on the rise. So do you believe that this is a situation where Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be productive in it and be an Alvin Kamara light at the very least? Or is it just another one of these guys, specialist weapons, as Andrew Erickson coined him?
Yeah, I think I think Andrew's probably spot on. I mean, it's just one of those where he's going to be a little bit of a specialist. And, DeAndre Swift is damaged goods. Who's to say they even get anything for him at this point? Because you drafted Gibbs so high. I mean, it's pretty evident that you don't want Swift at this point in time. So you're not going to get what you thought you were going to get. I mean, if you were thinking you're going to get a third or a fourth round pick, I would be surprised if they got him. And you add up the injury history. So with Gibbs, I mean, he's going to be a heck of a pass catcher for them. I think it's better than what David Montgomery provides. We know Montgomery's going to be that between the tackles, north and south short yardage type of guy. And I love Montgomery's fit within the offense. I like Gibbs' fit in the offense. I just don't like taking him at 12. If you took him at 18, it makes sense. And maybe they just heard the rumblings of Tampa Bay, Cincinnati, and potentially Dallas being linked to him. But at that point, you let it play out. You see what happens. You take a defensive player there at 12. I would have been happy with an offensive tackle. I mean, it's not a tight end. I'll be happy with that. I'm happy there, but just really stunned. I mean, there's always a shocking move, and this is that one. I will say I am curious if New England moves back and then still somehow ends up with Will Levis at 70.
Oh God, I'm just waiting for the New England Patriots to have moved back to round 3. That's just what they're gonna do. I mean, that's just what they do all the time. Who do you think the Pittsburgh Steelers, real quick, moved up to take here?
I think it's going to be an offensive tackle. You look at the Jets there, you look at Washington. I think both teams would make sense to take a tackle. I think Broderick Jones out of Georgia makes a lot of sense. I like the way he operates in space, that length. I think there's potential there.
Agreed. All right, let's go back to Freedman and Andrew Erickson, bring them back in. That, to me, guys, is where I thought Broderick Jones was the move to move up. You see the Pittsburgh Steelers need, certainly offensive tackle being one of them. Roger Goodell at the dais right now, making the pick official. So with the 14th pick in round 1, the Pittsburgh Steelers are indeed taking Broderick Jones. So Andrew Erickson, let's get your take on this one. They leapfrog the Jets, who were rumored to be in the tackle market. Also Washington possibly as well. So big Broderick Jones goes to Pittsburgh. Does this help Kenny Pickett? Does this help Najee Harris?
Yeah, I think so. Mike Tomlin's been pretty vocal. I mean, the Steelers usually are pretty easy to read when it comes to their draft day strategy. Mike Tomlin doesn't try to hide things. It was reported before the draft that don't be surprised if the Steelers trade up to get an offensive tackle to help protect Kenny Pickett. And that's exactly what they did here. So interesting now to see where the Patriots kind of fall into this, going down to 17. Clearly, I mean, with Christian Gonzalez on the board, I figured that they would just take him, but apparently they wanted to get the trade anyway. So it's interesting to see what they do there. But yeah, I think it's an upgrade across the board for Kenny Pickett and the offensive line for the Steelers, because they have not taken offensive tackle in the first round in such a long time. They never did it under the Colbert regime until recently. They've really actually improved the offensive line a lot. So, Najee Harris might be a little undervalued, I think, heading into the fantasy season.
I agree with that sentiment 100%, because Najee still is going to get all the volume at the end of the day. So really it was a matter of, can the line just help him out a little bit? And can the quarterback play help him out a little bit too? I mean, we were playing behind bad quarterback play, and he was for the first few weeks of that season. What does this impact of the tackle selection here, Broderick Jones, mean for Kenny Pickett, Matthew Freedman? This guy was very good in pass protection, very aggressive out there in space also. Is this a help for the Kenny Pickett development? Because Pickett, I think, showed you some flashes where you can get some W's with him under center.
Yeah, I mean, it just means that it's likelier than not he's going to be playing with a cleaner pocket. So that's obviously a good thing. I would assume that in his second year of development, he does take a step forward. I thought he was pretty impressive in his final, 5 or 6 games of the season. Fairly effective. I mean, nothing massively flashy, but looking pretty good for a rookie quarterback coming in at the end of the season there. And, he's got some weapons. I'm not even going to say anything about Allen Robinson, but he's got some weapons there with Deontay Johnson. Pat Freiermuth is, I think, an emerging tight end. So I do like Kenny Pickett more as like a player in reality than a player in fantasy, because he doesn't really have like that massive rushing upside, but I think we see him progress, and it feels like this, it's going to sound like slander, but like maybe he could end up being like a decent version of Jared Goff, where like everything surrounds him and he's fully functional, and you have an offense that actually looks decent, even though you wouldn't say that he's one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league.
Freedman, we have 16 picks to go. The over-under was 3.5 on wide receivers to go in the first round. It hasn't been a wide receiver yet. We missed the first spot where many people thought, okay, JSN possibly to the Packers. We didn't, but again, there was a lot of consensus around that. Where do you think we stand here with the wide receiver market in this draft in particular, especially now that you had Jahmyr Gibbs go, another guy people didn't necessarily expect to go day one?
Yeah, we're still very much within the wheelhouse of 3.5. And so in some of the mocks that I did, I had JSN going as the first wide receiver off the board at number 20. So like the 20s, that is the wheelhouse, right? You've got the Seahawks as a team that could very much be interested in a wide receiver. Like JSN would be perfect in the slot there for them. 21, the Chargers, perfect spot for a wide receiver. And you just kind of go throughout almost the entirety of the 20s. So many of those teams you say could be a landing spot for wide receiver. So I wouldn't be discouraged by the fact that we haven't seen a wide receiver go off the board in terms of like hitting the number of 3.5. But yeah, like it is a sign that JSN hasn't gone off the board so far. Like this class isn't as intriguing as last year's class was at the skill positions.
Or even the year before, for that matter.
Yeah.
Bijan is that, shining diamond up on the hill, and everybody else is serviceable to potentially good. I think that's kind of the range of these guys personally. Erickson, where does the first wide receiver land in this draft for you? Washington up next, then New England. Certainly could use a wide receiver. I don't know if JSN is really their style. We shall see. Detroit, unlikely. Tampa has a bunch of wide receivers, although health has been an issue there in recent years. It seems like until you get to the Chargers, there really isn't a spot that seems like a no-brainer.
No, I mean, I think the beginning of the 20s is kind of that general area where you think that someone pulls the trigger. I mean, look, you don't want to rule the Patriots. It's impossible to rule the Patriots out of taking any player. I mean, I'd rather them take a receiver than Will Levis. We'll see what happens. I know they've been connected to Zay Flowers. I think Daniel Jeremiah had in his mock that they were taking Zay Flowers, and he's been pretty spot on with a lot of his picks early on. So would not rule him out. JSN was also heavily connected to the Patriots, like you had mentioned before. I think still like Seattle still has a shot.
I know everyone's talked about Seattle potentially for a wide receiver spot. I just don't see that the best way to use their draft capital. Here, there's 2 minutes left for the Jets on the clock here, Erickson. Let's take a look at the team needs for the New York Jets because they're becoming fewer right now. They've done a really good job these last few years. The offensive line, very good. I know Mekhi Becton with, health has been, a little bit of a question, but outside of that, you've got the alpha wide receiver. You've got theoretically the big dog running back. You've got the quarterback now. What do you think the Jets do here? Because last year the Sauce Gardner pick was a slam dunk home run. What do you think they do in 2023 now?
So they're kind of in a weird spot just specifically with this selection here because they kind of fell out of the top tier market of the tackles. Like that's why the Steelers jumped them. So now there's like a tier break. So they could reach on like the next tier of tackles, probably like an Antoine Harrison from Oklahoma. That'd probably be the next guy, but he's kind of a tier below everyone else that's already been selected. So for me, I think they're just going to add more to the defense. I think it's either going to be like a Nolan Smith type of player, just freaky edge rusher. That's probably what I would go, or even Kalijah Kancey. That would not surprise me at all either.
Freedman, do you think if you're the Jets, you just go BPA at this point because needs are less important than his best player in the draft? And how often do we see a team draft for need and at the end of the day regret it instead of taking the best player on the board in the first round?
Yeah, I mean, BPA is all in the eye of the beholder at this point, but how exciting would it be for them to take Christian Gonzalez and be like, you know what? We're just going to have 2 potential shutdown cornerbacks and we're just going to man you on defense. Like that would actually be really fun to watch. Kalijah Kancey, he's not going to be Aaron Donald, but like he's got some light Aaron Donald potential. So either one of those picks, but also JSN, like, just reunite those Ohio State wide receivers. Like there are possibilities for exciting things that they could do. Are they going to do that? Probably not, but there are players here. And let's just look a couple spots past this because I know you guys love thinking about the Patriots. They have a shot at either Christian Gonzalez, JSN, or Will
Joey
Levis.
Porter.
That's not
and
to say
Joey
they're
Porter
going to take
too.
One of those 3 guys, but like they are sitting in a prime position right now.
Joey Porter could be that guy too. He's a very physical corner. He fits very much the style, I think, with the Patriots defensively, and what the Patriots kind of get away with sometimes in terms of those very handsy defensive backs. I mean, Joey Porter would not be a terrible selection there. I think you're right. I think moving back for the Patriots, probably they felt at least two of the corners made sense for them. So why not? I'm fascinated to see where Washington goes. The Jets pick is in, and we shall see what indeed it is. Derek Brown in the green room trolling us that the Patriots are going to take Will Levis. And if so, we shall see. Will McDonald also on the board, Freedman. Do you think that is a pick that the Jets, a way they could go direction-wise?
I mean, it feels early, but, I guess we're getting some reporting that maybe they are taking Will McDonald. I wouldn't have expected that, but there were some thoughts that Will McDonald, extremely explosive player out of Iowa State, could go earlier than a lot of people were expecting. I know he was like on a lot of mock drafts, kind of like one of those bottom guys that people were like, I just got to make sure that I get him in here. Pick 30, pick 31. And now he's going here in the middle of the first round, potentially.
All right, let's bring in Kent Wyrock and talk to him about what the Jets are going to do here. The pick is in for the Jets, Kent. I know there's been some crazy movement here in these last few picks. We're trying to stay on top of it all for everybody. In your opinion, is the Will McDonald pick a reach, if indeed it is that?
Yeah, I would say it is. Although I will say I'm happy. I was one of those people that had him at the very end of my draft, I believe, to the Saints. So I think he's talented. I think he's a good player, but this is probably about half a round earlier than at least most people thought he was going to go. So yeah, by that strict definition, it's a reach.
There weren't a lot of mocks, Kent, where I saw Nolan Smith and Christian Gonzalez not go in the top 10. What do you think's happened there?
Yeah, well, Nolan Smith, you got a little bit of a size question. You're not quite sure where he's going to fit in on an NFL defense. Obviously, he's got some great athleticism. He showed that off at the combine, and he was really awesome there. And that showed up in production too. But at the next stage, you got to have that size and understand how to use your body correctly in order to play against larger and better offensive linemen. In regards to Christian Gonzalez, I'm a bit surprised, honestly. I really liked him a lot. I even had him ahead of Devon Witherspoon for a decent chunk of the cycle. I like his physical traits and how he approaches the game. He's very smart, very savvy player. So that one's a bit of a shock to me. I'd like to see him go pretty soon here. I haven't really eyed up an exact spot, but I think the Commanders make a lot of sense. They're up next, so maybe that's what happens.
Kent, give me your prediction. Where is the first wide receiver going to go off the board?
At this rate, I'm thinking it's going to be New England. And it's funny because, talking about Will Levis potentially going there, but, I kind of staked my claim a little bit on Mac Jones. And certainly one way to kind of bolster that stake is to give him a nice receiver to throw to. So Jackson Smith and Jigma is a great receiver. He might not mesh entirely with Juju Smith-Schuster over there, but I don't know. We'll see.
Well, that's the question. Are they too similar in some ways? Those guys?
They are. I think Juju's got, he's played a little bit on the outside. Obviously, he hasn't succeeded as much when he's played out. He's better in the slot. Jackson Smith and Jigma is almost entirely slot, but if you could get them both on kind of maybe like a 50-50 type timeshare, rotate them around a little bit and kind of make sure they're getting different looks, I think it could work.
All right, let's go back to the boys for the breakdown on Will McDonald, the pick for the Jets. So Will McDonald, 34 career sacks, tied for second most in Big 12 history. From Iowa State, the edge rusher goes to the New York Jets. So Freedman, it was indeed the defensive side, maybe not the defensive player we thought. He certainly got some moves. There's no doubt about that, but maybe a little early. But the Jets, obviously targeted their guy. I get the feeling this wasn't their first choice and they had to pivot. It feels like the move and the trade that happened there, that taking the tackle out from under them, that they had to go to their next guy. And I think there was a drop off on their next guy in the grade. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you could be right there. And it speaks to what we've been hearing from different reporters and different general managers, that this is not a good draft class. Like maybe on day 2, there's some depth, but on day 1, in terms of like quality first rounders, maybe on a typical year, you get 20 to 25. This year, it seems like maybe there's 15. And then when you take needs into account and how that might impact the way that teams scout, yeah, like maybe for the Jets, there were only like a few players that they actually wanted in the first round. And so it's possible that they didn't get the guy they wanted and decided to make a trade. What I will say is that I do like that they are adding explosive rushers to this defense. They have guys who can get after the quarterback. Their secondary, it could be really intriguing here. I mean, the Jets as a defense for fantasy, like that is going to be a unit that I'm going to want to target, especially now that they have Aaron Rodgers on the offensive side of the ball.
Right.
Like they could be getting after the quarterback a lot and racking up a good number of sacks.
Yeah, the changeover from the turnover prone Zach Wilson to the allergic to turnovers Aaron Rodgers, that puts defenses in a much better situation. You're 100% right. Washington Commanders are up next. Obviously, a lot of needs, and this is one of the bigger teams, Andrew, that I feel it's just a huge conundrum. I don't know where they're going to go. They could go with a corner. Gonzalez surprisingly still out there. Joey Porter still out there. They could go on the offensive side. They are not going to go ahead with that fifth-year option on Chase Young, so maybe they start rebuilding the defensive line. Andrew, in your opinion, where do the Washington Commanders go with this next pick, number 16?
I mean, they should be drafting a cornerback, and it should be Christian Gonzalez. But they did not draft Christian Gonzalez. Instead, they drafted the extremely underweight Emmanuel Forbes, who, when I was doing my research before the show, they were really interested in Emmanuel Forbes, but it was with the context, the Commanders will trade down and pick up Forbes a little bit later on, but the Commanders under Martin Mayhew kind of have this mindset where they just get their guy. Like last year, they were super aggressive on Jahan Dotson, and now they're like, no, we wanted Forbes. Like he was our guy. Like maybe they just didn't do anything on Gonzalez thinking he was going to be there anyway. And they're like, nope, we like Forbes, so we're just going to draft him regardless. So
is Forbes going to struggle with the bigger bodied wide receivers that he sees? I mean, being a slighter corner, that doesn't necessarily mean for a good day at the office against AJ Brown in that division or guys like CeeDee Lamb.
I mean, it's going to be tough. Like that was one of the reasons why, I think in my final mock, I didn't even have Forbes in the first round just because I was concerned about how small he was. Now he's not like short, but in terms of him sticking his nose in, trying to make tackles on the outside, he's going to struggle against some of these bigger guys that are getting yards after the catch, in my opinion. So especially with guys like Deontay Banks, guys like Christian Gonzalez still on the board, I hate this pick.
Matthew Freedman, what's wrong with Christian Gonzalez?
I don't know. Maybe he's just not a very good, like, quote unquote football player, but like everything else looks good. Like I'm just thinking of like why the NFL wouldn't want him. And maybe it's because the tape heads look at him and they're like, well, he doesn't have greasy hips or whatever the phrase is that they would use. Right. But like, I look at him and I look at the spreadsheet and I say, okay, this is a guy who's 21 years old as a rookie, who's a 4-star recruit, who's got great size, great length, great athleticism, productive, four interceptions last year. Like on spreadsheet, this guy looks like he could be Patrick Surtain, right? Like I don't understand why the NFL doesn't like him, but of course I'm not a tape grinder. So I don't know. I'm assuming that it has something to do with outside of the spreadsheets.
And the Patriots coming up soon too is wild to me because, they did work with Zay Flowers at the Shrine Bowl, and I saw Zay Flowers interviewed this morning on one of the NFL Network shows talking about that experience and working with them and how quickly he picked it up and how much he enjoyed working with them. So I don't know if you want to take anything out of that. The freak of nature, Nolan Smith, athleticism, still on the board. Christian Gonzalez, still on the board. There's so many ways the Patriots can go. And by the way, when the Pats did make that move, they ended up acquiring a 4th-rounder, 120 overall, to go down 3 spots per Albert Breer. So the Commander selection is becoming official here. And gentlemen, Emmanuel Forbes is indeed the pick for Mississippi State. So that is now locked in, as is the analysis. I want to move on to the needs of the New England Patriots, because this is becoming, and not because it's the New England Patriots with Erickson and myself, but it's becoming one of the odder situations I've seen in years where the Patriots are in a position to make a bunch of really plausible, good selections. Matthew Freedman, will they once again whiff and take somebody that all of us are completely unaware of, as they've done in the past in some other years?
I don't know. I doubt it. The thing is, last year's class was so relatively deep that it was conceivable to say this guy, who would be a great second round pick, could maybe go in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see something like that with this year's class. Like, it's a struggle to find 31 guys who kind of quote unquote deserve to go in round one. So I would assume that they're going to take one of these guys sitting here, that you would think in like a normal mock draft, oh, it would be great if Christian Gonzalez falls to the Patriots at number 14, or, hey, JSN is there, or, hey, maybe Will Levis, right? But you mentioned Joey Porter, Nolan Smith, Miles Murray.
It's
any
an
of these
embarrassment of
options
riches.
would be great. Pick one of those.
Yes, don't screw this one up, please. Like, this is really in your lap this time around. And if the Lions coming up next take another running back, we need to do a wellness check on Russell Brown just to make sure he's okay, just in the off chance that happens. So it seems as though the reporting is Christian Gonzalez is the pick. Andrew Erickson, your gut reaction on that?
Absolutely love the pick by the
Me
Patriots.
too. This was my mock pick for them as well.
This is a total 360 or total 180, 360 from last year when they drafted Cole Strange. When there was like a super aggressive pick, and now they're getting a guy who at times during the pre-draft process was thought to be the first defensive player drafted overall. And they got him with the 17th pick, gaining additional picks, trading down to get a position of need. Arguably I still think there's a chance he's the best cornerback in this draft class.
Maybe.
So the fact that he is able to fall to them here, dynamite pick by the Patriots. Haven't felt like I've said that in a while for them, but they hit this out of the park, in my opinion.
It is, and they got an extra pick to do it. So not only did they get arguably the best corner of the draft, they got some extra stuff to get him. So it makes up for what they did last year and pulling a Lions, that's what I'm gonna call it now, where you take a player unnecessarily when you have several picks. Speaking of Lions, let's bring back Russell Brown and talk to him about the selection here. Christian Gonzalez, Russell, goes all the way to 17. He was as high as 4 or 5 in some mocks that I've seen. Even 6 to the Detroit Lions, typically one of those spots. So another corner off the board. However, there are some other corners still available. Joey Porter Jr. still there. Nolan Smith still stunning to me how he is still on the board. I thought after that combine he would be a top 10 or top 15 selection at the most. But let's talk about Christian Gonzalez here. What does he bring to this New England Patriots defense in terms of, the long history of being successful at selecting good corners?
Yeah, it's a phenomenal pick. He was my 7th ranked corner in this draft, and I felt like he was a player on tape that just was super consistent with his coverage skills.
I'm sorry, did you say 7th or 2nd?
7th.
7th ranked corner. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, 7th ranked player in the draft for me. And
player, not corner. Okay, because you said corner, that's why I just wanted to be specific there.
So my 7th
fault.
Ranked.
Yeah, no, yeah. I was like 7th ranked corner. That seems really low for Christian Gonzalez. Okay, I just want to make sure. No. 7th ranked player defense. Okay, let's go. Now we can move forward.
Yeah, he was my top ranked corner. I loved his skill set at 6'1", 197. He could play through the catch point. I love that length that he provides. And I thought the hip fluidity was there with his ability to turn and press receivers to the sideline. And I just think he's one of those guys that obviously fits New England. And it was a dream scenario for him to be there at 14, better yet at 17. I was really hoping he made it to 18. I thought he would have been the pick for Detroit, potentially at 6. And that's who I mocked them to have. But that's a conversation for a different day as the Lions are going to Lion. But that said, I think this is a great selection by, New England, and they're going to get a guy that's going to be, top notch for them for many years to come, I think.
Does he pass the greasy hip Freedman test? which I know is hard to pass.
Yeah, he passes that test. I was gonna make the greasy comment, but I chose not to.
Well, I was told in the chat it's oily hips, but
Yes.
but there you go. The comp that they just threw on him was Marshawn Lattimore. That's a pretty high comp for a secondary. Derek Brown doesn't like it, but he's just mad that the Patriots got a good pick. But what do you think about that comp?
Yeah, I'm not a big comp guy. I let the players be themselves. But when I watched him, I saw Patrick Surtain II. That was the player that always came to my head. And I think that's the type of player that he can be. He can provide that type of impact. And I think there's the ball skills that are going to continue to get better. I'm not really worried about, the lack of physicality. Some people say he wasn't as physical. I think he was a willing tackler. And let's be honest, in today's game, it's a passing league. He's going to have to match up against Aaron Rodgers, Tua, and Josh Allen consistently. He's going to have to cover. They're going to pass the football, and he's going to be able to do that, I think, very well for New England.
Okay, there you go. Russell Brown, before we let you go, real quick, Lions are up again. What do you want him to do here?
Dude, please do not take a freaking running back. I will have to drive to Texas.
No, they're not going to take a running back. Take a deep breath.
I will let D-Bro shave my head live on YouTube. If that's the case.
But honestly, I mean, look, what's left on the board here? If they want to go corner, Joey Porter's out there. If they want to go with the freakish athlete, Nolan Smith is out there. What would be your preference in terms of the team needs?
Yeah, and I'm fine with Deonte Banks too. I mean, a 6 foot, 195-pound corner that's physical as can be. He's got that press man ability, has that 4.35 speed. I do like Nolan Smith in this spot. I know they really liked him, but I wouldn't be surprised if a trade down happened. I mean, I know they were looking to trade down out of this spot. We'll kind of see what happens. Obviously, they traded out of 6 rather than 18, but there's still some time here. Maybe a team tries to move up for Will Levis as he's available. We'll kind of see what happens, but I'm fine with either Nolan Smith or Deonte Banks.
All right, thanks. Appreciate you as always for popping in here, Russell Brown. I think good thoughts for you with pick number 18. Let's go back to the boys here, and I think let's see, we've got Matthew Freedman back with us. Do we have Andrew Erickson or do we have Derek Brown? Let's spin the wheel. Oh, it's Derek Brown. It's always fun when it lands on Derek Brown. D-Bro, let's get your thoughts on some of the picks we've seen recently. Christian Gonzalez should not have lasted that long. I think you would agree on that, right?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I don't know why he fell down the board. I think it's an interesting fit as far as Gonzalez, big zone corner in college. Patriots have run a ton of man over the last few years. I mean, that's a Bill kind of staple. So is he going to be able to transition to that? What are we going to see in the NFL? But as far as value wise, yeah, I love the pick. It's so puzzling to me how the Commanders go with the stick figure Emmanuel Forbes over Gonzalez, over Joey Porter Jr. I don't really understand that at all.
Even over Deonte Banks. I mean, Russell just brought him up too. That's another corner that I would have taken ahead. I don't understand that either. Freedman, there's been a couple puzzling picks there before Gonzalez, Will McDonald being one and Forbes being the other. I know everyone has their specific boards, but that just feels once again like some teams made some reaches there.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, especially when you consider the players who are still available. And it feels like, again, we've talked about this. This is not a great draft class. And so you get to the point, I mean, JSN is still on the board. Okay. So it's a class that I think caters to the desire for decision makers to fit needs versus maybe like the talent that is on the board. And so I think that's how you see, Emmanuel Forbes go ahead of, any of the other cornerbacks that we were expecting to go in round one. Like Emmanuel Forbes, I mean, he looks like a guy who is like malnourished. It's just like he needs some weight. He needs to eat at Waffle House. Right.
Yes. Like that should Matthew Freedman eats at Waffle House.
Yes.
You're a waffle guy. We know that about you from other previous trips we've all been on together. Also, somewhere Thor Nystrom is smiling because one of his favorite players, it looks like Jack Campbell, who certainly fits the mold, I think, of the kind of player, the intensity level kind of thing. Like if there's a guy that fits the head coach, Jack Campbell certainly suits that. I know Russell Brown probably not too pleased with this pick. Once again, I don't know what's happening here. If indeed it is Jack Campbell, who seemed more like a day 2 guy, Freedman, what are your thoughts on a very strange draft for the Detroit Lions, who seemed like they were lined up perfectly. Did they trade themselves out of this draft?
Yeah, I mean, I would say if you're at 18, you probably don't need to take Jack Campbell, even if you feel like off-ball linebacker is really important to your defense, and you don't like any of the other players on the board. You can probably trade back a little bit and still get Jack Campbell, who was on the borderline of round 1, round 2. So it's not like you're reaching by 2 rounds or anything, but you're probably reaching, like 15 to 20 picks earlier than you had to. That said, Jack Campbell was a really productive player at Iowa, and he does feel like a great quote unquote culture fit. Like Jack Campbell playing for Dan Campbell. Like, of course you're going to draft him.
Distant
and
relative.
This does feel like a knee biter.
The comp they're throwing out there is Leighton Vander Esch, and indeed Jack Campbell from Iowa is the pick. Now, I like Jack Campbell as a player. I mean, he's a football player. I mean, that's the description of Jack Campbell when you watch him play. He's one of those high motor football player kind of guys. And, Aiden Hutchinson, a very much higher level version of that last year that they took, but they're trying to build an identity in Detroit, Debro. And I think that the character of a team is very important. The problem is, could they have waited and gotten, again, I feel like we're having the same conversation again. Could they have waited till day 2 and still gotten their cake and eaten it too?
This is absolute deja vu. Why did you take Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 when you could have got him at 18? Why the hell do you take Jack Campbell at 18 when you could have got him in late 20s? Like, why not just trade back? Like, we've seen the videos of like when they selected Jahmyr Gibbs, like in the war room, or is Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell going to be doing body shots now? Like, they have to be drunk. Like, this is absolute insanity. Like, I mean, I'm not shading Jack Campbell, the player, but taking him this high, it's the same exact conversation. Detroit is just like, you know what? Doesn't matter. We're going to get our guys. And in fantasy, that's great. In the NFL draft right now at 18 and 12, bad process.
Well, Thor Nystrom told us on many a day that Jack Campbell would be the first linebacker taken, and he was not wrong. Let's give some therapy to Russell Brown. Let's bring Russell Brown back in here because I think he needs a friend. This is a safe space. A place where you can talk and kind of feel your emotions. But let's talk about from a football standpoint here. Russell, now that Jack Campbell is indeed, and he's drinking heavily already, as you can see. We're already into the sauce. We're into this moment here. It's okay. It shouldn't be after this draft for the Lions, but let's talk about it here.
Whoops.
I understand, the wanting to remake the organization in your mold, and that's been successful and it's going in the right direction for the Lions. These 2 picks once again feel like they took 2 day 2 guys on day 1 and they traded back to do it. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe the board just didn't fall. I don't know why you wouldn't have Bijan as your top ranked running back. I don't know why you wouldn't take a Deonte Banks, a Joey Porter Jr., or even a Nolan Smith in this situation. And the fact that you come in here and you take, Jack Campbell. Look, I love the player. He was my 42nd ranked player. He's my 2nd ranked linebacker. I think he makes sense for what they're trying to do defensively, but Debro makes a great point. You could have taken him in the late 20s potentially. And maybe there's a chance he ends up going sooner. I just where? I don't understand where that fit would be. And I mean, he's different from any linebacker that they have. I mean, 6'4.5", 249 pounds. He has really fluid hips as somebody that can change direction in coverage. So I think there's a fit in that perspective with Malcolm Rodriguez, because let's be honest, Alex Anzalone is somewhat of a liability. Most of his tackles were at 3 to 4 or 5 yards, past the line of scrimmage. And even though he led the team in tackles, that's great. But he was only brought in on a 3-year deal. It's essentially a 2-year deal because of how they can opt out of it. But the fact that they have not drafted a corner and they don't have anybody outside of this season at that position is a little bizarre to me. So I don't know. I thought there was other needs. I didn't think running back and linebacker was going to be the position. I thought that was going to be day 2 values for us. And we end up reaching a little bit on both picks, but we'll see. Maybe it pans out. I mean, Dan Campbell's a heck of a football coach, so we'll see what happens.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select defensive tackle Kalijah Cansey, Russell Brown. Your thoughts on this selection, the DT from Pitt, a good player that I like quite a bit. He definitely felt like he was in that second tier of defensive tackles, but certainly one that could make an impact in the NFL. Do you agree? Mm-hmm.
Things like that. I think pairing him up with Vita Vea is very ideal. You look at Vita Vea, he can play as a zero shade, a zero as that nose. You can move Cansey around from that 2-eye to that 3 technique, maybe even bump him out to a 4-eye or a 5 technique. I love the ability that he provides. And even though he's undersized, I mean, 283 pounds is less than ideal for the position, but you have a guy that has a plan of attack. He's quick, he's explosive. That 4.67 40 is impressive. I think there's a lot to like with Cansey going to Tampa Bay. And there's, I mean, if there was anywhere for him to maybe reach that Aaron Donald potential, it might be here next to Vita Vea.
Great stuff, Russell. Go have another double on me. Let's get back to D-Bro and Matthew Freedman. Kalijah Cansey's the pick here for Tampa, and Will Levis still on the board. So Will Levis hanging out. He's gone full Aaron Rodgers now. Some rumblings of perhaps the, I don't know who would take him here. Minnesota Vikings? Is he the heir apparent potentially for Kirk Cousins? Matthew Freedman is shaking his head. Does that mean I'm onto something here?
Well, I mean, I think that is the place that you look at next. Maybe the Seahawks, maybe, but Levis does not feel like a Seahawks type of player there. So yeah, I think if he's going to go, it's to the Vikings. And then after that, maybe it's to a team trading back up into the first round. But even then, that just feels a little suspect, because if you liked him enough to take him in round 1, why didn't you just take him earlier in round 1? So I think there's a real chance he falls out of round 1, which, like, it shouldn't be surprising. Quarterbacks fall.
D-Bro, quarterbacks do fall, but it seems like the NFL made a statement here, which is we're looking for the mobile guy, the Anthony Richardson guy who's going to break the wheel. Will Levis is, athletic, but he's nowhere near, obviously, what Anthony Richardson was. So in terms of polished QBs, you got the two going off the board. Now, the one thing that's interesting about Seattle here is that, Derek, they can get out next year from Geno Smith's contract rather easily. So although he did sign a 3-year deal, they can get out from under it next year. Do you think it makes sense for them to look to the future now, or do you think they continue to play with house money with Geno?
I think Will Levis falls out of the first round. I'm not even going to sit here and play around with spots about him. I think it'd be a bad pick for Seattle. Even how they've structured Geno Smith's contract, I would not be taking Will Levis in the first round. They have too many other spots. And I mean, they've started this draft off well, so I unlike Matthew Freeman, I do like the pick of Devon Witherspoon. I like that. And they continue to add parts or pieces to this. I mean, there's still edges on the board. They could add to their offensive line. I would not even hate, even if they quote unquote reached on somebody like John Michael Schmitz, like get a center in there that can help them just push the road. Like, I wouldn't hate that pick at all, but no, Will Levis, I think he falls out of the first round at this point.
All right, the Seahawks are back up on the clock here, and they've already gone ahead and made their one big move, looking for the second pick here that they have at number 20. Do you think, Freedman, here, is this the Nolan Smith? Is this where you just say you can't let him slip anymore? You take the freak athlete and you just see what happens?
I mean, one would hope. But there's JSN who fits really well in the slot there. I don't think they're going to do that, but I mean, this is the wheelhouse for where you really think he should start to go. And then you have Joey Porter Jr. Like, they're not going to take him because they just took a cornerback, but like, he's another very quality player who's just sitting there on the board. I'm thinking Nolan Smith makes a lot of sense, but there are other ways that they could go to.
Yeah, it's certainly perplexing there. As we continue to look ahead, we've done many a mock where the Chargers took JSN or Addison or Dalton Kincaid, some sort of pass catcher. Baltimore, again, feels like another wild card. We don't know where they're going to go. If I'm Lamar Jackson and I sign this deal, I want a wide receiver. I would hope that that's where they're going here, because if you're going to make that kind of commitment to Lamar, you have to give him better weapons to work with. And then you have Minnesota, Jacksonville. Also, Jacksonville, an interesting spot too, potentially for a tight end. Debro, I know they franchised Evan Ingram, but is Evan Ingram more of a short-term solution? Do you think Jacksonville is in that tight end market?
I don't think Jacksonville's in the tight end market. The last rumblings we saw, they were working on a long-term deal for Evan Ingram. I actually think Jacksonville is a really good dark horse to take a wide receiver here. You look at the composition of their depth chart. Christian Kirk, we know, is there. Zay Jones is a good 3. Calvin Ridley's contract is only really for 1 year right now. So if he doesn't hit or anything like that, you could get somebody like Zay Flowers, any one of these wide receivers in the building. And if Calvin Ridley doesn't pan out, then you have a wide receiver that can run opposite of Christian Kirk next year. Heck, you're going 3 wide with some talented guys this year surrounding Trevor Lawrence. So that's really where I think is a dark horse spot to take a wide receiver. But yeah, this draft so far, man, is drunk. It's crazy.
The draft is very strange, but on top of which, we're entering into that part of the draft where I think all of us look at some of these teams and there isn't a clear answer as opposed to what they're going after. To me, Baltimore didn't have a clear answer. Minnesota didn't have a clear answer. They had possibilities. Jacksonville, even the Giants to a certain degree, they had lots of different directions. So now it's going to really become with these last few picks about preference, about what these teams really had on their board and what they're going to really be aggressive and go after. So Seattle's got 30 seconds now to make the pick. Apparently, we're also hearing the possibilities of the Steelers attempting to get back into the first round to take Joey Porter Jr. Russell just throwing that in the chat. And if so, that would make a lot of sense. I'm looking at the Pittsburgh Steelers in round 2 with that first pick. It's not that far to jump back in for them. And as I'm looking at the second round, I also see the Detroit Lions out there with the 3rd pick in the second round, and I continue to shake my head. Also, the Chiefs are in a unique spot too. The Chiefs are another team where we all look at each other and go, what are they going to do? A fascinating set of circumstances. Now, the pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. I don't know what it is officially yet. We haven't seen it. Let's make a prediction. Freedman, make your prediction. What is this pick here for Seattle coming up?
I'm going to go a little bit off the board, say Osiris Torrance.
I like Torrance.
Guard. I could see them doing something really random where it's like, oh, they took that guy 15 picks earlier than they needed to.
Yeah, but you know what? I think we've seen some mocks even that we did that had Osiris Torrance getting into that end of the first round. Debro, make a prediction right now before we get the official word from Seattle.
I already said it before. I think it's John Michael Schmitz. I think you can't walk into week 1 with Evan Brown as your center. I think
that's a really good point too. Fill the need there. Seattle seems to be very happy with what they've made. Also, for a tight end class that was so prolific, so far 0 tight ends. Now, again, we're getting more into that tight end vein. Dallas could take a tight end. The Chargers could take a tight end. Cincinnati could take a tight end. We could get a flurry. And still 0 wide receivers. It's almost as if somebody predicted that. All right, here we go. The Seahawks end the wide receiver streak, and it appears that they are taking Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. So, Freedman, let's get your take on this. They have Tyler Lockett. They have DK Metcalf. Why go with JSN when they could have gone and beefed up the O-line?
Yeah, I think it means that they are looking to give Geno Smith as many opportunities as he can to succeed. And they had a massive hole there at the slot position. And, granted, they do run a lot of 2 tight end sets, so slot isn't quite as important there. But, JSN comes in and automatically opens up that offense in terms of what they can do. Now they don't need to rely on 2 tight end sets as much, and they can have 3 pretty dynamic wide receivers on the field. All of those guys different, right? Like DK Metcalf is different than JSN, who's different than Tyler Lockett. So they have a complete wide receiver unit now and a pretty dynamic running back too. They could be ready to go on offense. This could be a really exciting team. And maybe they get a tight end who is actually good in the second round.
Derek Brown, a couple years ago, they tried to draft Dwayne Eskridge. That did not work. My only problem here is, even though they're different, there's a clear pecking order, which is DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. And from a person like you who always tells me about volume, volume is king. We're looking for that volume, the targets. Are there enough targets to go around for JSN if he becomes a Seahawk?
That's a great question, Joe. I mean, I think you're looking at JSN. His value landing in this spot is probably far better in Dynasty than you're looking at for redraft. Redraft purposes, you come down to how many weapons can Geno Smith support. And yes, we've seen him do it with DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. And if we could mold all of these tight ends into one person, they'd be really good in fantasy. But if we get a lot of that production to go to JSN, wide receiver 3-ish territory, maybe low-end wide receiver 3, high-end wide receiver 4 territory. It's not sexy this year, but I'm still extremely high on JSN from a dynasty perspective because they move on from Tyler Lockett after this year, or JSN walks in and says, look, I am that guy. I'm going to command high-volume targets. They go with a high-pace offense, and they run more 11 personnel. You could see a little bit of switch, movement of the pendulum. Tyler Lockett's getting a little bit older. Maybe JSN becomes the number 2 target in this offense.
You know what, man? Here's my only thing with that. I don't agree, because then by the time Tyler Lockett's done, I'm looking at another change in quarterback potentially. I don't like this move for the short term. I understand the concept of, he's falling into a same old situation where he was in Ohio State, where he had other great wide receivers. So he doesn't have to worry about lining up against the number 1 corner of another team. So that's a positive. But from a target and volume perspective, the short term is limited. And I think the long term becomes cloudy because you don't know what is Geno Smith this a 1-year wonder? And even so, by the time they make that transition away from Tyler Lockett, what is the quarterback situation? Is it still Geno Smith? Is he still playing well? I got to tell you guys, I was lukewarm on JSN to begin with. I am less than lukewarm right now on this landing spot. I am not excited about it at all. Let's see if maybe one of our other folks, Russell Brown, if you're still around, can we get your take real quick on JSN in this landing spot? Because I got to tell you, this to me, I'm just not feeling it. I'm not taking away the guy's talent. I'm not taking away what he did. He had a very good career. But I think, Russell, when you're looking at JSN and landing spots, this one is a little puzzling. What are your thoughts, Russell?
Had CJ Stroud at 5 to Seattle and then JSN at 20. And I think it's just one of those where it makes sense when you're looking to potentially just upgrade maybe the slot receiver. Tyler Lockett's not getting any younger. And while I love Tyler Lockett, he is more of that vertical threat. You need that guy that can provide that pre-snap jet and orbit motion stuff. And that's exactly what JSN can do. So I love the skill set from him, and I think he's one of those guys that's going to come in after the catch. He's very shifty there. I think he makes a lot of sense here for Seattle, and it's about putting a piece around Geno Smith to make sure that he doesn't regress. So I like that fit.
All right, Russell, thank you so much again for joining us on the show tonight. We appreciate having you, appreciate you helping us out with all the information. I agree with you too. If I've got money to burn, Nolan Smith to Baltimore makes all the sense. If that doesn't feel like a Baltimore pick, I don't know what the hell does. I mean, that just seems to be their MO. Let's get back over to the rest of the gang here and continue to talk through this JSN pick one more time and the Chargers. Before we get to the Chargers needs, real quick, Freedman, do you think I'm off base here with this assessment that I'm making of JSN? Because I know I've taken on the negative hat. I don't know if I somehow you've rubbed off on me throughout the show, but this just does not feel like a spot where, from a fantasy perspective, I'm excited to go out there and draft him in any format.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're correct. This feels like a great real life fit, but for fantasy, like, it's hard to project the targets that are going to be coming his direction. They're not likely to be high quality targets. They're not going to be down the field. He's probably not going to be targeted all that much near the red zone. Like, what do we think his upside is here? So from a fantasy perspective, it's not that great. And I would say, there was this idea that in single quarterback leagues entering the draft, he was probably the number 2 player on the board, maybe the number 3 player on the board if you really liked Jahmyr Gibbs. But he probably falls a little bit after this, depending on where Zach Charbonnet lands. Like, it would not be surprising if Charbonnet jumps over him. Like, this is not a great wide receiver group to begin with, and there's a possibility that all of these guys land in suboptimal situations.
All right, let's continue to look ahead. The pick is in for the Chargers. Let's make some predictions here. In your opinion here, I know some people have said Addison. Some people have said Dalton Kincaid, Derek Brown. What do you think the Chargers are going to do with this next pick at 21?
I've linked them to Jordan Addison throughout the entire process. Positional coach. It's one of the only guys projected in the first round that took a top 30 visit with the team. So I think it's going to be Addison. I think regardless of where they go, I do believe it's going to be wide receiver.
Quentin Johnson also out there. Who's the better fit at wide receiver, Freedman? Is it Quentin Johnson or is it Jordan Addison for the Chargers?
I would say Addison out of those two, but Zay Flowers actually feels like of the guys left, maybe the best of those options.
I agree too.
He can play inside, play outside. And then also this is starting to get into Dalton Kincaid territory. And I think the Chargers have been linked more to Kincaid than to Michael Mayer. They would maybe prefer him because of his playmaking skill set. So it wouldn't be surprising if they go with Kincaid. But I think it's sort of like pass catcher in general. Like that would be the primary target here. But again, who knows? Like none of us expected Jahmyr Gibbs at number 12. We have no idea what the Chargers are going to do at number 22.
The Chargers certainly need another pass catcher, especially with the health of Keenan Allen, the health of Mike Williams. I mean, somebody else has got to be on that field catching that football. The pick is in. The Chargers have made their selection. It is Quentin Johnson, so it is a wide receiver. Let's get your take, and then we'll bounce over to Kent about his take on it. Freedman, Quentin Johnston is the pick. 6'2", 208, ran a 4.5 40. In terms of size and speed and playmaking ability, he has all of those things. He feels in some ways almost like Mike Williams-ish in a lot of ways. So are you just saying, you know what, Mike Williams, we like the idea of you. We just want a younger version that might actually play.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what's going on. Like, hey, let's get a Mike Williams who actually stays healthy and, maybe has some more playmaking ability after he catches the ball instead of just catching it and falling down on the ground. But yeah, you said it. Like, they feel duplicative, right? Like, why not get a small guy? Like, you have three guys who are all like roughly the same kind of body type. Why not get a guy who can, move around the formation a little bit more? I don't know. And then you can say like, maybe Quentin Johnston actually overtakes one of these guys in year one. Maybe one of them suffers an injury or something like that. And then Quentin Johnston gets more volume coming his direction. So, like as a handcuff to both of these guys, there's some value there. But I mean, I got to say, he probably steps in and he's number 3 in the pecking order. And that doesn't take into account the possibility that Austin Eckler siphons off a ton of targets. This is a little underwhelming, I got to say, as a landing spot.
It's funny because it's a mirror image of what we just saw with JSN, where he's the 3rd guy in the pecking order. But this pecking order, I feel like there's much more opportunity because of the age of Keenan Allen, the hamstrings, of Keenan Allen, where we're at in this is age. And Mike Williams, I mean, enough already. How many times do we have to go through this Mike Williams stuff? Debro, as much as the first situation was muddy in terms of projectability that we talked about with JSN, this is less muddy because it's real easy to project Mike Williams missing time. And Justin Herbert, from a long-term perspective, I know what Justin Herbert's going to be. So from a dynasty perspective, from a redraft perspective, I think Quentin Johnston landed in the better spot potentially to be fantasy relevant than JSN. Tell me I'm wrong.
I put them in the same tier, Joe. I don't think it's any better for Quentin Johnston outside of, over JSN. Maybe if in terms of the type of targets he's going to get as far as high A dot versus low A dot, I could see that. This just feels like the Chargers are a year ahead of saying bye-bye to Mike Williams. And this just feels like they are trying to just do that now because Mike Williams, after this season, his contract, they can cut him next year and save $20 million against the cap. So this feels like just the preemptive, okay, you are the Mike Williams replacement. So I'm not saying that I agree with it. If you were to ask me the wide receivers left on the board, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers, and Quentin Johnston, if I would have ordered who would have gone to the Chargers, Quentin Johnston would have been the 3rd person on that list.
Understandably so. Boy, I just want to see Zay Flowers end up with Patrick Mahomes now. Is that wrong? I don't know. Let's bring in Kent Wyrook and get his take on this. Kent, we just had JSN go to a crowded wide receiver room. We just had Quentin Johnson go to a theoretical crowded wide receiver room. To Derek Brown's point, they could say to him, hey, you're going to take over for Mike Williams, but that could be the third quarter of week 1 because that typically seems to be what happens. Break down these two wide receiver situations for me. How do you feel about both of them and their fantasy upside?
Yeah, I'm not as against it as some of the others here might have said. We're looking at succession plans here, basically, long-term outlooks. JSN obviously is a great all-around receiver. Quentin Johnson, he has some struggles. He's a contested catch receiver, which you can argue is a pro or a con, depending on which way you're going to look at it. Sometimes that doesn't work out quite as effectively in the NFL, but at least you got him in a situation where you have Justin Herbert throwing to Quentin Johnson, and he's learning from Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, two great receivers who can teach him a whole bunch. Derek had a great point. They're on the books for a bunch of money next year if they're not going to cut one or both of them. Entirely depends on what their status is and for the future and how their season goes. But I do like this Quentin Johnson pick a little bit more than some of the sentiment going around here.
What do you think of the JSN pick? Do you think that is a landing spot there that has problems or opportunities?
Well, I know it's a struggle. I do think I like it. Tyler Lockett is aging. They're going to have DK Metcalf around for a while. So I think that you're looking at potentially a 2 wide receiver set over time. The Seahawks, they're committed to Geno Smith at this point. And so I think that we're going to see them try and help him out as much as possible. They want to give him a good situation. And so having 3 receivers in a league where that is certainly viable is not a terrible plan if they're going to try and go all in this year and do something fun in the playoffs. So I don't hate it, but certainly there would have been better landing spots from a fantasy perspective than these two.
All right. Now looking ahead here to Baltimore, Kent, I can't imagine Nolan Smith getting out of the first round here. That just seems insane to me. What sort of physical athlete that guy is, coming from a good pedigree, all of those things. I mean, I don't know what I'm missing or what's going on here. What do you think Baltimore does? They have about a minute and a half here left before they make their decision.
Yeah, Nolan Smith's a good pick. Another name would be Miles Murphy. There's the whole thing about the Clemson curse, but I'm not too worried about it. He showed out pretty well at his pro day after not being able to compete at the combine. So I don't think teams are too terribly worried about it. He should still go in, at the end of the first round here. And this would be certainly a good situation for him. But Nolan Smith is a good pick too. I don't really see much of a good cornerback, or maybe Jordan Addison could be a pick here. Not sure, but I'd go with one of the 2 edge rushers at this point.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You've got a Vikings jersey on. Is that what I'm looking at here?
I sure do. It's a Thielen, right. So unfortunately not a current Viking.
Don't say that out loud to Freedman. He's not a fan. Let's talk about.
He's ancient.
Also, he is 194. Do you think that Will Levis will land in Minnesota? Is that a
boy? I'd be sure glad if we didn't have to trade up to do it. If he comes down to 23 and we get him, I'd say that's a fine value. And, okay. He was expected to be, I guess, top 5 for the longest time. So if you look at it from that perspective, it's good value. But
top 2 on Reddit.
Well, yeah, that guy's probably just laughing all the way to the bank right now. But no, if he comes to 23, I'm fine with it. It's, give him a year behind Kirk Cousins, can kind of work him up, get him into the system. And then we can go from there. So I wouldn't hate it. The other opportunities for the Vikings coming up would be someone like Jordan Addison or maybe like Brian Branch, Deontay Banks. There's a few other options, but the value of the quarterback can't be overlooked. So I would be fine with it.
All right, Ken, thanks again for hopping in with us. Let's get back to the boys here. The pick is in for Baltimore. Again, Baltimore, one of the bigger conundrum teams. The pick for Dallas right now is minus 400, by the way, over on Betting Pros. Again, if you haven't already, download the Betting Pros app. We want you to join us over there at Betting Pros, where we have the best betting tools out there. You can track all your bets. You can keep up to date with all the line movement, everything going on. And again, we have Betting Pros Premium for even more of the bells and whistles. So download the app today and check it out. Telling you, it's the way to go. You can even follow people like Freedman and myself over there to see what we're betting, so you can make the same bets. It's basically the cheat sheet for you. And right now, Zay Flowers is the pick. Let's go. The draft starts now. at 22. Zay Flowers has got it. And I'm telling you right now, D-Bro, there had to be a conversation there. Part of this thing is like, look, man, if I'm going to come back here, I'm Lamar Jackson. You can't keep putting me with the three stooges at wide receiver. You got to give me a baller. Zay Flowers has speed. He's a smaller guy, but he's got a lot of heart. He fights for the football. I feel like this is a good fit for Lamar, a guy who can go get it. D-Bro, what are your thoughts on the landing spot? Because this one, from a fantasy perspective, I'm excited about.
I am going to have Lamar Jackson ranked so freaking aggressively. It's going to be beautiful. You're telling me he is going into a Todd motherfrickin' offense, Todd Monken offense, baby. I can't even, like, I barely could talk right now. I'm so excited about this. Like, he has Mark Andrews, he has Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers, OBJ. If the pass rate goes up, like, I'm not so excited about Zay Flowers like your sentiment about JSN and Quentin Johnston and worried about the target volume. That's my worries about Zay Flowers in this landing spot. But for Lamar Jackson,
I'm
give
not
me
worried.
all of Lamar
I'm
Jackson
not
this
worried
year.
because Rashad Bateman's never on the field, number one. Number
Ouch.
two, these comps to Steve Smith that they keep throwing out there are fascinating because Steve Smith physically in the lower half was stronger than a lot of other wide receivers at his size. So I don't think that's a great comp in terms physically, even though he's a smaller wide receiver with that dog in him, as they like to say. But the thing he does do is he fights for the football. And he is that ferocious, smaller wide receiver. So from the mentality standpoint, he fits that. And Lamar's got a big arm. He hasn't been able to air out the football. Odell is not the alpha kind of dog anymore, especially coming off the ACL. I don't expect him to be that guy. I don't think Zay Flowers needs 10 targets a game to be a good fantasy asset. He needs 5 quality ones in the right moment. Freedman, I want to get your take on Zay Flowers to Baltimore because this feels like a big potential asset for Lamar and the Ravens.
Yeah, it's a big asset. I would say keep in mind they've given Lamar weapons in the past. In the first round, they drafted Marquise Brown. In the first round, they drafted Rashad Bateman. And now, again, a first-round wide receiver, Zay Flowers. And I think that Flowers will probably be the best out of the 3 first-rounders that they've brought in. And I think it definitely helps that they've had to change an offensive coordinator. But they need to be sure to use him in a way that suits his abilities. And, Lamar Jackson, I think he's got a ton of potential. We haven't seen him develop into what he could be, in part because of the offense that he was in previously. So I'm enthusiastic about what we might be able to see out of Zay Flowers, but we have to see it. I'm not just going to take it for granted that it actually happens.
All right. I am going to take it for granted that it actually happens. I'm going to be the optimist here after being a negative Nancy for the first couple wide receivers off the board. I love this situation for him. Again, Bateman was a good talent, a good prospect. The health has just destroyed his career, unfortunately, and has destroyed the most important time, which is the development time. So that is bad luck. Marquise Hollywood Brown, again, smaller wide receiver, had some issues, but as time went on, you saw him have some moments with Lamar. Those kind of moments, I think, could be exactly what Zay Flowers is, and I think Zay Flowers has upside for far more. I want to get Kent Weirock's input here on Zay Flowers because finally we're getting some fantasy assets flying off the board. That's why you're hanging out with us. Kent, I want to get your take on this landing spot before we get to the Minnesota Vikings pick here. I know you're watching that anxiously, but before that comes in, talk to me about Zay Flowers in this landing spot. Again, as the guys mentioned, there's some other mouths to feed here. Andrews, OBJ, perhaps Rashad Bateman healthy. We shall find out. But what do you think of the Zay Flowers short and long-term potential now that he's a Raven?
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, first things first, they were able to get Lamar Jackson back in the building, and so that's certainly something to celebrate. And so day one after that, you got to take care of him and get him a receiver so he can kind of show out and do what he can do, being the signal caller and everything. So, Bateman's a great outside guy. Zay Flowers, you're going to play out of the slot. Andrews, obviously, you got tight end, split out wide occasionally. And then Odell Beckham, I don't see him rotating in quite as strongly as others may have seen. And yeah, They paid a lot of money for him, but he's getting on the older side. He's got some injury issues. And the last time he played, he wasn't exactly brilliant. So, he's probably not going to last more than a season or two. And I think actually, I'm not even entirely positive. Do they have him on contract for just one season, Odell Beckham?
I'm gonna have to look and see what that contract is. But look, he wasn't good for the Browns, but he certainly had a nice flourish there at the end for the Rams when push came to shove down that stretch for them. But again, it was a very specific role with a very experienced quarterback in terms of passing the football. So how he meshes with Lamar will be interesting. I think it looks like potentially Zay Flowers is much more in that Marquise Brown, hey, go get open, I'm going to go find you kind of thing and just beat the other guy. And Zay Flowers has a lot more of that go up and get the football kind of stuff that Marquise Hollywood Brown does. He is not a fighter for the football the way Zay Flowers is. I'm going to let you go sweat out the Vikings pick here because I know you're watching that. I want to get to the Vikings needs here with Freedman and with my good pal Derek Brown here. Guys, we're looking at the Vikings pick. Certainly there are team needs out there for them. They could go wide receivers. Wide receivers have been flying off the board if you want to get another one. They could go on the defensive side of the football too. Joey Porter Jr. still available. That would be an interesting selection. Freedman, what direction do you think they should go with a minute left to make it?
I would go a little more towards cornerback. It just feels like this is a position they really need, whereas wide receiver, like you're sufficiently covered there. You have Justin Jefferson, you have KJ Osborne, and then you have TJ Hawkinson as a really good receiving tight end. Like you don't really need another wide receiver there, or at least as much as you need a cornerback, because what they have there is not good. So I lean towards Joey Porter Jr. or Deonte Banks here, but also, I mean, Nolan Smith is falling, and then, Will Levis, the succession plan to Kirk Cousins. It feels like this could be the Will Levis spot. If it's not, I don't think Will Levis goes in round one.
I'd feel better about Kieran Culkin than Will Levis at this point. Derek Brown, your point here about Minnesota Vikings, Will Levis could be the pick here, but it feels like corner would be the way to go with Porter still on the board, who frankly shouldn't be.
I think they should go wide receiver. I think you're looking at the way the board goes. Look, I can make you a great case for Deonte Banks and corner, but the other part about this is one corner is not going to fix that defense.
It's a start.
It's a start, but here's the thing. I think that at this point with this offense, you're going to have to try to load it up and try to outscore people. So for me, it's either trade back or go Jordan Addison. That's my lean.
Well, it seems like Jordan Addison, from all accounts, is indeed the pick here. So there you have it, Jordan Addison. So it is wide receiver. So Debro, let's stay with you for the evaluation of Jordan Addison, Minnesota Vikings. Freedman said they didn't need a wide receiver necessarily, but they've got one now. So what happens here for him in this offense where you already have Jefferson, you have Osborne, and you have a very capable tight end in TJ Hawkinson?
I think you're looking at Jordan Addison has sneaky, I'm not going to say top 24 upside, but he could get there. Minnesota is going to run a fast offense. They're going to pass a lot. They were top 10 in red zone passing rate last year. And the way this offense could be composed, now you're looking at Jordan Addison can rotate from the slot to the outside. He could play both. I think he's going to stay on the field in 12 personnel. This offense is more multiple. Now teams cannot just say, okay, we're going to double cover Justin Jefferson on every freaking snap, because we sure as heck know that Adam Thielen and his 120-year-old body is not going to get open versus man coverage. I like this. I think you're going to see a more efficient Minnesota Vikings offense, and considering that, the way the state of this defense, they're going to have to put up points.
Well, good. In a way, I'm selfish from a fantasy perspective. I wanted them to take the offensive player so the defense would still be wretched. Matthew Freedman, we talked earlier in the show about some guys that are wide receiver twos on their own teams are still fantasy wide receiver ones, guys like T. Higgins, guys like Devonta Smith. Is Jordan Addison a guy that could potentially reach that plateau, considering Justin Jefferson's on the other side of him? And they have to and do throw the football a ton.
Yeah, I mean, that is interesting. He does have, the positional versatility to where he can play inside, he can play outside. But I don't know. I'm just a little bit skeptical because of his size. Like he's not big. He's not fast. He's not going to be, like a high volume player as the number 2 target on the team. Like, it's not like this is an offense that's just going to be throwing the ball insistently. I'm skeptical because even as the number 2 wide receiver, he's still got to deal with TJ Hawkinson, who will have a lot of volume coming his direction. I think will sort of be the de facto number 2 receiver in that offense. So maybe eventually he really develops into a strong complementary player. But I think for his first year, it's going to be a little bit of a rough transition.
Wouldn't it be fascinating, guys, if the Eagles ended up getting Nolan Smith anyway? Somebody that a lot of us projected for them to take at 10. What if they got him all the way with his last pick? It seems like it's very possible. I want to shift over to get the Minnesota fan perspective here. Kent Wyruck is smiling. I hope he's happy, and I hope it's not a nervous smile. I want to get your take on him. They're throwing out comps of Calvin Ridley. That's an interesting one there. Look, Addison is a speedy wide receiver. Certainly, his move to USC was a good one for him. It got him some good exposure. So your thoughts here on this addition of Jordan Addison to the offense of the Minnesota Vikings?
Yeah, I mean, I love the pick. I love Jordan Addison. I think he's a great player. His only real big question was size. I mean, that's a very common occurrence in this class for wide receivers, but he absolutely balled out in 2021 for Pitt. 17 touchdowns that year. It was just incredible. And, it was unfortunate he didn't quite complete the season at USC, but he was still playing very, very well prior to missing that time. So, I love it. I think it's a great fit across from Justin Jefferson. I think that meshes really well. Hawkinson up the seam, doing great. I'm happy with it. And I don't have to worry about Will Levis and seeing if that works out anymore. So,
I don't know if anybody's got to worry about Will Levis in round 1 right now. The only spot I could see him going right now is the New Orleans Saints, which, I mean, if D-Bro, that's right. I just put that ugly on you. I did it. That's right. So could you imagine if we go from Will Levis 2 weeks ago, number 2 overall pick, to Will Levis 2nd round pick? Kent, that sounds like a wild range of outcomes, as they say.
Maybe we misunderstood what the 2 meant in that equation. He said 2nd round. Maybe that's
forgot
what it was.
The N and the D after the 2. See, Reddit's a dangerous place, like I always say. All right, let's get back to the boys. Let's talk about the Giants, who just made a little leapfrog action there. So the pick is in here for the Giants. Let's see who it could be. Freedman, if you had your guess, what are the Giants going to do here at 24?
It feels like this is the great spot to take a cornerback. You've got, 2 really great options on the board. They have a pretty clear need at the position. I don't think this is like a tight end spot, a wide receiver spot. Maybe Nolan Smith. I think at this point he offers value, even if he's not like a need fit. But cornerback is just screaming here.
Freedman, we keep trying to sell Nolan Smith, but nobody's buying. What's wrong with us? Where did we go wrong? What street did we turn on? I don't understand what's happened here. Derek Brown, certainly Joey Porter, Deonte Banks, both up there. Is there a better fit in the corner market for the Giants? Because again, they're playing against some pretty good wide receivers in that division. Alphas like CeeDee Lamb, alphas like AJ Brown. Was Joey Porter, the physical guy, the better selection considering their division?
I would probably lean Deonte Banks. I think he's a better cover corner. I think he can play both man and zone a little bit better. Honestly, if I'm the Giants, I'm kind of curious if they go edge here. Team somebody with Kayvon Thibodeau, get after the quarterback, make things a little bit easier on your secondary. So corner's a definite possibility. I think offensive line makes some sense here too, but I would love to see them go edge.
Edge meaning Nolan Smith or edge meaning Myles Murphy?
Myles Murphy. Yeah, I mean, whatever's not come to light about Nolan Smith, whether it's medicals and stuff, he's tumbling down the board, and there's got to be a reason for a guy that we mocked inside like the top 10, top 15, top 12. There's something here that we're not being privy to why he's falling, and I think the fall probably continues.
Yeah, I don't understand it myself. Perhaps we can get some light on that as we continue to watch this game unfold. And speaking of games, obviously the games that you love, fantasy football, we've got an incredible game for you because we've got the Fantasy Pros Championship, FFPC, is bringing it to you, and you could get $350 to win $6 million in prizes. That's right. The entry is $350. We're giving away $1 million prize to first place. Drafts are open today. Sign up at fantasypros.com/championship. Use that promo code FantasyPros for $25 off your entry. Enter the contest before June 1st and draft your team before June 15th for an additional early bird special credit of $35. Again, that's fantasypros.com/championship. And all you have to do is enter to win $1 million for playing fantasy football. How about that? I know we're going to bring back Andrew Erickson here. I want to get Andrew's take on a bunch of these wide receivers that we saw go. So JSN to the Seahawks, Quentin Johnston to the Chargers, Zay Flowers to the Ravens. We waited and waited. We got them all in a row. Give me your breakdown of each one of them as we await the Giants pick.
Yeah, none of them really stand out in terms of, oh, this was like the best landing spot. This guy can step in and be the immediate number one. Now they're all kind of entering crowded receiving rooms, but I think the advantage you can have as a fantasy manager in that aspect is you just draft the best ones. Like the cream will rise to the top. The most talent will command targets and offenses. At least that's the way I look at it. So I'm not really changing my rankings from what I saw pre-draft because none of these landing spots, oh, well, he's going to come in and be the number one target. I don't really see that in a lot of these different scenarios here. So I lean back on, okay, well, who do I think is the best receiver? And I mean, from a quarterback perspective, I would say Geno Smith is probably the worst quarterback of the four specific landing spots in terms of like fantasy. Kirk Cousins has obviously shown that he can support multiple fantasy weapons.
I apologize. I should have thrown Addison into this conversation as well. So my apologies. So let's throw Addison in there as well. So we had 4 wide receivers go almost back to back here. So let's throw him in that mix. Rank those 4 for me since none of them went to an alpha role. Who benefits the most from the landing spot, just generally speaking, even short-term and long-term?
I mean, I'm keeping my rankings the same that they were pre-draft. So I had JSN, Addison, Flowers, Quentin Johnston. I really don't think that the landing spots in particular make me want to move the needle so much. I get like Geno Smith believing in him to replicate what he's done last year. Okay, maybe that's a little bit of a risky maneuver, but JSN was the best prospect in my opinion. So why can't he succeed with Geno Smith, who we've only seen be successful in the Seattle Seahawks offense? And I was pounding the table for Geno Smith in best ball and early drafts. It's like, why is no one excited about this guy? Like all they're doing is adding more weapons around him. He has so many weapons around him. So, I mean, Geno Smith is a massive winner from this. He's shown that he can support weapons. So I'm kind of keeping my rankings pretty fluid from what I had pre-draft with JSN, Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnston, and Zay Flowers, and then Quentin Johnston.
Sounds good. Deonte Banks is the pick for the Giants, the corner. So they do go corner here. Freedman, is this the right pick for the Giants?
Yeah, I mean, I would say you could have gone with Joey Porter, but there's, in my opinion, not much of a distinction between Joey Porter Jr. and Deonte Banks in terms of how they project to the NFL or like their general skill level right now. You address a position of need and you're getting guys that I think a slight discount to where you would have been able to get them, whether it was Porter or Deonte Banks. So I think they got value and they addressed the right position.
All right. What do you think here, Andrew Erickson, about this selection here? As it looks like Buffalo has a leapfrog to make a trade here. So that is very interesting as well. Before we get to that, let's get to your take on Deonte Banks.
I again, kind of pairing what Freedman said about Joey Porter Jr. potentially being, is he a better fit in the Martindale man coverage, like playing press? Maybe he's a better fit, but I mean, clearly the Giants didn't believe that because they drafted Deonte Banks over him. So I can't be a stickler and say, oh, well, he's not going to fit the scheme nearly as well. I mean, the Giants you'd figure they know what their own scheme is. So I think Banks very, very fast. I mean, I thought he was going to be a top 20 pick. So it fits a need definitely for sure. And I think that you don't need to be a stickler, whether it's Banks or Joey Porter.
Let's look at the Buffalo needs for a moment, if we can, and take a look at what's going on here. Andrew Erickson, if you had to put your money on what they've leapfrogged to do, who's that player that they want to get?
So they're getting in front of the Cowboys, Jaguars. Look, maybe this is being outlandish.
The receivers have moved. So
that's the thing, yeah.
All those receivers that we thought, okay, maybe Quentin Johnston goes there, or maybe they decide to go in a different route with a Zay Flowers, a different kind of guy. Like any of those conjectures are out the window because the wide receivers in that top tier, they're gone now. So Dalton Kincaid, Mike Mayer, all those guys are still out there. So, I mean, is it Nolan Smith? Is that what they've moved for? Or this is a team that could help in the secondary too. They could certainly use some help there because that secondary has aged and has had some health issues in recent years too.
I'm going to be totally transparent. So I was thinking that they were making the move to jump up for a slot receiver, and it didn't really kind of register in my mind. Like Josh Downs came to my mind first, and then, well, they're jumping Dallas. So naturally it would be for a tight end. I can see this now. It's Dalton Kincaid, which makes a lot of sense because he can play the slot role for the Buffalo Bills as a tight end. And I think that's a really good fit. And they obviously, it makes sense why they made the trade to get ahead of the Cowboys, who were obviously in the tight end market.
All right. If this indeed is a Dalton Kincaid selection to Buffalo, Matthew Freedman, this is theoretically the best pass catching tight end in this draft. Had a great career at Utah. Do you think that the Bills are making a statement here where he is going to be the other weapon besides Diggs in this offense that they're going to build around?
Yeah, it's possible, but I just kind of wonder why. It's not as if Dawson Knox is a bad tight end. Maybe they go more 2 tight end sets, but these guys feel kind of like versions of each other. Like I just kind of don't understand. What is interesting to me actually though is that if they're jumping over Dallas, it's because they thought Dallas wanted Kincaid instead of Mayer, which actually probably makes me like Kincaid a little bit more, but it still feels like this isn't like really the player they needed to draft.
Interesting. Dallas certainly has, another tight end potentially on that board. I don't know what else Buffalo would have been looking for in terms of, team needs at this point. I still think they need help on that secondary. I think they need help on the defensive end of things too. To take another offensive player, it is a little perplexing. Perhaps they do change what they do a little bit. The other question is, Freedman, although we love what, the first year at least of Kyle Pitts and Freiermuth and what we saw out of them, it typically does take the tight ends a little bit longer. Do we think that trend is over now all of a sudden? And, the Bills are a win now team. Can Kincaid get up to speed quick enough in year one to be that kind of a contributor where he can bring in 900 receiving yards?
Maybe, because I think they are going to use him more as a pure slot receiver versus, like your kind of inline tight end, someone who actually has to kind of be a functional two-way player. I don't think they're going to use him in that way. He wasn't used that way in college. So maybe, but I mean, still, even pure pass catching tight ends, they don't immediately jump into the NFL and dominate. There is a pretty steep learning curve at that position. And if you're looking to maximize Josh Allen's championship window, drafting a tight end, even a playmaking one, it just feels like something you didn't need to do. Like you could, whatever it is you're trying to accomplish, you probably could have accomplished it in a more efficient, more direct manner.
Derek Brown, I was sorry, I thought it was Debro for a second there. Andrew Erickson, it was Debro for a second. I'm not crazy. I saw him up there. Those two go back and forth. They like to play games with me. Erickson, do you think that Josh Allen just said after watching Travis Kelce the last couple of years, hey, I want one of those. Can you get me one?
Yeah, maybe the Bills are just sick of trying to beat Travis Kelce and watching Travis Kelce catch touchdown after touchdown. It's like, hey, maybe we should get someone like this guy. And Dalton Kincaid kind of fits that profile. And in regards to your question you asked Freedman about, how quickly can he get up to speed? Well, he's an older prospect. So he's coming out, he's 24 years old. So he's not coming in 21, 22, where maybe the learning curve isn't as steep for him, especially if his role is, look, man, we're not worried about blocking. We have tight ends to do that. We have Knox to do the blocking. You are going to be running as our main slot receiver, who the Bills really do not have. So again, we're probably going to get the puff pieces during training camp where it's going to be Kincaid, running 80% of his routes out of the slot, but maybe there actually will be some realism to it.
Well, I think there will be realism. And to Freedman's point, the hybrid role is something you saw Pitts come into the NFL and do and succeed with. And he's got a lot better situation with Josh Allen throwing him the football. So if he is going to be the clear hybrid, as you're watching highlights, you're seeing him line up in the slot right now. And Cameron Rising, found him all the time. He was his favorite target there watched many a Utah late game. I did. And it was fun to watch him. Let's go to Russell Brown and bring him back because he's still hanging around this joint. We just can't get enough football from Russ. Russ, your thoughts on this Dalton Kincaid move? Because I do think it came down to Josh Allen saying, I want me one of them Travis Kelce type tight ends because I think I can make the most. So you have Diggs on the outside and this guy truly with a presence in the middle. Is this making the Bills a different offense than what we've seen and one that can really compete now with the Chiefs?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's very interesting. I mean, we're looking at a 6'3", 246-pound tight end that can move, as we talked about throughout most of this show, as we thought maybe he would even go as high as 13 to Green Bay. We're looking at a vertical threat tight end that catches everything. Only one drop in his career. He is coming off that back injury, but I think this is actually a great landing spot because he's got Dawson Knox to support him. That's kind of the backup plan in a sense. And you can let Kincaid get his feet wet a little bit in the NFL, get adjusted, make sure he's healthy. And I think ultimately it's about surrounding weapons with Josh Allen. And you can never have too many weapons, whether it's at tight end or wide receiver. I think it's a great fit because of just that modern day NFL tight end usage that we'll see from him. I think he can, again, line in the slot. We'll see him play in line a little bit, maybe a little bit after the catch stuff as well. So I love this fit. And I think ultimately when the run on receivers happens, they adjusted their board and they saw Dallas sitting there and they're like, hey, you know what? We're going to go ahead and move up. We're going to take our guy. And I think with Dallas coming up here at 26, I would not be surprised with Gibbs off the board, some offensive linemen here. I mean, maybe they reach for like a Steve Avila or a Joe Tippmann. I know Joe Tippmann was minus 140 on DraftKings on Monday or Tuesday night, but I think ultimately Michael Mayer, so consistent, and somebody that's been commonly mocked to Jason Witten, I think that would be something as far as, you know, maybe being a fit. I'm seeing in the chat here, putting money on Charbonnet to Dallas. I don't know if that's Freedman going crazy with bet like number 900 tonight, but I don't think I would be
cut him off. At some point, we had to cut him off. Yeah,
Oh.
we had to shut down his Betting Pros account and give him a little breather there. He was breaking the app. we had to shut it down a little bit. But don't, on your end, stop looking at Betting Pros. Everybody go out there, download the app today. Again, check it out. If you're just getting into wagering or if you're somebody who wagers a ton, it is by far the best tools app you're going to find for any and every sport. Go check it out today. Again, it's free, bettingpros.com. Just download the app, though. It's a far better way to go about it. And if you recall, early on in Dak's career, you know, that safety blanket tight end was always kind of a thing for him. And then it transitioned, you know, afterwards, eventually down to Dalton Schultz, and it had like different incarnations there. So, I mean, Mayer would certainly help in the sense also they could use some assistance on that line from a blocking standpoint, especially now that they've transitioned to the smaller running back in Tony Pollard. So to me, that makes a lot of sense as well. So do you think Mayer, even though they didn't get Kincaid, Mayer might be the better fit? I mean, who knows? Perhaps even the Buffalo Bills got wind that maybe the Cincinnati Bengals were looking at Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, Mayer was my 13th ranked player. Again, I love what he can do with stick routes and the consistency. And that's a big thing in my evaluation. If you're consistent over the course of your career, you're going to win me over like 99% of the time. And it's one of those situations where, I mean, he makes sense for Dallas. It's a need. I mean, Dalton Schultz is gone and he fits, but they were also commonly mocked to an interior defensive lineman in this spot. I wouldn't be surprised if Mozzie Smith maybe pops up here, or maybe Keanu Benton. I mean, Kalijah Cansey's off the board, as we know. And again, Nolan Smith's available. They were somebody that maybe even had some Will McDonald here. And I feel like a broken record to last year. Last year, all I ever said every pick in like day 2 was Nakobe Dean. He didn't end up going till round 3. I feel like that might be the case here with Nolan Smith tonight. We might not see him for a little bit of time.
Well, with Nakobe Dean, he was small and hurt. And I think that combination's a little tougher. But it's starting to feel weird. All right, Dallas is applauding. Let's get back to the boys, talk about the needs of the Dallas Cowboys. Matthew Freedman, I know the Dallas Cowboys very close to your heart. In your opinion, is Michael Mayer the way to go here for Dallas?
Yeah, I mean, they have a clear need at the position. Although I will say, like, I think the rookies that they brought in last year, like Jake Ferguson, I thought he was actually pretty good. So it's not like a massive need, but Mayer is such a fantastic two-way tight end that if you have the option to get someone like him, he helps in the running game with his blocking. He helps in the receiving game. I think it's kind of a no-brainer pick here. But I mean, I said all that. Take Nolan Smith. Like just take the free player who's awesome. Punish the league for their stupidity.
Well, it is. I'm just trying to think here. What are we missing here? Because it's not the combine. It's not the play on the field and the tape, because the tape is good. The team was successful. So Freedman, what are we missing here when it comes to Nolan Smith? Does he just not fit what people think that they want to do on the defensive side of the football?
Yeah, I mean, I think that might be part of it. He's a smaller guy, so there's a
Right.
question of like, is he an off-ball linebacker? Is he an edge rusher? I mean, I think it's not as if he's Micah Parsons, but I think he has some of that potential, right, to play within his defense the way that Micah Parsons does. I would just say, you're an NFL team. Disregard everything that you think you want to do and just ask yourself, what would the Eagles do if they were on the clock right now? They would take Nolan Smith, right? Like, we just sort of assume, they're going to take this awesome player who dominated in college football. They should just take Nolan Smith.
If you're in the have your cake and eat it too conversation, the Eagles might get Nolan Smith. Again, I said that. And in round 2, Pittsburgh's sitting at the top. Maybe Joey Porter Jr. ends up there, and the Steelers have their cake and eat it too also. I mean, it's just crazy to think about what's going on here in this draft, the way it's shaking out. And this is why it's so fun. This is why you can mock 1,000 times and not get anything right. But here we go. The Cowboys are up and making their selection, the 26th pick overall. On deck is the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Mazi Smith, the defensive tackle from Michigan, pass rushing upside, powerful guy. Freedman, how do you feel about the selection of Mazi Smith?
I mean, whatever. Like, he was mocked to the Cowboys.
What do you really think, Freedman? Don't hold back, please.
He was mocked to the Cowboys here and there a little bit. So, like, I think it's an okay pick. It's like relatively uninspiring, but it's not as if like this was a massive mistake. It's just like, could you have done something a little bit different that made me feel alive? Like, it's not as if this really changes the complexion of the defense. It's not as if it's an offensive playmaker. It's just like, hey, here's a guy for your defense, which is already really good.
Erickson, could you build and expand on the Mazi Smith take of Matthew Freedman, if you will?
Well, I mean, if you're just comparing like Mazi Smith versus Nolan Smith, it's a whole debate of weight and like what your team actually needs. Like, the thing with Nolan Smith, I think the reason like he's falling is because he weighs less than 240 pounds. So is this guy playing full time on the defensive line at a 2 percentile weight? Like, that's why he's falling. It goes to the size concerns. It's like, how do we deploy him? He's a freaky athlete, but we've seen this with some of these guys before where they're not really sure. Teams aren't comfortable with, okay, how do we actually use this guy? And I know that he generated a lot of visits, a lot of top 30 visits with teams, but a lot of that's because teams need to figure out, like, they have question marks. It's like they're not actually sure about his projection to the NFL level. So I think that's what's causing him to fall. Whereas Mazi Smith, I think Freedman kind of hit the nail on the head where it's like, he's a big nose tackle, weighs 323 pounds. You put him in the middle, and he's gonna be a game wrecker. Like, it's pretty simple to figure out what his role is going to be, and it was a need for Dallas.
All right.
Actually, what? I want to jump in here.
Sure,
this is a bad pick. I will just say this is a bad
I knew
pick.
we were going to get here. I knew if I waited long enough, you would start to think and stew about this. And darn it, I'm right. And now I'm excited. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not even so much like the position, but like, okay, defensive tackle, did you really need it? And does he make all that much of a difference to what you're doing on the front? But it's a reach, and we've talked about it before. In a class like this, people are going to be reaching, but man, I have him ranked around like number 45, number 50. I think they're taking him.
Is it actually a reach though? Wasn't he supposed to be a first round pick?
No, he's on the borderline at best.
They're picking 27th or 26th.
Yeah, borderline at best. Like, I'm saying he probably should be in the middle of round 2.
I think to Freedman's point, he's borderline at best. But then when you look at the talent that's still on the board, it borders on absurd. Is that what you're getting at, Freedman?
Yes.
Okay. See that? See, I took all of your anger and
I mean, I
put it into
disagree with the
words for
value
you.
of the pick. Like, he was a first round pick. Like, he was supposed to go in this range.
He was definitely ranked mostly in the late 20s.
No. Like
to early second round. That's what I've seen.
Did you not have him in your mock, Freeman? Is that why you're bitter about this?
almost no one had him in their
I had him
mock.
in my mock.
Well,
right?
congratulations. You're really sharp. But like other sharp people did not have him in their mock. And it's not just that. It's if you look at all of the big boards and you pulled them together, he would not consistently be in the top 30 players. He would be in the 40 like to 50 range. Like this is a reach.
I disagree.
I think that's a fun conversation to have. Erickson, I had him in my mock at number 30 to the Eagles. That's
so we got two sharps on the show then, Joe.
I did. I put it out there
Obviously.
yesterday. Well, you know, look, I mean, this is why you hired us. You hired really sharp people so you could go and rage against the dying of the light. The pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Let's talk about their needs, gentlemen. And again, the Jags are another peculiar asset because the offense looks pretty set, theoretically. I'd love for them to pick up some more help on the offensive line. To me, that's where the Jacksonville Jaguars should go. Erickson, I see you nodding your head. Is Anton Harrison the guy? Like, where would you go here next if you're trying to help the Jacksonville Jaguars take that next step forward because they took a big step last year?
Yeah, I think Anton Harrison makes the most sense. You know, you're dealing with the Cam Robinson PED suspension. Like, you cannot be putting Trevor Lawrence out there with anything but, you know, you need tackles. Like, it's the most important thing. Even though I thought like Brian Branch like was a good fit for their defense, that doesn't matter. Like, you need tackles, and he's the next guy up here. So Antoine Harrison makes the most sense from Oklahoma.
Freeman, you want to co-sign on the needs for the Jaguars and the tackle being the way to go here for them?
Are you asking me to agree with what Andrew Erickson just said?
I'm asking you to be honest. If it happens to end up in agreement, then that's fine. If it ends up in disagreement, that's fine too. This is Fantasy Pros. We're here to give good information, not the same information. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't the same.
Yeah, I mean, offensive line feels like it would make sense. They'd certainly have a need there. Brian Branch was a super chalky pick, but like super chalky pick in a lot of mock drafts, but offensive line is like a strong meat and potatoes need that they have here.
All right. We'll see what indeed the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to feed the beast. It's definitely looking back at the night so far too, as we're kind of getting towards the end here. Erickson, I asked you what the biggest surprise to you of this draft was. What would be the answer?
I mean, it's got to be Will Levis, like, not being drafted yet, right? I mean, I mean, he was literally talked about.
I know how. I know how.
Yeah,
because I mean, he has glaring problems that I don't know how nobody else seemed to see but me. Jahmyr Gibbs is it for me. Where Jahmyr Gibbs went, that was the one for me. Freedman, what's the biggest surprise you've seen so far in the draft?
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs feels like the biggest surprise. And it's not even just Jahmyr Gibbs. It's Jahmyr Gibbs going so close to Bijan Robinson. Like, in my opinion, there's a pretty significant difference between those two players in terms of like their skill, also what they can do within an offense and the way that they will be deployed, like how much volume they will receive. There's, I think, a pretty big difference. And like Jahmyr Gibbs is being treated or is being endowed with the draft capital that should be reserved, I would say, only for like elite running backs, like absolute like 3-down workhorse running backs. It is surprising that he was drafted this high.
We got it right. Anton Harrison was indeed the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Russell Brown, you're still around and kicking, right? Let's get Russell back on here, talk about Anton Harrison. Especially some of the recent news that broke here. This seems like a really smart play. I know even some drafts had him going to the Kansas City Chiefs, but the Jaguars took a step forward. They can't continue to take steps forward until they improve that offensive line. So how much does Anton Harrison help them, Russell Brown, continue to make that move? Can we get Russell back on here?
Also, 1 second. I think it would be great after he talked about that, if he could also talk about Massey Smith, if he has any thoughts about him.
I'd love to do that. Chris, can we get Russell back on here for a moment, if we will? There's Russell. Thank you so much, Chris. And shout out to Chris, who is running this show tonight. Shout out to all of the crew here at Fantasy Pros, just putting in the marathon. Let's go. When I get up from this chair, I may indeed fall over. My back is pretty much completely stiff right now.
Your face is screaming pain right now. Like
I'm good. I'm so close to the end.
Yeah,
I'm like that marathon runner who's got another mile and a half left to go. I'm good. I see the finish line. Break the Mazi Smith tie here. Erickson and I both had him in the back end of the first round. Where did you have him?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was a second round type player, but ultimately I could understand why he would go in the first round. I mean, he set a bunch of the athletic testing records there at Michigan with how he tested from vertical jumps to bench press to just 40 times for the player of his size. But when you watch the tape, you see a guy that can play in that 2-eye, that 3 technique type of role, and he's so effective with that swim move, that push pull. I thought he showed some pretty good lower body flexibility and change of direction ability. So I liked his overall fit to Dallas, and I thought there was a chance that he could go in the first round. I even mentioned it as we talked about some of the tight ends there with Dalton Kincaid and maybe even Michael Mayer. But ultimately, when we look at kind of what's transpired in some of these picks, I think with Dallas, they're not reaching because they weren't going to get Mazi Smith in the second round. He was going to go much sooner. And I think that's the thing. These teams, they play true to their board, and it's just one of those situations. So I'm fine with it.
What does Dallas do at tight end now? Do they go into tomorrow and hope that Laporta or Musgrave make it to them?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously Michael Mayer is still here. I mean, I think here with Cincinnati, I don't think Cincinnati takes Mayer. Maybe they do. Maybe they look at, Miles Murphy, or maybe they look at Joey Porter Jr. or something like that. But ultimately, they could very well move up for a tight end. Maybe it's Laporta, maybe it's Tucker Kraft, maybe it's Darnell Washington. So I think there's a couple of different options for Dallas for sure.
I think it's so interesting. The year that Aaron Rodgers got traded finally from the Packers is the year that Will Levis sits and watch 5,000 people go ahead of him in the draft, and we have to watch Will Levis every 5 seconds. Let's talk about the selection here of Miles Murphy. Cincinnati Bengals edge rusher gets there. Clearly, a good career at Clemson, a tick down from some of the edge rushers who have gone earlier, but can he contribute to this defense here that had a lot of turnover year over year?
Yeah, no, I think this is a great landing spot for him. I mean, he can get settled into his role, and they can kind of figure out what his role is. He's somebody that maybe a lot of people are questioning, does he love football? I know a lot of scouts were saying, he's talking about his engineering degree rather than talking about the X's and O's. And, when you talk to football guys, they don't care about engineering degrees. They care about the football stuff. So when I look at a player like this, he's 6'5", 275. I think he's versatile enough to play inside, outside. And I think ultimately with his speed, the power, and his length, he can make a difference there. So I love the skill set. I thought he was somebody that was one of the 5 or 10 best players in this draft. I truly do believe that. And I think when you watch the tape, there was times against Boston College that he would get tackled by the opposition. There was times that he was getting double teamed consistently. And I think if he can get put in some one-on-one situations a little bit more, I think he can win at the next level. And I think that will happen here as he goes to Cincinnati because he's got the option because of the players around him. I mean, you look at Geno Atkins type players that they've had over the years with the interior defensive line, Trey Hendrickson and stuff like that. So I like this fit, and I think it's going to be a fine pick with Miles Murphy and probably one of the better first round picks.
Well, it seems like the fan base is excited about it, Russell. The reaction from the Cincinnati faithful was excited. We've got a few picks left. I want to see if we can get Derek Brown back for the New Orleans pick that's coming up with 5 minutes left, because I feel a pensiveness with Derek Brown. And, I've been in these drafts now for a couple years, and, Andrew Erickson and I experienced the Tyquan Thornton pick live together. That was a pain that will live forever for the two of us. We also experienced the Cole Strange pain together as well. So Andrew and I have been through a lot. This year, things went better for us as Patriot fans. So Now it's Derek Brown's turn, I feel like. So can we get Derek Brown back into this shuffle here, Chris? Because I want to talk to him about the needs of the New Orleans Saints, because they did bring in Derek Carr, but that's kind of a temporary situation. Do you think they dare take a shot at the quarterback of the future of Will Levis here, D-Bro?
Don't do this to me. I don't want that mayo drinking, rotten banana eating moron on my team. I don't want it, man. I don't want no part of it. No, don't do this to me, New Orleans. I'll have to walk off. I'll have to walk off live. I can't handle this.
Oh, God, I hope it happens now.
No,
I don't think it's going to. I really
do not put that voodoo on me.
I don't think it's going to happen. We've had some players fall down the board. Okay, there's some talent that theoretically, I don't remember one mock where Nolan Smith made it this far or Joey Porter made it this far. I'm trying to think of who else is left on this board right now. Maybe D, you can help me with that. Where do the New Orleans Saints go? Because this is another team too that needs are kind of spread out. The wide receiver run happened, so it didn't quite make it to them. I think we can all agree on that. So, in your opinion, New Orleans, is Zach Charbonnet potentially a guy here with the impending doom of Alvin Kamara looming?
I don't think they go running back here. I think there's too many guys that they could they brought in for visits. Somebody like Dwayne McBride, they can get in the 3rd or 4th round. The two guys that stick out to me here, I think they need to go defensive end or D tackle. I know D tackle and end have been high on their boards. I think it's either Brian Bryce or Keon White.
Bryce was a player that we had mocked in that first round a few times.
Mm-hmm.
So that's certainly possible. D, while I have you, what's been the biggest surprise tonight from the draft for you?
How the Detroit Lions have just absolutely crapped the bed. I just, yes, Russ, I see you in the green room, baby, but it's true. I cannot make heads or tails of what the heck they're doing, man. Like, they could have traded back and gotten both these guys, gotten more capital. Their moves, while you could sit here and talk about aggressiveness and getting their guys, they're head scratching at best.
I can't believe Forbes went ahead of Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah,
Friedman, I still can't. I'm looking at the scroll of the draft. Friedman, that makes my brain hurt. Does it make your brain hurt when you see things like that?
It makes my bank account hurt. I'm lucky I have a job because I'm going to lose my house based on how my.
Well, you just moved. So you did just move. So that is a particular situation there. Andrew Erickson is back in here. Andrew, the pick is in for the Saints. If you're going to predict the pick for the Saints, what do you think it is? And should we light a candle for Derek Brown here? You've pulled a Friedman. You are now on mute, my friend. So there you go. Everybody gets one. You got yours. So.
I do think that I don't think it's going to be Levis. I think that ship has sailed for him in round 1 unless somebody trades up to get him. But I don't see why anyone would do that at this point. So yeah, it's probably going to be a defensive lineman. Not Keon White though.
Do you think Will Levis had to go back to the hotel to extend his stay? I hope they have room at the hotel, right? The next night, we're like, hey,
he's bunking with Keon White. So that'll be good.
Maybe
day 2.
Maybe he is. The pick is in for the Saints. I think Charbonnet is a real possibility here. I think the way this draft is gone, it feels like there's no rules. Coming up next, by the way, we have the Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs to close things out here. Erickson, in your opinion here, do the Eagles stop the Nolan Smith bleeding?
It makes sense.
Yes, it does.
They were connected to him throughout the process, but at the same time, they also already just drafted Jalen Carter. So, do they double down on defensive line? They can really do whatever they want at this point. Is Joey Porter still on the board?
Yes.
Correct? So I think they should draft him then, honestly. I think that makes the most sense. Just
Brian Bryce is the pick from Clemson, defensive tackle. Derek Brown is rejoicing. He's happy. He got a defensive tackle. They can't all be Mozzie Smith picks, but here you go. Brian Bryce, the selection from Clemson. So a good selection there. Look, the New Orleans Saints are a big work in progress, obviously. They've got to retool in a lot of spots there. But go ahead, Erickson, continue on.
I would say with the Eagles, it'd be Joey Porter Jr. I mean, you're looking at their 2 starting corners that they've had last year between Bradbury and Slay. They both almost lost both of them. Like they almost traded them away. They have really expensive contracts, so it makes sense. Howie Roseman's always looking a year ahead. Okay, let's invest in a top tier cornerback who has fallen almost outside the entire round 1.
Potentially be Brian Branch still on the board. Freedman, where does Brian Branch fit in? Because this is a guy who, playing the nickel, can play a corner, can play safety. He's a very versatile player. Is there a defensive scheme, in your opinion, that he fits? Matthew Freedman, would you like to share your thoughts with us on Brian Branch?
Sorry, there is a massive delay there.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. He makes sense within the confines of what they would want to do on defense. But there are so many other players that I would look at and think, okay, this would make some sense. So obviously Nolan Smith. And then, Erickson mentioned it, Joey Porter Jr. I feel like, he's that perimeter cornerback that they ultimately would probably find more use for long-term than Brian Branch, although Branch might be more immediately useful. But they can go any direction. The one thing I don't want to see them do is trade down and have a team trade up for Will Levis and then see the Chiefs trade down and have another team trade up for Hendon Hooker, because then I really will, it won't be a joke. My bank account will be bleeding if that happens. I will be incredibly tilted if we see 2 quarterbacks go at the very end of this draft.
And it's times like these, you should be using the tools at Betting Pros. BettingPros.com. That way you don't end up losing your house. That way you make good decisions when it comes to wagering. The best app out there in terms of tools to help manage your wagers. Again, you see all the best lines. And this whole stream tonight is brought to you by bettingpros.com. We have a YouTube channel where we have a podcast on there too. Go check that out. We'll be doing tons of football shows coming up very shortly. But in the meantime, we've got everything from Kentucky Derby to NBA to NFL preseason stuff. We've got MLB stuff going on there too. So we've got a lot of incredible stuff. You can also follow us on Betting Pros too and follow our profiles. Maybe not so much Freedman's after tonight, but you can still follow me. I'm up at above 60% for MLB for the years. You can check that out. Look, we've got 2 picks left here in the draft. We've got the Philadelphia Eagles. We've got the Kansas City Chiefs. It seems like they're going to stay in these spots and go ahead and make these selections. So it is wrapping up here. We are in the witching hour. Andrew Erickson. Yes. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question, Joe. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
we have
please.
Michael Mayer here, and it's not as if he's an obvious fit for either of these 2 teams, but this is the draft range, and both of these teams, they could use a very good number 2 tight end now, and he could become the eventual successor to either of their tight ends if they retire or leave. So, do we think there's the possibility for Michael Mayer here, or
I say 100%
does it really not
no.
even matter?
I say 100% no, because both of these teams are looking for those niche pieces to put them over the edge. They don't care about, these are the 2 teams who were in the Super Bowl last year. So they're looking for finishing touches. They're not thinking about building for next year. I do think Michael Mayer, though, if I'm looking ahead to tomorrow, Detroit makes a lot of sense. They could desperately need a tight end and a blocking tight end at that, especially because they want to run the football. And he can pass catch. And he fits that Dan Campbell kind of feel. So if I was a betting man tomorrow, and I am, I would definitely be putting Michael Mayer stock in Detroit, as long as they sober up after today and start to make some better decisions with their life. There's a couple other spots too that you can make a case. It's fascinating because the Rams are another team that need so many things. The Indianapolis Colts, also a team that have so many holes in them. The Eagles seem to have their pick. They know what they're doing here. They're very excited with it. And it seems to be at Nolan Smith. So the Eagles moved, shook, had their cake, ate it too. Erickson, what do you think here about the Eagles draft here, what they've come away with these 2 picks?
Yeah, well, they're really helping my my mock draft come back from the grave. Even though I mocked the Eagles drafting Nolan Smith at 10, I'll take it at pick 30 here. So it's just the team getting richer, basically, is what's happening here. It's like they have Georgia's entire defense on their defensive line. They lost the Super Bowl and got the best player in the draft. And they just got one of the best players in the draft, one of his teammates from the best defense in college football the last couple of years. Like, look out, NFC. Like, I don't know what team is going to try to beat the Eagles at this point. The 49ers are currently the second favorite, or at least pre-draft Super Bowl odds. We don't know who their quarterback is. So, yeah, Eagles, fly, Eagles, fly.
Freedman, your thoughts on what the Eagles have done so far in this draft? Again, they just took Nolan Smith, so that pick seems to be in. They made their move earlier in the draft as well. So, in your opinion, when you look at what the Eagles have done here, and the collection of this night, taking Jalen Carter, taking Nolan Smith, taking all these Georgia guys, you talk about culture of winning and transitioning that to the NFL and to Philadelphia. This is Georgia North right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, as a football fan, I am like thrilled to see something like this happen. Like, I just like watching good football teams, and I like watching organizations do intelligent things.
Right.
As a Cowboys fan, I am terrified. And as a football analyst, we are tracking what's happening in the draft. We are giving instant reaction grades to what's happening here. And I've given 100 to Jalen Carter, that pick, and 100 for the Nolan Smith pick. Like, this is football business at its finest right here.
You know, it's funny to me, just a couple years ago, in the midst of all the Carson Wentz chaos, people wanted Howie Roseman's head. Do you remember that, Freeman?
Yeah.
That was just a couple years ago. Now he's the genius again. It's kind of interesting how that stuff comes around the NFL. I'm glad they gave him time to figure it out because he was on the hot seat. I recall this. Philadelphia, by the way, plus 750 in the Super Bowl odds, plus 350 to win the NFC. You might want to go ahead and make that wager now. To win the NFC East, they're also plus 115. I would get that while it's still positive if I were you. Again, you can find that over at bettingpros.com. Go place your bets. Bet smarter, not harder. So the pick is in for the Eagles. The Eagles selection is now going to be official here. But again, we seem to know where we're going with that. I wonder if you think Michael Mayer and Will Levis are going to go hit the bars tonight and just kind of commiserate Erickson. What do you think?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, just kind of go out there and say, man, we could have been somebody. We could have had first round money. It could have been a contender. But unfortunately, things did not work out. It is fascinating to see us go from a couple days ago, Will Levis be plus 115, 200 as the second overall pick, to not being selected in the first round. I mean, that is a stunning turn of events. Unbelievable. I thought somebody was going to take a flyer. And no Hendon Hooker in the first round either, something that we also all thought was probably a good idea. So far, the only guy still floating around there that was a slam dunk first round player is Joey Porter. Do you think the Kansas City Chiefs jump in here, Erickson? Just go BPA?
It's possible. I know that the Steelers were rumored to be in the camp of trying to jump back up. I think the Vikings.
Well, they might not have to. They're the first pick of that second round.
So exactly.
Yeah.
They may not have to jump back in. And have the Chiefs traded this pick? Are they definitely on the clock? Are they locked and loaded?
As of right now, they're still on the clock. They're doing some kind of shenanigans. They're flipping a coin. I have no idea what's going on there.
Well, it is in Kansas City, so they're obligated to shenanigans as the host of the draft.
I don't know what the hell's going on, and I'm not sure who those people are, but the Eagles are making a selection with the 30th pick. And again, we've got one more to go here with 31. We have had some trades and some movement. Nolan Smith finally does officially go off the board as the edge rusher. Family very happy. It looks like everybody dressed and coordinated together in the family. You got to love when the family gets together. It was like a whiteout party at the house. Good times. Well done, Nolan Smith. I feel bad for the kid that he waited because, it does hit the ego, I'm sure, of all these guys, especially when you're told, oh, you're a top 10 pick, or in Will Levis's case, when he had all that helium. Freedman, I heard something yesterday, and I didn't think too much of it, but now that we're sitting here and Levis is not in the first round, it's starting to ring true to me. I heard someone talk about the personality of Levis being a very big personality, but not necessarily somebody, because of that distinct personality, that every single kind of head coach wanted or liked. Do you think that is kind of entering into this conversation potentially? I know we're speculating here, but we're trying to find reasons why he didn't go at all in this round. What do you think?
I mean, maybe that's part of it. I would say the reason he didn't go in the first round is because he's not as polished. He's not as good of a
Mm-hmm.
passer as CJ Stroud. He's not as like improvisational as Bryce Young, and he's not as athletic as Anthony Richardson. Like just in terms of overall talent, he felt like the clear number 4 quarterback in this class. And like mediocre quarterbacks, they really have to have a team desperate to draft them, or they're going to fall down the draft board.
Yeah, it feels about that. If Hendon Hooker gets selected ahead of him, that's going to be a real kick in the you-know-what there. I will say this, too. I'm going to predict that KC takes Brian Branch here. What do you think about that, Erickson, to close things out? I think that makes some sense. A versatile defensive player. What do you think?
I like it. I mean, Brian Branch is really kind of being victim of playing that safety nickel
Yeah.
role when I think that everyone, if you look at like big boards, it's like he's up there. Like I remember reading quotes like, yeah, you're going to draft a future Hall of Famer when you draft Brian Branch. It's like, okay, the value of his position is obviously not as important because he's playing safety, he's playing in the nickel, but when you draft him, it's like this guy's just going to be a solid producer.
He's a football player.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he tackles, he does everything that you want. I mean, Freedman, to me, that's the last guy on this list besides Joey Porter, and maybe, Branch gives you a little bit more versatility, maybe that's something, I think if we look in the past in some of the Spagnuolo defenses, I think he values the versatility of a guy like Branch, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he has the athleticism of someone like Tyrann Mathieu, but like that's
No.
the role he would play within
Yes.
this defense. Like he has a similar type of skill set. And so I think it makes some sense. Joey Porter Jr., I think, is the more dynamic player, but Branch maybe just fits this team a little bit better.
Okay. We shall see here. 3 minutes left. What the last pick. Here is a fun one from our Fantasy Pros account. When she doesn't text you back, there you go. Will Levis checking his phone. Will Levis apparently got up a while ago and was walking around, so I don't know if he's still in the room or not. But again, I feel for the kid. It's a tough night. You're all excited. You think you're going to get drafted, and you didn't even get the Aaron Rodgers where you just fell. You fell out of the first round altogether. But there's going to be a lot of memes here. Thank goodness our good pal Ryan is right on. Johnny on the spot with the memes, always ready at Fantasy Pros. He does a fantastic job on the social side. And I want to thank everybody out there for joining us tonight. And apparently, is that true? Did Chris make this? Chris working overtime, running the stream, and he actually making memes at the same time. Look, we can only pay you so much. Like, stop trying to overachieve, please. But Ryan, if you're watching the stream, you should retweet this immediately because that is gold. When she doesn't text you back, there he is. It's hard enough to be a ginger, let alone a ginger that doesn't get selected in the first round. That's also got to be a real kick in the pants too. So we have a minute and 50 seconds remaining in the first round of the draft. I want to remind everybody tomorrow, if you want to watch the draft, you can't watch it here, but you can hang out with us and talk draft, and we'll take your questions too. It's going to be Derek Brown, Thor Nystrom, Pat Fitzmaurice, Scott Bogman. Who knows who could jump into that chat? It's going to be on our Discord, fantasypros.com/chat. It is free to join. We want you to go join our Discord, but this, as many other stages and premium events are on Discord, is indeed a premium subscriber benefit. So if you are already a premium subscriber to Fantasy Pros, go join Discord. And if you're not, go to fantasypros.com/premium. Join today. Utilize all the amazing draft tools, all the in-season stuff, and join our Discord. Again, fantasypros.com/chat. Tomorrow, starting at 5, I believe, Bogman and Pat are going to be on talking draft for a few hours. Then they are going to transition into all the picks. There's still going to be a lot of guys, the Charbonnets, the Tillmans, the Roshan Johnsons, the Tajay Spears, a ton of fantasy assets. Tomorrow might be even a better day. And hopefully at some point, Will Levis will get drafted. And we'll send him a bushel of bananas, and hopefully he'll be all right. But, eccentricities are fun, but, the combination of eccentricities and question marks is a bad thing, I think, when it comes to draft stock. You got to have one or the other. Freedman, looking back on this draft, did it surprise you that Anthony Richardson went as high as he did?
I mean, a little bit, but think about where we were after the combine when he just went out there and absolutely tore it up. There was some hype that maybe he would be the number 1 overall pick.
Right.
So having Anthony Richardson go in the top 10, solidly in the top 10, yeah, I mean, it's maybe a little bit aggressive if you're thinking of him as a projection, but I really don't think it's all that aggressive when you consider the raw overall talent and the potential that he has. Like, he could be super Lamar Jackson, like
Right.
he probably won't be, because like that's like an outlier type of thing of Lamar becoming Lamar, but he has that within his range of outcomes.
Erickson, when you continue to look back at this draft, and we got 3 of the 4 first picks being quarterbacks, do you think that the Richardson 4th overall pick was surprising, or what it should have always been in the first place?
I'm not surprised that he ended up being a top 5 pick in the way that he was either going to be top 5 or like completely fall out of like the top 20. Like I thought that his range of outcomes was very wide, but I think that NFL teams realized and acknowledged this guy has a super high ceiling. It's just a matter of, okay, how do we feel about his floor and the risk? And
Mm-hmm.
considering they took him 4th overall, and the Colts, it didn't seem like they hesitated for a minute. It's like the minute that they were up, it's like, Richardson's our guy. We're not, this Levis smoke that's what it was. It was just smoke. And all the time, it was like Richardson never really seemed to always have a team that he was like linked to through most of the process. You heard about some teams here and there, but the Colts, we knew they wanted a quarterback. We weren't necessarily sure which one they wanted. And credit to the Colts. Like, they did a good job of covering up for the most part, like that Richardson was their guy.
Mm-hmm.
And for them to land him, I think it's a perfect fit. Shane Steichen there in that offense coming from Jalen Hurts. I like the fit a lot. I think Richardson's the day 1 starter. I don't care whatever quarterback competition they say about Minshew, or I don't think that's like a real thing. And I get the weapons aren't ideal, but I think that just means, hey kid, go run the football with your legs, make plays. And
Yeah.
that is the music to my ears as a fantasy manager.
Tailor the offense for the strengths of the talent that you have on the offense and the limitations that you have potentially. And you hope over time with hard work. And if the kid's a hardworking kid, again, the ceiling is like Josh Allen
He's
plus.
so young too. Like,
Well, that's the
biggest
thing. When
He's
Josh
so
Allen
young.
came into the league, Erickson, this is my whole thing, is I thought Josh Allen was the best quarterback in that class. And the reason was because he had all these skills that nobody else could teach. At the end of the day, it's like, I can teach him to do the other things. We can work on footwork, we can work on release, we can work on reading defenses. That's all like commitment. But you can't teach Josh Allen's athletic instincts and physicality. Like, you can't do that. There's just, that's it. He's a unique person in that stretch. Richardson, I'm sorry, say that again, please. Chiefs pick is in, so we will get to what the Chiefs have selected in just a moment here. But Erickson, also fun things at Betting Pros. Again, Betting Pros, not only did we get CJ Stroud, I got it on the better line on DK, where it was even higher than it was on FanDuel, but also we got another one where the Patriots still select a corner with their first pick. Locked and loaded that bad boy too. So we did pretty well there.
Also,
Chiefs.
The only prop bet that I had on my prop bet sheet was Will Levis over 6.5 draft position.
Yeah, crush that one.
Which did hit. It hit very early on.
You should roll it over to over 6.5 around 2. See if they have that for tomorrow. The final selection, Felix Anudike-Uzomah. So that is the Kansas State edge rusher. So congratulations to him. The final pick in round 1. Erickson, any thoughts on Uzomah with this final pick here? Them going on the defensive side, the edge rushing side.
I think it makes a lot of sense. With teams that are picking at the end of round 1, they usually like take edge rushers. I know that Anudike-Uzomah was kind of one of those players that had met with the Chiefs and not necessarily like, oh, this guy's gonna be a first rounder, but you see the athletic traits. He's a pass rusher. It kind of just fits the mold of, okay, this guy could go at the end of round 1. So I'm not like super surprised to see him. It could have been this guy. It could have been a bunch of other edge rushers that we'll probably see go in the next couple picks at the start of round 2. So I think it makes sense for the Chiefs. But again, I still would have preferred Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch. I think that those secondary pieces might have been a better fit, especially because I took Karlaftis last year. off the edge. I think that improving the secondary, which played well last year, but a lot of it was rookies playing well above expectation, which I think is kind of risky business when it comes to secondary pieces, because secondary, you guys know, it's super up and down play. It's hard to just run back. Oh, well, we started a bunch of rookie cornerbacks last year and it worked out. Let's do it again. It's like, okay, like maybe this won't work out as good, especially in the AFC against Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and Aaron Rodgers now.
Yeah, first 3 picks tomorrow. Pittsburgh is definitely going to take Joey Porter Jr. Arizona very well could take Branch, and then Michael Mayer certainly to Detroit. Like I said before, makes a ton of sense. So if you can go make those wagers, do it now at bettingpros.com. Again, the stream is brought to you by Betting Pros. Download the app today. I want to thank our guest contributors, Russell Brown and Kent Weirach. They did tremendous work today. I want to also thank Thor Nystrom, who joined us in the first hour and a half of the program. Derek Brown, sleeping well tonight because Will Levis is not a saint. Also, shout out to Andrew Erickson and Matthew Freedman. Matthew Freedman putting in almost the full time. Did you put all 5 hours with me, Freedman? I can't even remember now. Or did you take
I rotated out at the beginning?
Yeah, so I'm the 5-hour man right here. Me and some guy named Chris Linz, our producer. That's right, Chris. I'm not going to forget you. Tremendous work by all of our team here at Fantasy Pros to bring this to you, our social media team, our graphics team. Shout out to Ethan, who's done so many of these amazing graphics on tonight's show. Does not get enough credit, so hopefully he's hearing this at the end here. And again, shout out and thank you to everybody who stayed with us for a part or all of the broadcast today. Of course, you can go back and watch this all. Tomorrow morning, I believe we're going to have a edited down version of this with all the skill positions via podcast. You can check that out. And don't forget to join us for night 2 of the NFL draft over on our Discord, fantasypros.com/chat. Coverage begins at 5. And it's going to go all the way through rounds 2 and 3. It's going to be a live one with D-Bro, Thor, and the rest of our fun cast of characters over at Fantasy Pros. That'll do it for us, but the story of the game goes on. For the whole team here at Fantasy Pros,